of a variety of cultures and religious activities, including learning, literature, and art from years. The hub for origination of the Hindustani classical music from Banaras Gharana, the birthplace and workplace for many Indian philosophers, poets, writers, musicians, and other great personalities. The place where Gautam Buddha has given his first sermon at the holy place, Sarnath.
It looks like this place is a synonym for education, fondly known as the City of Lights for its significance in learning, and the home for Banaras Hindu University, one of the largest in the whole of Asia. With this background, ladies and gentlemen, we are extremely delighted to host you all for the 51st National Convention in the spiritual heart of India, Varanasi.
Ladies and gentlemen, we request your cooperation due to the strict security protocol prescribed by the Office of the Honorable Vice President of India and the Office of the Honorable Governor. Since it's a high-profile event, you are requested to adhere to the instructions provided. You are requested to occupy your seats and avoid moving out of the hall, please. The entrance of the convention hall is getting closed soon as per the security measures. We'd also request you to keep your mobile phones on silent mode or on flight mode, please. Ladies and gentlemen, bringing and celebrating together the immensity of the profession from a torchbearer of good governance to an individual mastering the entrepreneur skills, we all join here for the congregation, the 51st National Convention of Company Secretaries. The strength of the conference, the theme, India at the rate G20, empowering sustainable future through governance and technology is in itself thoughtful and futuristic. Over the well-designed sessions, we shall ponder on thought-provoking ideas and take a glimpse of opportunities lying underneath.
It would be our pleasure to take you through the memories of very first convention of company secretaries, which was held in the year 1972 in New Delhi on 22nd and 23rd of September. The convention was inaugurated by the then President
Convention hall shall be blocked as per the security measures. You are requested to occupy your seats and avoid moving out of the hall. Would request your mobile phones on silent mode, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, to mark the beginning, we are moving on to the first special session on role of IFSC and opportunities for professionals. Considering the dynamic nature of business, the International Financial Services Center, IFSC, requires a high degree of inter-regulatory coordination within the financial sector.
International Financial Services Centers Authority, IFSCA, has been established as a unified regulator with a holistic vision in order to promote ease of doing business in IFSC and to provide a world-class regulatory environment. IFSC caters to develop a strong global connect and focus on the needs of the Indian economy, as well as to serve as an international financial platform for the entire region and the global economy as a whole. IFSC offers greater opportunities for the professionals like company secretaries.
We request all the delegates standing outside the hall to please move inside, since the hall will be closed by 2:15. Please follow and adhere to the security protocols.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we already told, IFSC caters to develop a strong global connect and focus on the needs of the Indian economy as well as to serve as an international financial platform for the entire region and the global economy as a whole. With this background to discuss on the role of IFSC and opportunities for professionals, we have none other than the chairperson IFSCA, Shri Rajaraman, with us.
Would now request the dignitaries Shri K. Rajaraman, Chairperson IFSCA, CS Manish Gupta, President the ICSI, to join the dais, CS Dhananjay Shukla, Program Director and Council Member the ICSI, CS Ashish Mohan, Secretary ICSI, CS Devendra Suhag, Chairman and IRC of ICSI, and CS Sonali Gupta, Chairperson Varanasi Chapter of ICSI, to please join the dais. Would request for a big round of applause here, please. We are just beginning with our sessions.
Ladies and gentlemen, our esteemed members have been believing and living in Satyam Vadha Dharmam Chara, speak the truth, abide by the law in true letter and in spirit, to uphold the torch of corporate governance. ICSI Moto song represents the spirit of ICSI and the profession of company secretaries and symbolizes the motto, vision and mission of the profession. Request you all to kindly rise for the ICSI Moto song.
उम्मीद के अंबर में हम बनके खिले जो रोशनी, कह देंगे हम संसार को कोई लक्ष्य नामुमकिन नहीं। ज्ञान के और न्याय के हर राह को थामे हुए चल पड़े हैं झूम कर बस गीत ये गाते हुए। सत्यम वद धर्मम चर, सत्यम वद धर्मम चर, सत्यम वद धर्मम चर। कंपनी सचिव कदमों की हर एक गूंज में बस जीत का एहसास हो, राष्ट्र प्रगति पथ पे हो और आत्मबल की आस हो। जब भी चले इस भाव से खुलते गए हैं रास्ते, आवाज हमने दिल से दी है गीत ये गाते हुए। सत्यम वद धर्मम चर, सत्यम वद धर्मम चर, सत्यम वद धर्मम चर। हर उन्नति के रंग में हर भारतीय हाथ हो, उद्यम हो या उद्योग हो, हर ओर अपना साथ हो। जाना शिखर तक है हमें सच की कलाई थाम कर, हम जीत के सुर छेड़ेंगे गीत ये गाते हुए। सत्यम वद धर्मम चर, सत्यम वद धर्मम चर, सत्यम वद धर्मम चर।
Thank you, everybody. Would now request CS Manish Gupta, President ICSI, to please welcome Shri K. Rajaraman, Chairperson IFSCA, with a planter.
Let's have a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Would now request CS Devendra Suhag, Chairman, Northern India Regional Council, the ICSI, to formally introduce the dignitary.
Good afternoon, all of you. I, Devendra Suhag, Chairman of NIRC. I welcome you all in this holy city of Kashi, and I can say spiritual capital of India, for this 51st National Convention of ICSI. And it's truly an honor and privilege for me that I have been asked to define about the dignity today we have with us. Before that, I would say we are very thankful the President of ICSI, Manish Gupta, who has given this National Convention in the biggest region of ICSI, that is NIRC. So on behalf of NIRC, we are very thankful, President Sir, for giving this convention to the NIRC. Today we have with us none other than the visionary president of ICSI, Mr. Manish Gupta, the man who has been known for his dedications, for his commitment, and who has given the 2 decades of his life to ICSI. We call him the man who believes with you, for you, always 27. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. Big round of applause for the president of ICSI, none other than Manish Gupta ji. We also have with us the council member, Dhananjay Shukla ji from Northern India, and he has been known for his hard-working ability and simplicity, and further, very difficult to find such people in a modern era who has a command over the both languages, Hindi, and great skill of orator, as well as in English also. So thank you, Suklaji, Program Director of National Convention. We have also with us the Secretary of ICSI, although he doesn't need any recognitions, but I would say the man who is responsible day-to-day affair of the ICSI. He is taking the lead in ICSI, and I can say one thing which I connect with him, the way in Mahabharata, Shri Krishna guided Arjuna, the same way Secretary of ICSI has been guiding the council, the regions, and all the 72 chapters of ICSI. We also have with us the local chapter chairperson, the representation of the women empowerment, Sonali Gupta, and the speaker of the first session, who is going to set the tone of this 3-day convention, Mr. Shri K. Rajaraman, chairperson, IFSCA. Let me go through his detailed profile first. He is an Indian Administrative Service Officer of 1989 batch of Tamil Nadu cadre. Prior taking to charge as a chairperson, IFSCA, Shri Rajaraman was Secretary, Department of Telecommunication, Government of India. He has held other key positions in the Ministry of Finance, Government of India, Additional Secretary in Department of Economic Affairs, and Joint Secretary in Department of Expenditure. So we are very pleased, honored, sir, with your presence to the 51st National Convention of ICSI. We have been honored by the past President of ICSI, past Secretary of ICSI, all the other my colleagues, chairperson of all the regions, past and present, regional council member of ICSI, all the regions, and all the chapters. So I think as we gather here for the 3 days, and I believe we are here to celebrate not only the success and achievement of company secretary, but also appreciate the role, crucial role that we have been playing in the corporate world. As a chairman, I can say, as a volunteer of ICSI, proudly I can say one thing, that all the people, every company secretary was in part of this convention in this whole, everyone who has been connected with us in virtual mode, and all the company secretary who hasn't been the part of this convention, I can say a company secretary is an unsung hero of corporate world. A company secretary is a silent, I can say, architect of good governance. Further, I can say a caretaker and a guardians of ethical business practice. Further, I would say a custodian of corporate compliances. So, with these words, I would say, in the last, I would say, we all have been behind the successful, playing the important role, all the business in our country, and proudly we can say, as a company secretary of ICSI, Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, sir, for the warm introduction. I would now request C.S. Dhananjay Shukla, Program Director and Council Member, the ICSI, to please come for his welcome address.
बाबा विश्वनाथ, उनके कोतवाल बाबा भैरव, मां अन्नपूर्णा और संकट मोचन हनुमान जी के चरणों में शीश नवाते हुए, नमन करते हुए, भारत की आध्यात्मिक एवं सांस्कृतिक राजधानी काशी, वल्लभाचार्य, स्वामी वल्लभाचार्य, स्वामी रामानंद, रैदास, कबीर, संत कबीर की धरती काशी, भारत के मूर्धन्य साहित्यकारों में रहे जिन्होंने हिंदी को दिशा और एक दशा दी, मुंशी प्रेमचंद और जयशंकर प्रसाद की धरती काशी, अनेक संगीत रत्नों से विभूषित पंडित हरिप्रसाद चौरसिया, पंडित छन्नूलाल मिश्रा, स्वर्गीय गिरिजा देवी, जिन्होंने बांसुरी और बनारस की ठुमरी, कजरी, चैता को विश्व के मंच पे पोषित किया, सुशोभित किया, उनकी धरती काशी। वर्तमान में पूरे विश्व पटल पे भारत के नाम को प्रतिष्ठित करने वाले हम सबके प्रिय प्रधानमंत्री श्रीमान नरेंद्र मोदी का संसदीय क्षेत्र काशी, इस काशी में मैं आप सबको नमन करता हूं, आप सबका वंदन करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं, स्वागत करता हूं। आप सबको ध्यान होगा कि काशी की अपनी एक आध्यात्मिक महिमा है। आज जब थोड़ी देर पहले प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस हो रहा था तो भाई मनीष गुप्ता जी से जो है किसी पत्रकार ने पूछा कि आपका ये आयोजन काशी में क्यों हो रहा है, तो भाई मनीष गुप्ता जी ने एक बड़ा अच्छा जवाब दिया जिससे मैं आपको रूबरू कराना चाहता हूँ। काशी सिर्फ भारत की ही नहीं आध्यात्मिक और सांस्कृतिक राजधानी है, बल्कि यूं कहें तो विश्व की पूरे विश्व की जो है आध्यात्मिक और सांस्कृतिक राजधानी है। और यहाँ पर आने पर जो आध्यात्मिक ऊर्जा मिलती है, मैं समझता हूँ उसी के दृष्टिकोण से, उसी को ध्यान में रखते हुए भाई मनीष गुप्ता जी ने यहाँ पे राष्ट्रीय अधिवेशन करने का निर्णय लिया। मैं इसके लिए भाई मनीष गुप्ता जी को कोटि कोटि साधुवाद और धन्यवाद देता हूँ कि आपने बनारस की सांस्कृतिक विरासत से सबको परिचय करवाने की जो आपने पीड़ा ली, उसके लिए आप काफ़ी धन्यवाद के पात्र हैं। श्री के राजा रमन जी, IAS एंड चेयरमैन इंटरनेशनल फाइनेंशियल सर्विसेज सेंटर अथॉरिटी, श्री मनीष गुप्ता, प्रेसिडेंट ICSI, आशीष मोहन जी, सेक्रेटरी ICSI, मेरे काउंसिल कलीग्स जो यहाँ पे सभी लोग मौजूद हैं, चेयरमैन NIRC श्री रविंद्र सुहाग जी, सोनाली जी, चेयरपर्सन वाराणसी चैप्टर, जो ICSI के जितने पूर्व अध्यक्ष हैं जो यहाँ पे मौजूद हैं, जो ICSI के पूर्व सेंट्रल काउंसिल मेंबर हैं जो यहाँ पे मौजूद हैं, प्रेस और मीडिया के साथी, प्रशासन और पुलिस के जो लोग यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं, विभिन्न चैप्टरों और रीजनल काउंसिल के जो साथी यहाँ पे मौजूद हैं, देश के कोने कोने से आए हुए डेलीगेट्स, विश्व के कोने कोने से जो है डेलीगेट्स यहाँ पे फिजिकली जो है मौजूद हैं या जो वर्चुअल मोड पे जुड़े हुए हैं, मैं आप सबका एक बार पुनः हार्दिक अभिनंदन और स्वागत करता हूँ। एक बार जोरदार तालियों से आप सबका हार्दिक अभिनंदन और स्वागत। मित्रों, आज का जो हमने थीम जो है सेलेक्ट किया था कि इंडिया एट द G20 एम्पावरिंग सस्टेनेबल फ्यूचर थ्रू गवर्नेंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी, लेकिन इससे पहले एक थोड़ी सी पृष्ठभूमि में आपको लेके जाना चाहूँगा। कल मेरे को एक साथी ने पूछा कि आपने ये सत्यम वद धर्मम चर का मोटो क्यों रखा है, कंपनी सेक्रेटरी की भूमिका इससे कैसे कनेक्ट होती है। तो मैंने उनको कहा कि आप गोस्वामी तुलसीदास की कर्मस्थली बनारस में हैं, जहाँ पर उन्होंने जो है रामचरितमानस की रचना की थी, और सुंदरकांड में वो लिख के गए कि सचिव वैद गुरु तीन जो प्रिय बोलहि भय आस, राज धर्म तन तीन कर होई बेगहि नास। सचिव राजा का मंत्री, वर्तमान समय में आप जो है कॉर्पोरेट बोर्ड में कंपनी सेक्रेटरी को जो है आपको कनेक्ट करना है, वैद डॉक्टर और जो है गुरु, ये तीनों अगर भय से मीठा बोलना शुरू कर दें तो राज्य का, धर्म का और शरीर का, तीनों का नाश हो जाता है। तो वर्तमान में कंपनी सेक्रेटरी की भूमिका बहुत बड़ी है। We have positioned ourselves like anything in the functioning of the corporate governance across the country, across the globe, and we are bound to do better in terms of the compliances of the corporate governance. तो मैंने उनको कहा कि सिर्फ इतनी ही बात नहीं है, आप थोड़ा सा जो है और पीछे जाएं तो रावण के दरबार में माल्यवंत नाम के एक सचिव होते थे, और उनके बारे में भी गोस्वामी जी ने लिखा कि माल्यवंत अति सचिव सयाना, तासु बचन सुन अति सुख माना, कि वहां भी जो एक बहुत अच्छा जो है सेक्रेटरी मौजूद था कि रावण को समझाने के लिए तत्पर रहता था कि आपको क्या आप गलत कर रहे हो, आप उसको सुधारो। आपने मां सीता का अपहरण किया, आपने गलत किया, आप भगवान श्री राम को ले जाके उनको सौंपो। तो ये सचिव की भूमिका है। उससे थोड़ा आगे जो है महाभारत काल में आप आइए, विदुर की क्या भूमिका थी। विदुर ने भी जो है कौरवों को जब गलत करते देखा तो बार बार समझाया कि देखो तुम ये गलत कर रहे हो पांडवों के साथ, तुमको ऐसा नहीं करना है, ये अच्छा है, ये अच्छा करना है। मैं समझता हूं वर्तमान समय में कॉर्पोरेट बोर्ड में, कॉर्पोरेट गवर्नेंस की फंक्शनिंग में कंपनी सेक्रेटरी की वही भूमिका है। और इस सबके लिए आप जो है जिम्मेवार हैं, जो अच्छे तरीके से काम करते हुए कॉर्पोरेट बोर्ड की फंक्शनिंग को ऊंचाइयों पर ले जाते हुए कंपनी सेक्रेटरी प्रोफेशन को आप एक नई दशा और दिशा दे रहे हैं। आप सबके लिए जोरदार तालियां। आई वुड लाइक टू टच अपॉन ब्रीफली द थीम ऑफ द दिस conference convention, India G20 empowering sustainable future through governance and technology. Very recently, India hosted the G20 summit at New Delhi in the second week of September, and our motto was Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future, to bring all the citizens of the world together and make the world better for everyone. The underlying principle was to have a society which is equitable and sustainable both. So in that direction only, we are going to deliberate and debate digital inclusion, MSME startup, women-led boards during next 3 days. And I'm sure the kind of faculties which we have engaged, the kind of experienced people who are coming as a faculty will add lot of value, and our deliberation will be highly enriched and fruitful. In this session, we have with us Shri K. Raja Ramanji. He is a authority in himself. Sir is going to deliberate upon the role of company secretaries in IFSCA regime. I am sure, sir, you are going to add a lot of value to this session, and we all company secretaries will be highly benefited. I once again welcome you here on the behalf of ICSI, on my personal behalf. Kindly give a big round of applause to Raja Ramanji. Thank you all. एक बार पुनः काशी में आप सबका हार्दिक अभिनंदन और स्वागत.
Thank you, sir, for the enthusiastic welcome. Let me now invite C.S. Manish Gupta, President, Institute of Company Secretaries of India, to deliver his presidential address.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. At the outset, I welcome you all to the 51st National Convention of Company Secretaries being organized by ICSI at the holy city of Varanasi. Shri K. Raja Ramanji, Chairperson, International Financial Services Center Authority at Gandhinagar, Ahmedabad. Dhananjay Shukla ji, my Central Council colleague, Ashish Mohan, Secretary, Devendra Suhag, Sonali, my Central Council colleagues in the Council, past presidents who are sitting here, delegates from overseas. I can very well see the Malaysian Association Company Secretaries, delegates are here. Delegates from the Bangladesh institutions are here. Delegates from the Kenya institutions are here. All senior members of the profession. Delegates who are present in the hall, as well as those who are connected through the virtual mode. Let me extend a warm welcome to each one of you to the 51st National Convention of Company Secretaries. Let me start with हर हर महादेव, क्योंकि कहते हैं ना, इन 3 शब्दों के बिना कोई भी चीज का शुरुआत शायद नहीं हो पाएगा. When we were discussing about the National Convention, the very first choice was Kashi. We started the preparation in the month of February, March itself, and we kept the theme synced with the G20. G20, which was we were like fortunate enough to have the presidency of the G20 this year, and we all have witnessed the way the India has showcased the strength to the entire world. And the discussion which were there in the G20 summit, we have kept the discussion synced with the G20 discussion which was taken place in the month of September at Delhi. We wanted that our company secretary should take a lead and contribute in the thought process of the government. They should come forward and provide their services and the corporates they are working with. with respect to the G20, with respect to the thought process, with respect to the discussion which has taken place in the G20 summit. In these 3 days, I'm sure many discussions would taken place at this platform, and many of the professionals would be benefited out of it. Today, we are fortunate enough to have with us K. Rajaramanji, IAS and Chairperson with the International Financial Services Center Authority at Ahmedabad. I still remember when I first visited the Gift City, I met Honorable Chairperson. And then only we requested him that we are organizing our 51st National Convention at Varanasi. You should come and deliberate your address. Some thought-provoking address has to be there from the chairperson himself, so that our members should be motivated. They should come forward. They should provide their services to the partners which are already registered with the Gift City. I'm really happy to share that your council has also decided to open up an office or the chapter at the Gandhinagar Gift City itself in the days to come. As we all are waiting for the presence of our Honorable Vice President of India, Honorable Governor of Uttar Pradesh, would also be sharing few of the initiative and the things which have been carried out by the Institute in the recent past. So till then, thank you very much for your participation in this mega event, and wishing you all 3 days of learning, 3 days of, I would say, spiritual learning and wisdom, and wishing you a happy and comfortable stay in the city of Varanasi. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. It is important to have a profound address which sets the tone of the day. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on, we have a special release of a publication today for the benefit of the fraternity. As we all are well aware, non-banking financial companies play a crucial role in the financial ecosystem. From microfinance to housing finance, asset management to peer-to-peer lending, and orthodox to modern lending, NBFCs offer a diversified and specialized array of financial products. With this background, I request C.S. Sonali Gupta to facilitate the release of a publication titled NBFC, a quick referencer at the hands of Shri Rajaraman, Chairperson, IFSCA. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a big round, please. The publication focuses on vital concepts pertaining to NBFCs, encompassing futuristic approach and scope for governance professionals in the arena of NBFCs. Ladies and gentlemen, that's a release of the publication, NBFC, a quick referencer. Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me immense pleasure to now invite our guest, Sri K. Rajaraman, Chairperson IFSCA, to share his words of wisdom and enlighten our audience. Over to you, sir.
So good afternoon to all of you. I think this is the green one. So it's my pleasure to address such a very large number of members of a very highly rated and very important professional body of the country. And I think so. This is something ICSI, as I was discussing with Mr. Manish, is a very valued partner in the progress of our country, and more so in the case of a growing ecosystem like Gift City IFSC. So I have a few thoughts to share with you. And I was provoked by your motto, which said Satyam Vada Dharmam Chara. So actually the Taittiriya Upanishad doesn't stop with that, it goes on somewhere more. And I was just recollecting a conversation with Mr. Krishnan just a few minutes ago. It also says Swadhyayan Ma Pramadavyam, which means that it is not only enough to speak the truth, but also have a complete commitment for learning. And I think the professional body that you have set up is a body which actually looks at continued learning, a lifelong learning process which enables you to bring in the highest levels of corporate governance in this country. So it's not a very easy task, because especially you're leading with the biggest companies, the most important leaders, corporate leaders of this country. So the corporate secretaries have a very, very important role in advising them properly. I think it's very important. Just like I demitted my office as Secretary to Government of India, I realized the importance of my job, I think, as an advisor to government. So you got to always be, a good learner yourself. Unless you learn, what can you advise? I think that's a very simple question. What would be the quality of your advice? So therefore, I guess, while speaking the truth, it's very important that you're also an expert. So it's very important. I think a lifelong commitment to learning is what I think you have all gathered for. And I'm sure that ICSI will, is always striving to bring that learning to all of you. So wish you all the best. Similarly, I think Mr. Shukla also spoke about Valmiki Ramayana. So I thought it's a very important thing, because I have been managing director of a few companies. So the role of a company secretary is very, very important, because I can now realize when I look back. So it's very important as a compliance officer to tell the management where you're going. I think whether you're doing right, whether you're slipping up somewhere, whether you got to correct yourself somewhere. So while you want to be pleasant always with your bosses, I think what it says is that pleasantness should not be at the cost of being untruthful, or truthful. So you have to be truthful at any cost. Even if you want to be pleasant, that's fine. But I guess you can't be untruthful. So this is something which I think which I guess everyone must adopt as our core values, as part of our professional ethics. Now let me switch to a different topic. I think we are all gathered here when I think we have just completed Amrit Kal. It's a wonderful, and I think it's a feeling of happiness and acceleration as the country is doing extremely well. I think both from a political viewpoint in the global platforms. Just now our friend Mr. Shukla and Mr. Manish spoke about her performance in G20. So India is now being noticed in global political platforms. Similarly, in the case of the economy is now today in such a pole position that I think we should all be proud to be Indians. I think we've always been proud to be Indians, but I think we can't be even. There can't be a prouder moment. I think when our country is a really bright spot amongst the overall. Element of uncertainty and so on and so forth. So while we do all that, I think it's very important that we get our fundamentals right. I think the fundamentals are about, say, when I refer to a book by Mr. Kishore, who wrote about the new Asian hemisphere, he talks about free market economics. It's very important that if you look at our development from 90s, I think our development has really gone up because of the fact that we decided to unclutter our democracy and our government by debureaucratizing it, cutting away at the layers of bureaucracy, and it's still going on. As late as 2023, very recently, I think the government passed the Jan Vishwas bill, which removed nearly about 180 plus elements of criminalization, some 39,000 compliances and so on and so forth. So this work is still on. I think we need to ensure that our governance systems, both in the corporate office as well as in government, I think needs to be simple, easy, and in a sense, I think enables competition, enables all of that. So if rules are not encouraging competition, encouraging merit, obviously I think you're setting the foundation for a weak and a very badly built system. Then I think it's very important. I think somebody spoke about digital. I think India's growth in the last several years has been founded on digital and technology. The Prime Minister also says that often. I think it's very important that all of us, be in whatever sphere of life, I think company secretaries are as much, a very important part of the overall tech, foundations of a company. I think because today corporate governance can be enabled significantly by use of technology. So that's a very, very important dimension of our growth, not only at the company level, but also at the national level. Then meritocracy. It's very important that when I talk about meritocracy, it's very important that we give the right signals everywhere, I think, be it in the marketplace or be it in the company. Unless we give the signals that we are going to reward the best, obviously then I think then there is a problem, I think. Obviously we are writing off our future. So it's very important that I think a culture of meritocracy where performance, where innovation and all of them get rewarded is very, very important. Then we need to have a culture of peace. Today we see wars breaking out in various parts of the world. That's very, very, how can one plan an investment? I think at a company level or at the national level when there is so much of uncertainty. I mean, no company can ever think when there's a crisis in the corner. So therefore, it's very important that I think we have a culture of peace. I mean, I think there can't be, if you are at war, then certainly I think we can't plan long-term things. Rule of law is very important. And you guys are the most important cornerstones of the rule of law. I mean, I think to establish a proper rule of law within an organization is probably one of your very important tasks. Then, of course, education and pragmatism. I will not dwell on all of that. If you look at India, I mean, I think India is one of the brightest spots in a very volatile, uncertain world. I think what they call as the VUCA world. We are celebrating 76 years of democracy. We have been through ups and downs, but I think we have managed to ride even the worst parts of our journey. I think in a very, very effective manner. I think thanks to all our strong institutions. I think so. Institution building is very important. That's what it shows. I think this very long experiment of 76 years of democracy tells us that building a strong institution is absolutely essential. I think as company secretaries, it's very important to build help and assist in building a very strong institution. I think if you can do that, then people may come and go, but that the institution will survive. I think that's very important. I think. And I think ICSI has also done that in that sense. So if you look at India's performance in capital flows, it's fantastic. I think we are going to touch $1 trillion maybe in a couple of years from now as exports. We are the 5th largest economy, very soon to become the 3rd largest economy. And we have a very strong and skilled young population. Of course, how skilled we are is a question mark. But I guess we are getting more and more skilled, and we have got a very strong young population who can help and aid and assist our growth process. And India is one of the brightest spots in terms of the growth rates, which I think is something to be happy about. But that's not something where we need to rest. We have to move forward. The last 9 years, fantastic reforms have been done in terms of tax reforms. You look at the corporate tax rates have been reduced, but tax collections have gone up. More and more people are paying taxes. In fact, yesterday I think there was a news item that about nearly 7.85 crore people have filed their tax returns. It's historic. So you cut tax rates and more people pay taxes. So this is the one of the laws of economics, I think. So I forget the name of that economist who put out that theorem. But I guess that's very, very important. I think the simpler you make it, the lighter you make it, I think the more is the greater acceptance in the system. Then you have the corporate tax collection also, which has gone up because of the slash of taxes. The GST is an example. It's a case of the biggest business and logistics reform in the country. There have been deep structural reforms like IBC, about which you know more about. Strict provisioning norms and recapitalization of banks have helped and built a very strong financial system, financial institutions. Financial inclusion has enabled 500 million bank accounts for the unbanked, 1.3 billion people on Aadhaar, 1.2 billion mobile phones, all put together have created a digital revolution, I think, which spans not only the financial sector, but also the commerce sector, I think. You go to any other sector, health or education or wherever, I think this is the fundamental. The Aadhaar, the India stack has become a kind of the unwritten foundation of all these, foundation element of all these systems. And then ease of doing business. I think we are still continuing away and cutting away at those layers of democracy, of bureaucracy, which actually help in enabling the growth to become faster. Now, if you look at our 2047 vision, about which a lot of discussions are happening in various levels, the secretaries, the departments, the institutions, the industry, all of them are talking about in the next 25 years, what are we going to do? So the aim is to become a $32 trillion economy, I think, and there are so many other things. In fact, the targets, several, maybe 3 dozen slides could be made on the 2047 targets. But the short point I want to make here is that it requires tremendous amounts of capital. I think without capital, I think all this is not going to happen. So we need, the Dun & Bradstreet had done a study recently, which tells us that we need about $18 trillion. And some of it, about $4 trillion for infrastructure and about $10 trillion to meet our net zero commitment. We have said, the Hon'ble Prime Minister has said that we will become net zero by 2070 and energy independent by 2047. This requires enormous amounts of capital. How are we going to raise it? So that's where I come to the GIFT City. I think it's a very important, there are so many ways of raising capital. Domestic saving is important. Our financial market trust is important, so that more and more people, even the ordinary man, will start saving. That's what has happened in the last several years. From almost less than 1 crore demat accounts, today we have nearly about 5-6 crore demat accounts. People are trusting the market. So a very trustworthy market, a trustworthy financial market where the rule of law is respected is very, very important for people to come and save and invest. That's very, very important. So I think my short presentation here is about how GIFT City is now planning to support and aid and assist India in the process of raising this capital and bringing global financial services to India's doorstep. The Honorable Prime Minister has said that GIFT City is a very important gateway to connect India with global opportunities. and it is a very important catalyst for growth. If you look at it, it's located in Gandhinagar. It's spread about 86 acres. I think there are about 3,300 acres which are now being added. It's a vertical city with about 4 million square feet in operation. About 15 million square feet is under development. It's about 40 minutes from Ahmedabad, 15 minutes from Gandhinagar, and about 20 minutes from the international airport. And we have a metro railway which is going to connect it by next year, and a high-speed railway by 2027, which will connect Mumbai. And there is an entertainment, retail, and commerce zone also under construction, I think. So the legal and regulatory architecture of GIFT City is very important, I think. So it's now a unified regulator. As we continue to review our regulations. And we have a special carve-outs from certain domestic laws to enable foreign investors to feel at ease. But that does not mean that we are free from certain very important restrictions like AML and CFT. I think the money laundering and financing of terrorism is something which is a complete no-no, and therefore the PMLA Act also applies to this jurisdiction. Though there are carve-outs from FEMA and many other jurisdictions. Yeah. So we have tax benefits, which is a complete corporate tax holiday for 10 years out of 15 years. The minimum alternate tax of 9%, and no commodity transaction tax or security transaction tax, etc. And there's a reduced withholding tax of 9% on interest paid on debt instruments, and the competitive tax regime for funds. And we have also incentives under the ITAS policy. So this is the overall set of businesses that are now set up shop in GIFT City, and I think I do not want to go too much into that. We have a banking ecosystem with about, I'll come to this a little later. There are about 30 regulations which have been put in place for banking, insurance, for the fund management, and also shortly there will be regulations for pensions as well. We also have regulations for ship leasing, aircraft leasing, etc., etc. We have now about 550 entities which are registered there. The monthly turnover on the stock exchange, there are 2 stock exchanges there, which has a monthly turnover of about $67 billion. The banking, there are about 27 banks which have an asset size of about $46 billion. And there are 6,000 people who work there, and so on and so forth, I think. I'll leave this presentation, which may be circulated to all the people. So I'll not go into details. Now, there are 11 foreign banks and 16 Indian banks. And largely, I think we have trade finance, ECBs being done out of this place. Very recently, I think even overseas derivative instrument also was written out of GIFT City, and we hope that business will grow. If you look at the capital market, we have the Singapore exchange, SGX, where Nifty 50 was trading. So this Nifty 50 was brought back to our shores, and today it trades in GIFT City Stock Exchange. So we have about 69 broker-dealers, 19 clearing members, 2 clearing corporations, 5 custodians, and 9 depository participants, etc. And there are 2 exchanges which are getting merged into one. Very shortly, direct listing of Indian companies will happen in GIFT City, hopefully by the first quarter of, the last quarter of this year. We have an active funds industry. There are about 78 fund managers who are registered and about 68 alternate investment funds registered. The total targeted corpus is about something like $19 billion, and nearly about a couple of $1 billion have been invested in India already. These are some of the fund managers who are currently stationed in GIFT City. We have also a very active bond market. I mean, about $52 billion worth of bonds have been listed out of GIFT City, out of which $10 billion are sustainable linked bonds. I mean, either green bonds or social bonds or sustainable linked bonds which have been listed. Even public sector undertakings have actually raised money out of GIFT City. We also have a fintech ecosystem. I think there are about 45 fintech companies, out of which 5 have been authorized to operate. They have trade financing, they have something to do with payments. There are asset tokenization fintech companies also as well. We also have an ancillary services ecosystem. Like people like you, like for instance, I have underlined that legal compliance and secretarial services can be hosted out of GIFT City. We want global companies to run these services out of GIFT City. And already if you look at it, Bank of America has got a 2,500 headcount tech office which operates out of GIFT City. IBM has, there are many, many other companies which operate. So we hope that maybe in some time from now, I think government will also authorize arbitration services and accounting services also out of GIFT City, which will enable us to expand global businesses. If you look at the upcoming businesses, we have insurance and reinsurance, which is going to be a very big thing. We are just trying to build it. And 2 minutes? Yeah. So we also have a bullion exchange. And I will, since the Honorable Vice President is on the way, I'll just conclude by saying, we request ICSI to consider setting up a global ICSI Center of Excellence, build a global compliance business, and also look at mutual recognition with other countries, and also encourage India-focused businesses abroad to relocate to GIFT City. With this, I end. I invite all of you to come for the Infinity Forum on December 9th and Vibrant Gujarat on January 10th and 11th. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful, prolific address and for enlightening the role of Company Secretary. I now request C.S. Dhananjay Shukla, Program Director and Council Member ICSI, to please give a memento to our guests. A huge round of applause. Let us now invite C.S. Ashish Mohan, Secretary ICSI, to kindly deliver his vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, all of you. Dignitaries on the dais, off the dais. Namaste and a very warm good afternoon to all of you. Dear members, the role of IFSCA catering to develop a strong global connect and focus on the needs of the Indian economy as well as to serve as an international financial platform for the entire region and the global economy as a whole is applaudable. I take this opportunity to extend our sincere gratitude to Shri K. Rajaraman, Chairperson, IFSCA, for of IFSCA and the opportunities for professionals. Thank you, sir, for that wonderful presentation and taking us through and sharing your words of wisdom and sparing your valuable time. Dear members, Shri Jagdeep Dhankhar, Honorable Vice President of India, and Srimati Anandiben Patel, Governor of Uttar Pradesh, are almost there in the premises, and we are eagerly waiting here to hear them. So wishing you all a very, very pleasant stay at the spiritual hub of the nation, Varanasi. Happy learning. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai ICSI.
Thank you, sir. That was indeed a great start, ladies and gentlemen, for this special event. Carrying the spirit and energy ahead, we are now passing on to the formal inaugural ceremony of the 51st National Convention of Company Secretaries.
As we prepare for the arrival of the chief guest, we request you all to kindly occupy your seats to meet the security protocols. It is requested to please be seated to meet the security protocols. We are shortly expecting the arrival of our chief guest, Honorable Vice President of India, Shri Jagdeep Dhankhar ji, and Shrimati Anandiben Patel, Governor of Uttar Pradesh, the guest of honor for the special event.
Ladies and gentlemen, since it is a high-profile event, you are requested to adhere to the security instructions being provided. You are requested to occupy your seats and abstain from moving out of the hall, please. Mobile phones may please be kept on silent mode. Your cooperation will be highly appreciated.
The security exercise will take a few minutes, and we are just about to have our chief guest in the convention hall. We request to kindly switch off your mobiles or put them on silent mode or aeroplane mode.
Dear esteemed guests, to take you through the first day of this mega event, we have just concluded the first special session. Now we'll pass on to the inaugural session. We are fortunate enough to have the Honorable Vice President of India, Shri Jagdeep Dhankhar, as a chief guest for the program today. We're also delighted to have Srimati Anandiben Patel, Governor of Uttar Pradesh, as a guest of honor for this special day.
पानी रखोगे ठंडा नहीं हो जाएगा। हाँ डेफिनेटली क्लियर है, वो तो हो ही गया ना, क्लियर है एकदम।
अच्छा, this will be required for the video release. Give it to
Ladies and gentlemen, we are delighted to announce the arrival of our guest. It's an absolute honor that the Honorable Vice President of India, Shri Jagdeep Dhankhar, has arrived at the venue.
I request President
Delighted to announce the arrival of our guest. It's an absolute honor that the Honorable Vice President of India, Shri Jagdeep Dhankhar, has arrived at the venue.
I request President ICSI, CS Manish Gupta, to kindly escort the Governor to the dais. I request President ICSI, CS Manish Gupta, Dr. Manoj Govil, and Honorable Governor to please escort our Honorable Vice President, Shri Jagdeep Dhankhar ji, to the dais, please. I request Dhananjay Shukla ji, Program Director and the Council Member ICSI, and CS Ashish Mohan, Secretary ICSI, to please join the dais.
Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause, for it's a joyous and a momentous occasion. Let's welcome Shri Jagdeep Dhankhar ji, Honorable Vice President of India, the Chief Guest of the 51st National Convention of Company Secretaries.
Let us also welcome the guest of honor, Srimati Anandiben Patel, Honorable Governor of Uttar Pradesh.
We also welcome Dr. Manoj Govil, Secretary, Ministry of Corporate Affairs. Ladies and gentlemen, would request you to kindly stand up for the national anthem.
पंजाब सिंधु गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तब जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
Would now request CS Manish Gupta, President ICSI, to kindly felicitate Honorable Vice President of India with a planter, shawl and a memento, extending our gratitude towards his valuable presence on this very special event. Huge round of applause, the audience.
Let's have a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Would also request CS Manish Gupta, President ICSI, to kindly felicitate the guest of honor, Shri Anandiben Patel, Honorable Governor of Uttar Pradesh. Ladies and gentlemen, CS Manish Gupta, President ICSI, felicitating the guest of honor, Srimati Anandiben Patel, Honorable Governor of Uttar Pradesh. Let's have a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
I would now request CS Manish Gupta, President ICSI, to kindly felicitate Dr. Manoj Govil, Secretary, Ministry of Corporate Affairs.
Ladies and gentlemen, CS Manish Gupta, President ICSI, felicitating Dr. Manoj Govil, Secretary, Ministry of Corporate Affairs. Thank you, sir.
Let us now call upon CS Manish Gupta, President of the ICSI, for the welcome address.
Good afternoon. Respected Vice President of Bharat, the Chief Guest for the 51st National Convention of Company Secretaries, I welcome you on behalf of the institute, its 72,000 members, and 2 lakh students. And on my personal behalf, I would like to thank you for gracing the occasion and making it memorable for each one of us. The guest of honor, Honorable Governor of Uttar Pradesh, Srimati Anandiben Patel ji, thank you for accepting our request and for gracing the occasion of 51st National Convention of Company Secretaries. The Company Secretaries of India functions under the aegis of Ministry of Corporate Affairs, and it is always a pleasure to welcome Dr. Manoj Govil, Secretary MCA, who is always helping and guiding ICSI in all its affairs. Dhananjay Shukla ji, my Central Council colleague, and Program Director Ashish Mohan, Secretary ICSI, galaxy of past presidents who are present here, past secretaries, Central Council members, past Central Council members, Regional Council members, Management Committee members, officials of the Ministry of Corporate Affairs and from the Varanasi administration, regulators, faculties for the various sessions, other dignitaries, international delegates, members, students, ladies and gentlemen. Very good afternoon to all of you. At the outset, let me extend a warm welcome to each and every participant who has joined the 51st National Convention at Varanasi, who all are present and witnessing this mega event, as well as who are witnessing this mega event through the virtual mode. I would like to brief the Honorable Vice President that more than 1,500 people have joined for the physical event, as well as 3,000 have joined through the virtual mode. Today is really a proud moment for every company secretary, not only because we are witnessing the 51st edition of the National Convention, which has a legacy of more than 50 years, but also because of the presence of our chief guest and the guest of honor, which has doubled the celebration and joy for every company secretary who is witnessing this. Sir, the profession of company secretaries was started way back in the year 1968 with few members, and today we are touching the lives of more than 3 lakh families, which includes a strong membership base of 72,000 and more than 2 lakh students who are pursuing this course. Sir, the institute is having its presence in almost all cities of India and represented through the network of 4 regional councils, 3 CCGRTs, which are the research institutions, 72 chapters, 6 overseas centers, study circles, study centers, and more than 200 academic collaboration with the central and state universities with which institute is having. We are the most humbly the largest body of governance professional in the world and working for its vision to be a global leader in promoting good corporate governance. Sir, the journey of National Convention of Company Secretaries was started way back in the year 1972 with the inauguration of the event at Delhi by then Honorable President of India, V.V. Giriji. I still remember that initiative was done by our past President, R. Krishnanji. He happens to be the youngest ever President of ICSI. He is still present in this hall. He started the concept of organizing the National Convention, and still we are organizing. And let me share with you, sir, we have not had given any break in organizing this National Convention for last 51 years. And during the COVID pandemic also, we had organized those events through the restricted protocols which were laid by the administration. So the institute has revised its syllabus and the curriculum last year on the lines of the new education policy which was introduced by the Honorable Prime Minister in the year 2020. Our intent and motto is to make our student future ready. At ICSI, and we are focusing on the employability, skill development, and specialization of students. I'm happy to share that the ICSI is the first institution to have full-fledged subject and papers like ESG and sustainability, CSR, artificial intelligence, ADR, cybersecurity, and many more. When we have introduced these new subjects, we have also planned a complete roadmap to implement the same at various levels, and the capacity building programs are being conducted for the members as well as for the students. I'm really happy to share that ICSI has incorporated a wholly owned company, Section 8 company, through which we will be establishing the ICSI International ADR Center at different locations. And let me share with all the members who are present in this hall that we are ready with the very first ADR Center, which is to be inaugurated very soon. And in the coming days, our members would be benefited out of it as an arbitration, as an arbitrator, as well as they can refer their dispute of their clients to those ADR centers. Sir, welfare of all our members and students and employees is always a priority of the Council. And in this regard, we have recently launched, in the presence of our Honorable President of India on 4th of October, a scheme for the group medical insurance for all the members, their families and employees. I'm sure that is going to benefit all the members in the days to come. At the same time, today we are going to release a booklet which covers each and every MOU and the tie-up Institute is having up to this time. That would be released by the hands of our Honorable Vice President and would be given to all the members so that they would be benefit out of it. So the company secretaries always treated as partners in the nation building. I feel extremely delighted and humbled to share that the Council has decided to give 100% waiver of fees at the time of registration in the CS course to all the Agnivees who have been inducted in the defense services under the Agnipath scheme of the Government of India. Sir, to conclude, we assure you that the ICSI shall keep on undertaking measures and initiative on all fronts, and Company Secretary will put on their best efforts to take legacy forward. With these promises, I once again express our heartfelt gratitude towards the Honorable Vice President of India, Honorable Governor of UP, and Secretary MCA for being with us. It is indeed a pleasure beyond words to have your gracious presence amongst us, and we are grateful to you for having accorded us this historical moment. I once again welcome all the delegates, faculties, guests, and all the participants to this holy city, wishing you all 3 days of learning and happy stay at the holy city Varanasi. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Would now request Dr. Manoj Goel, Secretary, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, to kindly address the gathering.
The chief guest of the day, Shri Jagdeep Dhankhar ji, Honorable Vice President of India. The guest of honor, Srimati Anandiben Patel ji, Honorable Governor of Uttar Pradesh. Shri Manish Gupta ji, Shri Ashish Mohan ji, Shri Dhananjay Shukla ji, council members of the ICSI, dignitaries, distinguished guests, professionals, students, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, I extend my heartiest greetings to the Honorable Vice President of India and the Honorable Governor of Uttar Pradesh for gracing the event. The kind presence of honorable dignitaries has made this day all the more memorable for each one of us. We look forward to hearing their words of advice and guidance. I'm happy to participate in the 51st National Convention of the Company Secretaries at this holy city of Varanasi. The gathering here represents 72,000 company secretaries and a large number of students as well who are engaged in monitoring, protecting, and promoting good governance in the corporate sector. Recently, I participated in the 55th Foundation Day function of the ICSI held at Vigyan Bhavan. I recall the words of the Honorable President of India, Srimati Draupadi Murmu ji, who commended the contribution of the ICSI in building a strong and capable India. It was also said that the Institute has demonstrated efficiency and proficiency and has set new dimensions and standards of excellence in accordance with its motto, Satyam Vad Dharmam Char, and that the future of India's corporate governance depends on the willpower and actions of company secretaries who can make in India a role model of good corporate governance as well as good governance. Friends, one of the primary mandates of my ministry, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, that I am secretary of, is the administration of the legal framework for companies. In recent years, we have made rapid strides to improve this legal framework, simplify procedures, and speed up decision making, with the important objective to ensure ease of doing business and a healthy environment for investment and corporate growth. In this direction, the various initiatives which have been taken by the ministry, and some of them I would like to share here today. The Honorable Finance Minister announced in the Union Budget of 23-24 a framework for public consultations. Now, we are working actively towards this framework. We will seek public consultations both for the existing set of rules and regulations and also before making new amendments in the rules and regulations. This is a part of a broader effort by Government of India to reduce compliance burden and make it easier for companies to do business. This is a great opportunity for all professionals, industry associations, and corporates to share their views, their ideas, and to participate in the process of lawmaking. All these regulations, all these rules are subordinate legislation, and often we hear from company secretaries and as well as other professionals that some of them are not suitably drafted or there are some ambiguities. So this is an opportunity for you to come forward and point it out to us, and then we'll examine it and hopefully we'll come up with a better set of regulations and rules. Now, recently, we also heard from a large number of stakeholders that the corporate exits in India are taking a large amount of time. And the voluntary exit used to take more than 1 year. Sometimes it even took 1.5, 2 years. Finance Minister announced in the budget that a Center for Processing Accelerated Corporate Exit would be set up. I'm happy to report here that this center has started functioning from 1st of May this year. And for the cases that it has dealt with, the average time taken is around 100 days. We propose to bring it slightly lower than 100 days, but it has come down for almost 500 days a couple of years back to around 100 days, which is very satisfying for us. We have also integrated the National Single Window System for incorporation of companies and LLPs with our system. So incorporation services can be availed through NSWS portal. Recently, we brought a amendment to do away with the cost imposed for shifting of companies. Then we have also allowed holding of AGMs and EGMs through video conferences. Now, this has been allowed till September 2024, but the general thinking is that we should make it a permanent feature, but that would require some amendments in law. And recently, we also gave a relaxation in additional fees to LLPs for who could not file Form 3, Form 4, or Form 11. And that, I think, has been helpful as far as LLPs are concerned. Now, I would also say here that ease of doing business, the social and economic development, and the safety and security of the country go hand in hand, they go together. The government has also put in some measures to ensure greater transparency, compliance with tax laws, and better congruence with the international norms about AML, anti-money laundering, and countering of financing of terrorism. Take, for example, the recent changes that we have done for dematerialization of securities of non-small private companies, conversion of share warrants issued under the old act, changes in the significant beneficial ownership regime for companies as well as LLPs. We would expect and encourage full cooperation for all professionals in ensuring compliance in this very important area, which is important not only for taxation purposes, but also for financial and economic security of the country. Friends, Company secretaries are playing an important role in revising the corporate world in decision making with their expert knowledge and critical thinking. You are the guardians of corporate governance in the corporate sector, and the Honorable Prime Minister himself mentioned in one of those meetings of professionals the power that is wielded by the professionals while they certify, whether it is a tax statement or whether it's a corporate statement. So that is the kind of trust that the government has reposed on the company secretaries. But I would take this opportunity to share that as far as the institute is concerned, ICSI, it has always helped the MCA in augmenting our initiatives. In particular, I appreciate the commendable support being given by the company secretaries in the CRC, the CSC, IEPFA authority, CPACE itself, which I mentioned, for various processes. Friends, as India progresses through Amrit Kal, professionals like you have a great responsibility to give your best to creating a more transparent, accountable, and efficient governance system in the country. As I said, the country has reposed great faith in the profession of company secretaries, and your actions should reflect the values and aspirations and meet the expectations of our nation. You would be proud that you have a big responsibility in ensuring an efficient and transparent functioning of India's corporate sector. To conclude, I would urge all of you to make use of this 3 days event for brainstorming, including brainstorming, as I said, on the changes that are needed in various corporate laws, regulations, rules, etc., etc. Even, for example, if there are some technological changes required, one can brainstorm on them also. And also network with fellow professionals and come up with new ideas for contributing significantly to progress of our nation, whether in corporate law or whether in other areas. I extend all my best wishes to all of you for a bright and productive future ahead. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we have with us Srimati Anandiben Patel, Honorable Governor of Uttar Pradesh, a very strong personality representing the changing phase of Indian women, the only female Chief Minister of Gujarat ever, the second female Governor of Uttar Pradesh after Sarojini Naidu, a teacher, a transformer, and an able administrator. Let's put our hands together for Srimati Anandiben Patel, Honorable Governor of Uttar Pradesh, and would request ma'am to please address the gathering.
इतना लंबा है चलेगा। देश के माननीय उपराष्ट्रपति श्री जगदीप धनखड़ जी, कॉरपोरेट कार्य मंत्रालय भारत सरकार के सचिव डॉक्टर मनोज गोयल जी, भारतीय कंपनी सचिव संस्थान के अध्यक्ष श्री मनीष गुप्ता जी, संस्थान के सचिव श्री आशीष मोहन जी, इस अधिवेशन के निर्देशक श्री धनंजय शुक्ला जी, देश के विभिन्न राज्यों से आए हुए कंपनी सचिवगण, उपस्थित अन्य महानुभाव, देवी और सज्जनों, बाबा काशी विश्वनाथ की पावन नगरी वाराणसी में आयोजित भारतीय कंपनी सचिव संस्थान के कंपनी सचिवों के 91वें राष्ट्रीय सम्मेलन के उद्घाटन समारोह में उपस्थित देश के माननीय उपराष्ट्रपति श्री जगदीप धनखड़ जी का मैं हार्दिक स्वागत एवं अभिनंदन करती हूँ। मुझे विश्वास है कि माननीय उपराष्ट्रपति महोदय के विचार और ज्ञान हम सभी के लिए उपयोगी एवं प्रेरणादायी होंगे। इसके साथ ही मैं इस राष्ट्रीय सम्मेलन में आए हुए सभी प्रतिनिधियों का भी अभिनंदन करती हूँ। देश की सांस्कृतिक नगरी एवं आध्यात्मिक राजधानी काशी में कंपनी सचिवों का राष्ट्रीय सम्मेलन का आयोजन होना हम सभी के लिए गौरव की बात है। कंपनी सचिव सार्वजनिक एवं निजी क्षेत्र की कंपनियों के लिए एक महत्वपूर्ण पद होता है। यह कॉरपोरेट की चेतना का रक्षक होता है। कंपनी सचिव का दायित्व होता है कि वह दक्षतापूर्वक प्रबंधन करने के साथ कंपनी कानूनों का पालन कराते हुए अपनी संस्था को प्रगति के पथ पर आगे ले जाए। इसके लिए कंपनी सचिव को सघन प्रशिक्षण की आवश्यकता होती है। इस दिशा में भारतीय कंपनी सचिव संस्थान अपनी महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभा रहा है। अगर यह कहा जाए कि भारतीय कंपनी सचिव संस्थान देश के लिए उच्च कोटि के सचिवों को तराशने का महत्वपूर्ण कार्य करता है, तो इसमें किसी प्रकार की कोई शंका नहीं है। एक सशक्त और समर्थ भारत के निर्माण में भारतीय कंपनी सचिव संस्थान का योगदान सराहनीय है। इस संस्थान का आदर्श वाक्य सत्यम वद धर्मम चर, यानी सत्य बोलो और नियम कानून का पालन करो के अनुकूल कार्य करने का आह्वान करता है। आपकी दी हुई सही या गलत सलाह देश के कॉरपोरेट गवर्नेंस को प्रभावित करता है। कंपनी सचिव के रूप में आप अनेक महत्वपूर्ण निर्णयों का हिस्सा होते हैं। इसलिए यह जरूरी है कि आप यह सुनिश्चित करें कि जिस भी संगठन के साथ आप जुड़े हैं वो आने वाली पीढ़ी की आवश्यकताओं से समझौता किए बिना वर्तमान पीढ़ी की आवश्यकताओं को पूरा करें। इसके साथ ही देश में मौजूदा प्रत्येक कंपनी कानून का पालन करें, अपने वही खाता गड़बड़ी न करें, पूरी पारदर्शिता रखें। आप अपनी जिम्मेदारी जिस तरह से निभाते हैं उसी से देश के कॉरपोरेट संस्कृति का पता चलता है। मित्रों, आपके कार्य ऐसे होने चाहिए जो भारत को विश्व पटल पर स्थापित कर सके। देश के माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में आज भारत सभी क्षेत्रों में आगे बढ़ रहा है। वह चाहे आर्थिक क्षेत्र हो या सामाजिक, सभी दिशा में तेजी से आगे बढ़ रहा है। हमारा भारत दुनिया में 5वें नंबर की अर्थव्यवस्था है। प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का लक्ष्य इसे टॉप 3 पर लाने का है। देश की ये अर्थव्यवस्था ग्रोथ हमारे युवाओं के लिए अपार अवसर लेकर आएगी। केंद्र व राज्य सरकार निवेश बढ़ाने के और आर्थिक विकास को गति देने के लिए हर आवश्यक कदम उठा रही है। ये विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य को हासिल करने की दिशा में एक जरूरी कदम है। ऐसे में यह और भी महत्वपूर्ण हो जाता है कि हमारे प्रोफेशनल्स न केवल क्षमतावान और योग्य हो बल्कि साहसी और सृजनशील भी हो। कंपनी सचिवों के 91वें राष्ट्रीय सम्मेलन का विषय एम्पावरिंग की सस्टेनेबल फ्यूचर थ्रू गवर्नेंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी, जो समसामयिक और सार्थक है। प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी के नेतृत्व में भारत ने जिस प्रकार विकास के लिए, समावेशन के लिए, भ्रष्टाचार मिटाने के लिए, व्यापार को आसान बनाने के लिए, जीवन जीने में आसानी बढ़ाने के लिए डिजिटल तकनीकों का उपयोग किया है, वह विकासशील देशों के लिए मॉडल और टेम्पलेट है। एक बाजार के रूप में भारत न केवल आबाद हो रहा है बल्कि प्रक्रियाओं का सरलीकरण भी किया जा रहा है। उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार ने पिछले 5 वर्षों में व्यापार करने में आसानी, निवेश, विनिर्माण और निर्यात, रोजगार में अभूतपूर्व प्रगति, कृषि और संबंध क्षेत्रों में उत्पादन तथा खरीद, बुनियादी ढांचे, कनेक्टिविटी और पर्यटन के साथ सकल लाभ सुनिश्चित किया है। उत्तर प्रदेश 774 सरकारी सेवाएं ऑनलाइन प्रदान कर रहा है। नेशनल ई गवर्नेंस सर्विस डिलीवरी असेसमेंट 2021 इंडेक्स के अनुसार उत्तर प्रदेश में 85% से अधिक के अनुपालन के साथ बड़े राज्यों के बीच पोर्टल और सेवा पोर्टल के मूल्यांकन में दूसरे स्थान पर है। वर्ष 2021 के मूल्यांकन में निवेश मित्र नामक एकीकृत पोर्टल पर उत्तर प्रदेश की एक अनुकरणीय पहल को भी शामिल किया गया है। मुझे ये बताते हुए यह प्रसन्नता हो रही है कि 96 लाख से अधिक MSME वाले सभी राज्यों में उत्तर प्रदेश पहले स्थान पर है। उत्तर प्रदेश में निर्यात लगातार बढ़ रहा है। GGI की वर्ष 2021 की रिपोर्ट में बताया भी गया है कि उत्तर प्रदेश में आशातीत वृद्धि हुई है। उत्तर प्रदेश ने वाणिज्य और उद्योग में शीर्ष स्थान प्राप्त किया है और सामाजिक कल्याण तथा विकास और न्यायपालिका एवं सार्वजनिक सुरक्षा में भी वृद्धि हुई है। मित्रों, संपूर्ण देश में G20 देशों की बैठकें हुई। वाराणसी में भी पहली बैठक 17 अप्रैल 2023 को, दूसरी बैठक विकास मंत्रियों की 11 से 13 जून 2023 तक तथा 17 से 20 अगस्त 2023 तक यूथ 20 शिखर सम्मेलन का आयोजन हुआ। G20 नई दिल्ली घोषणा में स्थानीय मूल्य निर्माण और MSME के सामने आने वाली चुनौतियों की पहचान करने और MSME को अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर जोड़ने का लक्ष्य शामिल था। मुझे विश्वास है कि उत्तर प्रदेश G20 के लक्ष्यों के अनुरूप हमारी राष्ट्रीय और अंतर्राष्ट्रीय प्राथमिकताओं को आगे बढ़ाएगा। उत्तर प्रदेश में विकास के लिए और महिलाओं के सशक्तिकरण के लिए जो काम हुआ है वह पूरा देश देख रहा है। मुख्यमंत्री कन्या सुमंगला योजना, आयुष्मान योजना, उज्ज्वला योजना, प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना, बैंक सखी और स्वयं सहायता समूह के माध्यम से प्रदेश की महिलाएं सशक्त और समृद्ध भी हो रही है। इसके साथ ही प्रदेश सरकार ने किसानों के हितार्थ कई ऐतिहासिक फैसले लिए हैं। प्रधानमंत्री किसान सम्मान निधि योजना के अंतर्गत धनराशि DBT के माध्यम से किसानों के खाते में सीधे हस्तांतरित की गई है। इसी तरह प्रदेश में प्रधानमंत्री किसान मानधन योजना में लाभार्थियों को कार्ड उपलब्ध कराए जा रहे हैं। देश के विकास का रास्ता हमारे उत्तर प्रदेश से ही होकर जाता है। भारत के इस हृदय स्थल में कृषि हो, फूड प्रोसेसिंग हो या डेयरी हो, स्टार्टअप, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट, रक्षा उत्पादन आदि ऐसा कोई सेक्टर नहीं है जिसके लिए उत्तर प्रदेश में संभावनाएं न हो। प्रदेश सरकार ने राज्य में औद्योगिक निवेश को रोजगार सृजन से जोड़ते हुए अनेक नीतियां बनाई हैं। यही कारण है कि यहाँ की सुदृढ़ कानून व्यवस्था और बेहतर उद्योग नीतियां को देखते हुए देश और विदेश के औद्योगिक समूह निवेश कर रहे हैं। आज के अवसर पर मैं राष्ट्रपिता महात्मा गांधी के उन शब्दों को याद करना चाहूँगी जिसमें उन्होंने कहा था कि अपने विचारों को सकारात्मक रखें, क्योंकि आपके विचार ही आपके शब्द बनते हैं। आप अपना व्यवहार सकारात्मक रखें, अपनी आदतें सकारात्मक रखें और अपने मूल्यों को सकारात्मक रखें, क्योंकि यही आपकी नियति बनती है। कोई भी देश और प्रदेश समृद्धता और विकास के शिखर पर तभी पहुंच सकता है जब वहाँ की हर इकाई अपना सर्वोच्च देश के लिए समर्पित करने को तत्पर हो। अंत में मैं माननीय राष्ट्रपति महोदय का आभार व्यक्त करती हूँ कि उन्होंने अपनी उपराष्ट्रपति को अपने कीमती समय हम सबके लिए दिया और राष्ट्र कार्यक्रम की शोभा बढ़ाई। इसी के साथ मैं इस राष्ट्रीय सम्मेलन के सफल आयोजन की कामना भी करती हूँ। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
Thank you, Madam, for encouraging the professionals and the professionalism. Your vital words will go a long way towards contributing a sustainable future. Madam, we are proud enough to convey that almost 50% of the company secretaries in India are women. Let us have a big round of applause for the empowered women of our country. Thank you. Going ahead, on this momentous occasion, ladies and gentlemen, the institute is unveiling some of its very important releases. Would now request C.S. Manish Gupta, President, to facilitate the releases at the hands of our honorable dignitaries. To mark the 51st National Convention of Company Secretaries, the institute has come up with a souvenir. The souvenir is a collection of articles highlighting new developments on the theme India at the rate G20, empowering sustainable future through governance and technology, and the sub-themes of the convention. Let's have a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. The release of the souvenir for the 51st National Convention of Company Secretaries. Ladies and gentlemen, over the years, the Institute has launched various schemes for the benefit of the members. With the intent to facilitate the members, the Institute has collated the details of the major schemes. ICSI is proud to release a booklet, a handbook on benefits for the members of ICSI, which we think shall go a long way in supporting the members. Ladies and gentlemen, release of the handbook on benefits for the members of ICSI. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause, please. Handbook on the benefits for the members of ICSI.
With the changing business environment and increasing complexities, the work and responsibilities associated with the company secretary in practice have enhanced multifolds. To keep pace with the changing dynamics of the profession, ICSI has come out with ICSI Management and Development of Company Secretaries in Practice Guidelines 2023, consolidating the guidelines applicable on company secretaries in practice in a simplified manner.
Ladies and gentlemen, the release of the ICSI Management and Development of Company Secretaries in Practice Guidelines 2023. Let's have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Reshaping business landscapes, altering stakeholder expectations, regulatory scenarios remodeled with ESG principles are elevating corporate boardroom discussions towards sustainability the world over. Exploring the potential opportunities for professionals in this global transformation, the ICSI is launching a forum for raising dedicated deliberations under the aegis of ESG Conclave. Let's have a big round. We are releasing the flyer for ESG Conclave, which shall be a series of awareness and competency building programs. The flyer for ESG Conclave.
The increased focus on good governance demands skilled professionals who are aware of domestic as well as international regulatory regimes. To keep pace with the changing dynamics and to provide a comprehensive learning environment to stakeholders, ICSI is organizing 3rd International Conference in the Lion City, Singapore on 5th and 6th of April 2024 in association with ICSI Overseas Center, Singapore.
Let's have a big round, ladies and gentlemen.
The Institute of Company Secretaries of India, in association with ICSI Overseas Center, Singapore, is organizing its 3rd International Conference on 5th and 6th April 2024 in the Lion City, Singapore. Discover a wealth of knowledge and diversity of perspectives. Join for an insightful learning experience. For more details, log on to www.icsi.edu.
Let's have a big round, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you everyone for facilitating the releases. Now we pass on to the presentation of some major awards.
Would humbly request the dignitaries to kindly present the Best Regional and Best Chapter Award 2022.
With this background, here we go with awards for the Best Regional Council and the Best Chapter Awards 2022. To start with, the award under FAST category, the Best Emerging Chapter Award for the year 2022, and the award goes to Palakkad Chapter of Southern India Regional Council of ICSI. To receive the awards, I request C.S. Sajeev, the then chapter chairman, to come out to the dais and collect the awards. Our next category is Best Chapter Awards in the Silver Grade for the year 2022, and the award goes to Nashik Chapter of Western India Regional Council of ICSI. To receive the award, I request Mr. Amit Kumar, the then chapter in charge, to come to the dais.
Best Chapter Award in Gold Grade for the year 2022 goes to Kochi Chapter of SIRC of ICSI. To receive the award, I request CSB Mithun Shinoy, the then chapter chairman, and Ms. Smita Subin, the chapter in charge, to please come on the dais.
Next award category is Best Chapter Awards in Platinum Grade for the year 2022. And the award goes to Indoor Chapter of WARC of ICSI. To receive the award, I request CS Arvind K. Meena, the then chapter chairman, and CS Praveen Gupta, the chapter in charge, to please come over to the dais. Best Chapter Awards in Platinum Grade, Indoor Chapter of WARC of ICSI. Ladies and gentlemen, Best Chapter Awards in the Diamond Grade for the year 2022 goes to Bangalore Chapter of SARC of ICSI. To receive the award, I request CS Naman G. Joshi, the then chapter chairman, and Ms. Noor Sumaya, chapter in charge, to come to the dais to collect the awards.
National Best Chapter Award 2022.
The National Best Chapter Awards 2022, and the award goes to Kochi Chapter of Southern India Regional Council of ICSI. To receive the award, once again request CS Midun Shenoy, the then chapter chairman of Kochi Chapter, and Ms. Smita Subin, the chapter in charge, Kochi Chapter, to come out to the dais to collect the awards. National Best Chapter Awards 2022, Kochi Chapter bagging the award. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
The audience, next award category, National Best Regional Council Award 2022. The award goes to Western India Regional Council of ICSI.
Big
to
round of
receive the
applause.
award, I request CS Rajesh Shitarpara, the then chairperson of WIRC and current council member, and Mr. Sanjay Kumar Nagar, the then regional director of WIRC, to please come on the dais.
National Best Regional Council Award, Western India Regional Council. Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam. Congratulations to all the winners. Let's have a big round of applause for all the winners. Awards are definitely moral boosters and stimulators to the winners and the participants. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment which we all have been eagerly waiting for. Let's put our hands together for the Honorable Vice President of India as we request Sir to kindly enlighten our much-awaiting audience.
Good afternoon, all of you. Honorable Governor of Uttar Pradesh, the largest state of Bharat, Shrimati Anandiben Patel, and when her introduction was imparted, everyone clapped, and rightly so. Honorable Governor is spinally very strong, enormously gifted, and in every position, be that of a state minister, be that of chief minister, be that of governor, be that of chancellor, she has set very high benchmark and exemplified the position by affirmative, massive contribution, which we all need to emulate. In the country, she is one of the very few who brings on the table experience of education, governance, and societal cause serving. Her presence here is motivational and inspirational for all of us. Dr. Manoj Govil, Secretary, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, he rendered a very thoughtful and thought-provoking discourse. He enlisted the challenges, the opportunities, the affirmative steps being taken by the government, governance being rendered easy, and also indicated expectations from you all. I am sure with him at the helm of affairs on the governmental side is a great advantage to this organization. Shri Manish Gupta, President of ICSI, well, he can thank me. I was Governor of the State of West Bengal, and he was Vice President. I attended the function. It was a very involved function, and that too in the city of joy. You are now in the city of spirituality. Shri Ashish Mohan, Secretary, I am happy and delighted to note, ma'am, synergy between two of them. Normally, President and Secretary do not get on well. They are an excellent team. Shri Dhananjay Shukla, Program Director, he carries everything on his shoulders because your next 3 days deliberations depend on him. I have no doubt you will have very productive, involved 3 days of interaction and at a place which matters now globally. Shri Sunil Gupta, Secretary to Vice President, a 1987 batch IAS officer from this state, cadre is West Bengal, and an alumni of IIT Kanpur. Distinguished audience and company secretaries. To be here on this 51st National Convention of Company Secretaries is a delightful moment for me. I congratulate the organizers for 2 aspects in particular. One, the theme, and the theme is absolutely relevant from current perspective and contemporaneous ecosystem. And the theme is India at G20, empowering sustainable future through governance and technology. And second, काशी को चुना, काशी विश्वनाथ को चुना। वो काशी जो दुनिया की काया पलटती है, यहाँ आकर धन्य हो जाता है, यहाँ की मिट्टी को हर कोई नमन करता है। It is the spiritual city of the world. It is nerve center and epicenter of everything which is sublime. और दूसरी महत्वपूर्ण बात, जिसने काशी की काया पलटी है, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री, वो देखकर मैं अभिभूत हूँ। 15 साल पहले काशी आया था। आने से पहले पूरी जानकारी ली। विश्वास नहीं हो रहा है कि काशी में इतना बड़ा सकारात्मक बदलाव आना, कल्पना से परे बदलाव आना, ये तो महारथी काम है। पर आजकल सब कुछ मुमकिन है, क्योंकि यही सही समय है। I express a deep sense of gratitude to the people of Kashi Banaras for having elected Shri Narendra Modi as our Prime Minister, because he is a member of parliament from this place. His vision, mission, dedication, directional approach has taken Bharat to phenomenal heights. You all are aware of it more than I do, because you are directly involved with the growth trajectory of this nation. I am, friends, not guided by perception. Some people may take an exception to it, that how come a constitutional office holder like me is reflecting. It is not politics. I am not a stakeholder in politics. You are not a stakeholder in politics in that sense of the term. But we all collectively are stakeholders in governance. What the nation has seen in last 10 years has been beyond our dreams, imagination, and the world is stunned. I was elected to Parliament for the first time in 1989. I was a member of Parliament. I was part of the Union government as a minister. I am reflecting on a scenario which you are aware. Our foreign exchange was fluctuating between $1 billion and $2 billion. You know it. You all know it. And youngsters must have gathered it from others. In physical form, gold of this country had to be airlifted, to be placed to 2 banks so that we can sustain our financial credibility. And now, our foreign exchange reserve is more than 600 billion. These epochal developments have taken place because the beginning was made in Kashi in 2014. This country suffered a temporary article, Article 370, that denied people of Jammu and Kashmir of fundamental rights. A temporary article was taken to be a permanent article. That is no longer available in our constitution, thankfully. Again, Kashi. We had a contentious issue. And we are a country that believes in our preamble of the Constitution. Here is a Prime Minister who brought about through judicial mechanism Ram Mandir being fructified, and we all look forward to January 2024. Friends, the theme of your 3-day deliberations, India at G20, and the subject you have chosen, will lay the foundation of what Bharat will be at 2047. Your deliberations will determine our course of action, our fast tracking of journey to 2047, when we have centenary of our independence being celebrated. You therefore have captured mood of the nation at the moment. And everyone present here in the audience is a nerve center, epicenter of a change in the commercial world, and a change for the better, a change that will give stability to economy and also gallop it within the regulatory regime. Each one of you here, I have no doubt, is a foot soldier of taking Bharat at 2047. There was a reflection, rightly so, by the Honorable Governor. She reflected our economy being at number 5. Who knows better than people in this room that only a decade ago, Bharat was being counted as fragile 5. वो कहते हैं ना, छू दोगे तो बिखर जाएगा, ऐसा वातावरण बन गया था. We were amongst those 5 countries whose economy was burdensome on the world. The world was worried about it. And look at the journey we have traversed. In 2022, September, a moment of great pride for all of us. We became the world's 5th largest global economy. But there is a special dimension to it. In the process, we overtook whom? Which nations? Great Britain. They ruled over us for a century. France. And my dear friends, you know it. It is certain by 2030, for sure, we would have overtaken Japan and Germany to be the third largest global economy. Could anyone imagine a few decades ago that we would overtake economies of Great Britain, Japan, France, Germany? No. But now our target is set. Bharat has to be at pinnacle, and it will be. This is on account of two fundamental factors that have already emerged. And again, the people in this room know about it because they were exposed to it. Power corridors were infested with corrupt elements. For every work, there had to be a power broker. There were agents who were extra legally leveraging decision making in the corridors of power. Where have they gone? Totally disappeared. Power corridors have been fully neutralized of corrupt elements. And now the normal norm is transparent, accountable, efficient governance. Less government, more governance. This has catalyzed into our growth trajectory, which is exponential. And the credit goes to the determined government policies, affirmative government policies. Another aspect which has resulted in our growth, which the world is stunned, and that is we have now an ecosystem where anyone is in a position to unleash one's potential energy and achieve aspirations. Friends, as Governor State of West Bengal, in 2019, I headed a group of 10 governors. The other governors were far more experienced than I was. I was chairing that session. We had to deliver a report on ease of governance. I therefore came to be fully exposed to the problems the people in industry, business and trade face. But what is more significant is the enlightened vision of the Prime Minister. He thought of involving the governors, constituting a task force to render a report, and in the process, our team was being assisted by Niti Aayog. These fundamental changes have taken place. In all these changes, you have a major role to play. Company secretaries, as custodians of corporate governance, play multifaceted and indispensable role in the realization of this vision. By your actions in togetherness, you have made it a ground reality, and I'm sure you'll continue with your good sublime efforts. The role of the company secretary has evolved over the years. Once considered as record keepers, they are now transformed into key pillars of governance and compliance within organizations, upholding the principles of transparency, ethics, accountability in corporate governance. I must congratulate the government. The Honorable Secretary is here. There was a time when independent director post was just a post. You become independent director, and that is the end of it. Now there is heavy obligation on independent director. And obligations on you correspondingly are many more. Let me tell you, friends, it was around mid-2002, a global accounting firm counted as one of the top 5. It collapsed. You know that. it is not appropriate for me from this forum to give out the name. Why? Because the company, the accounting company, the auditing company that was required to take care of the interest of investors and everyone else totally ingratiated itself with management. Made available on the plate what the management wanted. You know it more than I do. Books have been written about it. And then we had an act in that country, and that act, you know, Sarbanes-Oxley Act of 2002. We in our country are now far ahead of that. Our mechanism, thanks to governance, initiatives and policies, is now far more rigorous and demanding. But in the process, you'll find the governance is facilitating you if you are on the right side. Therefore, since world is one to the extent economy is concerned, as professionals, you will have to detach yourselves from the management objectives if they want a particular kind of direction. By statutory implications, you are to effect compliances of very important aspects. There was a time when our industry went into bad times and no one had an idea how to get out of it. You know it more than I do, that now there is a mechanism in place, the exit route. These are very wholesome things. But if you slightly bend, trust me, the bending will never stop. You therefore have to exhibit meticulously, scrupulously, the highest standards of professionalism that attend only to rule of law. And that will take the country a long way. Friends, I am picking up courage to say so because I am in the spiritual heart of India. It is this place which has taught the world for ages what is ethics, what is morality, what is spirituality. So you have chosen such a good place that you can go absolutely charged to deliver for the nation and discharge your obligations as envisioned by law. Friends, effective governance is fundamental to wealth creation. And wealth creation has to be equitable. It cannot be otherwise. We are a democratic nation home to 1/6 of humanity. You would have seen the steps which could never be imagined have been taken for the common man. Did we ever conceive in a country of our size and diversity that there will be toilet in every home? There will be nal and jal in every home? There will be a gas connection? The needy will get affordable housing? The empowerment of women will be to that extent that they will be generating employment for others? We never thought. Look at the scale, size of the situation and challenge, and a matching performance. You all have to play a great role in this. I would briefly reflect on corporate social responsibility. You know it more than anyone else what it is. Am I right? You are an insider. You will have to work for a mechanism that makes it absolutely accountable, directional, totally neutralized of patriotism, patronage, and favoritism. Corporate social responsibility because by virtue of law, you have at your disposal a fund. That fund utilization, channelization has to be national interest. And I have no doubt you shall do it because you are at Kashi. We Indians are genius. We learn very quickly. Someone may not teach us. It is land of Eklavya. We search our own teacher. The teacher may not know it. And that skill we have developed. And that is our entrepreneurship. If you go to traditional Marwadi families, Gujarati families, do they need an IIM degree or a foreign degree to learn what business is? It is there in their DNA. You only have to inspire the younger generation. One particular task, since most of you are younger to me, I am giving to you. The senior members in business act as supervisors. They don't allow you to make mistakes. They fear failure. They get into conventional route. I appeal to you on 3 fundamentals which are critical to this government. And they all are your brief. 1, economic nationalism. We have, with our neighbor, a trade deficit of more than 100 billion. Is it justifiable? Is it generated out of situations which we can't have in our country? Trade, business, industry have to get together at the level of chamber, at the level of your associations. Take a call. You will be doing great justice to this nation, and the economy will improve. It will have a second positive aspect also. The moment you go for what the Prime Minister has indicated in his Mann Ki Baat latest, vocal for local, not only foreign exchange will be saved, there will be generation of employment. There will be tax available to the government. Friends, on 15th August 1947, we are tryst with destiny. Am I right? We got freedom. Prime Minister Modi, when he introduced the GST regime with which you are concerned, one of the world's most reformative tax mechanism, it was also at midnight. It was in Parliament, and that was tryst with modernity. So this change from tryst with destiny to tryst with modernity, you have to take it to the next level. Initially, there were unnecessary issues. I'm happy and glad, and I congratulate your category and others also in the line. They have understood the worth of it, and we are moving ahead in the right direction. I have no doubt our rise is linked as a global force today undeniably to vibrant entrepreneurship and innovation. But on that, I will make one request to you. It is the business community, the trading community, the industry community that sends our raw material outside the country. Now look at writing on the wall. The moment raw material leaves our shores, we do 2 things. It pronounces that either we have no capacity to add value to that, or we take the soft route of making quick buck, as they say, and others make money by adding value to that. You can generate an environment to ensure that our raw material must be value added, must be branded here. If that were to happen, again 2 things. In the process of value addition, the governments will get taxation, rewards, and there will be employment. Moreover, the entrepreneurship will flourish. Since I am before a very enlightened gathering, look at the vision of the present government. There are not countries in double digit that contemplate quantum computing. We are doing it. There are not many countries in the world who are focused on hydrogen mission. We have enough funds earmarked. You being in that particular line, you know, an investment of more than 8 lakh crores will come in that area itself, leading to massive employment generation. Now, you as vigilant people have to enlighten the entrepreneurs. We are one of the early countries to take lead in 6G. The kind of technological penetration we are having up to the village level has baffled the world. And just imagine the kind of transparent mechanism. I belong to a farmer's family. 110 million farmers, 3 times a year, get money in their account directly. Now, it is not important that the government has capacity to send money to them. What is important is that the farmer in the village has equipped himself because of government policies, having a bank account, having a technological mechanism to receive that amount. And that amount is currently more than 2,60,000 crores. The point I am making is that India is on the rise as never before. The rise is unstoppable. It is backed by robust economic performance, earning praise from international financial agencies. I personally have the occasion to interact with IMF president on 3 occasions. And on 3 occasions out of conviction, including at G20, she said, India is a bright star in economic development at the moment and most favored global destination for investment and opportunity. You have 2 friends. Ensure that more people get into the net and avail the opportunities. Others will miss the point, but you will not. A decision taken at G20, the corridor. This corridor in some shape was in existence thousands of years ago. Now we have a corridor endorsed by G20, which means Bharat, Middle East, and Europe. Look at the enormous opportunities that are opened for everyone, our youth in particular. It is a time when our hope index is the highest in the world. And the World Bank gentleman, he studied the point. He is a man who is known to be rooted in ground. He said, I am surprised, stunned. I recognize the digital infrastructure that India has created in 6 years is unrivaled, unprecedented, and was not possible even in 47 years. We have done in 6 years, and that is a reality on the ground, you know it. Friends, governance chapter is now being rewritten. There is a new norm. None is above the law. He may be anyone, high or mighty, lineage or succession. You have to be accountable to law. You cannot get away from law. That is the new norm. We are in Amrit Kal. Our Amrit Kal, because of Kartavya commitment of the Prime Minister, has become for all of us Gaurav Kal. We are living in Gaurav Kal at the moment because You have frequent occasions to go abroad. Have you ever seen respect for Bharat ever before to the extent you see now? Have you ever seen before the value of our passport? Have we ever seen impactful presence on global scenario of Indian Prime Minister? Anywhere else during earlier regime? No. When the Prime Minister addressed United States Senate and Congress, look at the response of everyone present here when he said AI. Everyone thought it was artificial intelligence. He said it is America, India, two democratic nations that have to shape the destiny of the world. Friends, there was a reflection that you are taking initiative in having alternative dispute resolution mechanism. I have had the good fortune to be member of ICC International Court of Arbitration. I know commercial disputes, if they go to the system of arbitration or they go to the court, they take years. We may say it or not, but efficacy of arbitral mechanism in the country has not turned out to be very productive. It adds one more tier to the conventional litigation adjudication. When I was there in the court at Paris, we devised a mechanism. I appeal to you, and I will be happy to entertain in Delhi at Uprashtrapati Niwas a delegation chosen by you to discuss the issue. And that is amicable dispute resolution. Now, alternative dispute resolution takes you to adjudication. Adjudication takes you to challenge. और हम भारतीयों की मैडम एक बहुत बड़ी खूबी है, हम मुकदमा करने में पीछे नहीं हटते। हमारा मन शांत नहीं होता जब तक हम कानून की काशी सुप्रीम कोर्ट तक नहीं चले जाते हैं। और सरकारी तंत्र है, मिस्टर गोविल में नोट इट, वो कहेंगे नहीं एसएलपी तो फाइल कर ही दो, मिस्टर गुप्ता इज ऑल्सो हियर। इसको बदलने का एक ही रास्ता है, amicable dispute resolution. Now, in amicable dispute resolution, what we visualized was that if there is a dispute between two people involved with steel manufacturing, the neutral will be also from steel industry, because he will know the game 100% and will tell both of them, don't jump too high, don't lie low, and there will be a meeting ground. Because in trade and business and industry, if you have adversarial relationship, your growth is bound to be impeded. A resolution of a problem, I don't call it dispute. I call it problem because the two sides are unable to see in proper perspective. You can play a critical role. Friends, India, with over 1 lakh startups, is the third largest. But what we pride ourselves, a position of envy, and last year we had over 100 unicorns. None in the world had so. Over the last 3 years, our economy has attracted a substantial investment of US 230 billion, and हाथ कंगन को आरसी क्या, पढ़े लिखे को फारसी क्या, टेस्ट ऑफ द पुडिंग लाइज इन ईटिंग, ये पैसा नहीं आता यदि अगर यहाँ अपॉर्चुनिटी नहीं होती, यहाँ सिस्टम ठीक नहीं होता, यहाँ टैलेंटेड ह्यूमन रिसोर्स नहीं होता. नो कंट्री इन द वर्ल्ड कैन क्लेम to have that kind of talented human resources we have in this country. I don't want to take to more issues, but it is a time when India is an agenda setter for the world. We made them aware yoga क्या है, और यूनाइटेड नेशंस ने एग्री किया, दुनिया के ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा देशों ने समर्थन किया. And when our Prime Minister was there at United Nations headquarters, International Yoga Day, and I was there at Jabalpur in the country, वहाँ दुनिया के सब देश थे. International Solar Alliance, I had spoken about hydrogen mission, that also in the same line. तो ऐसी हालात के अंदर वो राजस्थान से होंगे काफ़ी लोग यहाँ. गुड. गुप्ता जी तो यूपी से हैं, इसलिए देख रहे हैं कि राजस्थान से कितने हैं. अपने लिए मौका ऐसा है, मत चुके चौहान. ये मौका अपना है. डोंट मिस द टारगेट नाउ. फ्रेंड्स, when everything is going in the right direction, not to avail the opportunity. बहती गंगा में डुबकी न लगाना अकल का काम कोई नहीं कर सकता. और काशी में जब आप आए हो और देश के लिए डुबकी नहीं लगाओगे तो फिर ऊपर क्या जवाब दोगे. Friends, the greatest danger which the country faces today, and you must be alive to that, is when so-called intelligent people, so-called very well-informed people try to capitalize on ignorance of the people. वो मानकर चलते हैं कि जब ये बोल रहा तो सही बोल रहा होगा. अरे भाई, आप कभी भारत सरकार के चीफ इकोनॉमिक एडवाइजर थे, आप आए और वो जॉब आपको मिल गया, आप गवर्नर बन गए, बहुत अच्छी बात है. सरकार बदल गई, आपको एक्सटेंशन नहीं मिला. अब जिस बात की आपको जानकारी है, यू हैव द MRI ऑफ इंडियन इकोनॉमी. आपसे बेटर MRI इंडियन इकोनॉमी की किसी के पास नहीं है. चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट को भी उतना ही पता लगता है जितना आप दिखाते हो, पर आपको सब पता है. अब देखिए, वो कोई घटनाक्रम यहां हो, बयान आ जाता है. उनका बयान आना समझ में आता है, आपकी चुप्पी मुझे समझ में नहीं आती है. There was an occasion few years ago in the United States when one of the leading magazines had a front page article, and that was, if the silent majority observes silence, it shall be silenced forever. हमारे देश के खिलाफ कोई कुछ भी कह देगा, कोई भी नैरेटिव चला देंगे. अरे घर जाएगा दिन गिने दांत, कहावत है ना. घर जाएगा, जो घर में जन्मा है उसके दांत गिनकर उम्र थोड़ी बताऊंगा कि कौन सी तिथि पर यह जन्मा है. सावन में जन्मा है या दूसरे महीने में, चैत में जन्मा है, फिर बताऊंगा. वी नो इट मोर देन एनीवन एल्स. सो इन लोगों को जो हमने आइकॉनिक स्टेटस दे दिया ना, हमने तो दे दिया कि दे बिलीव इन भारत, दे बिलीव इन भारतीयता, इंटरेस्ट ऑफ द नेशन इज एट हार्ट. पता लगा इनके दिल में तो खुद के अलावा कोई बसता ही नहीं. I therefore appeal to youngsters in particular. You have in your hand the power of social media. You are knowledgeable people, you are discerning people. You know the ground reality. You must not observe silence, and I'm sure you will heed my prayer. I don't call it request, because we must invariably believe in our nationalism, We must always be proud citizens of Bharat. We must take greatest pride in our phenomenal historic achievements. कभी सोचा था क्या कि 50% of population will be so empowered? Honorable Governor will be delighted. On 21st September, women reservation bill pass हो गया, horizontal vertical reservation हो गया. अब एक नैरेटिव देखिए, पढ़े लिखे आदमियों ने चालू किया कुछ नहीं कि भाई ये तो कल थोड़ी मिल रहा है, ये तो 29 में मिल रहा है. पहली बात, 3 दशक तक आपने दिया नहीं, हर प्रयास फेल हुआ. 29 में लेने में दिक्कत है क्या? बट सेकंड चीज देखिए, एन इंटेलिजेंट माइंड मस्ट बी रीजनेबल. It can be done only in accordance with law. Horizontal, vertical, you have to identify constituencies, you have to identify both vertically and horizontally. Delimitation Commission has to do it. क्या नैरेटिव चला दिया? ऑनरेबल गवर्नर और मैंने सैपलिंग लगाई है यहाँ. कह देगा कोई, अरे लगाने का क्या फायदा, ये तो 10 साल के अंदर बड़ी होगी. Let us antidote all anti-national narratives. I am extremely delighted to note that group of individuals here and the organization you represent is extremely careful, cautious, and committed to high degree of morality, ethics, and propriety. The best practices can be only get promoted with your conviction and conscience. And mind you, the moment you will be so committed, the establishment in which you are, the establishment will have a much higher regard for you. I once met friends, and it is out of personal input. Someone about 30 years ago had an income tax search. मैंने कहा क्या लगा, बोला बहुत डर लगा. नतीजा क्या हुआ, बोला बहुत अच्छा हुआ, हम सुधर गए. हमने बदनीयती से कुछ नहीं किया था, पर हमें पता ही नहीं था क्या करना चाहिए. तो हमने परिवार में बैठकर एक चीज तय कर ली कि हम कानून के दायरे में काम करेंगे, हम कोई शॉर्टकट नहीं लेंगे. हमें समझ में आ गया कि जो शॉर्टकट बड़ा अट्रैक्टिव है, वो मौका पड़ने पर सबसे बड़ा कट है और परेशानी का बनता है. द ईजीएस्ट, सेफेस्ट, मोस्ट अफोर्डेबल mechanism is to believe in the rule of law. I am particularly pleased to learn about your compassionate initiative undertaken by the ICSI with the Shaheed Ki Beti Fund to support the education of the daughters of martyrs. ये बहुत अच्छा काम किया, ये नेक काम किया है. My congratulations to everyone. The fee waiver concession scheme for agniveers of our armed forces, paramilitary forces, and the families of martyrs is another commendable endeavor which you have taken. I call upon other organizations to emulate your stance, which is for a worthy cause and larger public good. I extend my best wishes to the Institute of Company Secretaries of India in their mission to introduce a culture of good corporate governance with a focus on environmental ethics and sustainability. Let me pause here. कई बार क्रिकेट का जो पिच है ना, वो बॉलर के लिए बहुत अच्छा होता है. आपके लिए भी सरकार ने पिच बहुत अच्छा तैयार किया है. आप इस पिच का पूरा फायदा उठाइए and ensure that our country blossoms, our exponential growth continues, And at 2047, Bharat at 2047, let us take a pledge at Kashi to work 24/7 for our motherland, our Bharat. I am grateful to the organizers to afford me this great opportunity to share my thoughts with people who have the capacity, obligation, direction to translate them into ground reality. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a standing ovation to the Honorable Vice President of India and the Honorable Governor of UP. We take this opportunity to extend our sincere gratitude towards you, sir, for your precious presence with us today, making this 51st National Convention of Company Secretaries an iconic event. It has been a privilege to have Srimati Anandiben Patel, Governor of Uttar Pradesh, as the Chief Guest of Honor with us today. Madam, we are grateful for your presence today. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly rise for the National Anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंधु गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तब जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Ladies and gentlemen, you are requested to kindly remain seated, observing the security proposals, please. Request you to kindly remain seated.
All are requested to take your seats, please. Please go back to your seats. All are kindly requested to please take your seats. I request all of you to please take your seats.
Ladies and gentlemen, kindly occupy your seats. Request your cooperation.
Request you all to please take your seats. Please adhere to the security protocols.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for the cooperation extended. With this, we have come to the conclusion of the inaugural session of the 51st National Convention of Company Secretaries.
We shall join shortly for the scheduled program after a quick tea break. Request you all to kindly reassemble by 4:30 p.m.
of the highly popular competition show Shark Tank India. He has also launched India's largest B2B2C insurtech firm, Insurance Dekho, and the country's biggest fintech platform for used car lending, Rupee, along with the edutech portal College Dekho. I would now request CS Suresh Pandey, Council Member, to take the session ahead. Sir, please.
Thank you so much. काशा ही काशते काशी, काशी सर्व प्रकाशिका. इसका मतलब है कि आत्मज्ञान की रोशनी से जो काशी है वो जगमगाती है और अपने संपर्क में आने वाली हर वस्तु को वो एक चमक प्रदान कर देती है. तो आज हमारा ये सौभाग्य है कि हम सब कंपनी सेक्रेटरीज काशी में आए और उसके प्रकाश से हमें चमकने का मौका मिला. सो बिग राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज फॉर ICSI, जिन्होंने हमें मौका दिया कि हम यहाँ पे आएँ और डिस्कशन करें. तो ऑन बिहाफ ऑफ ICSI, वंस अगेन आई वेलकम यू ऑल इन आवर नेशनल कन्वेंशन. और बाबा विश्वनाथ की धरती पे आप सभी का स्वागत है. और आज का सेशन, क्योंकि जस्ट इनॉग्रल सेशन के बाद ये फर्स्ट टेक्निकल सेशन है, तो थोड़ा ऐसा लगता है कि अब हमें पढ़ना पड़ेगा, समझना पड़ेगा. लेकिन आज का सेशन इज़ सरप्राइज फॉर अस कि इतनी बड़ी हस्ती हमारे बीच में. अभी हमने हमारे माननीय उपराष्ट्रपति को सुना, हमारे उत्तर प्रदेश की गवर्नर हमारे साथ थी, और उतना ही थ्रिल, उतना ही मोटिवेशन मुझे फील हो रहा है जब मैं अमित जैन जी के साथ बैठा हूँ. तो आज हमारे साथ हैं अमित जैन जी, जो कि को-फाउंडर हैं और CEO हैं कार देखो के. और जब से मुझे लगता है कि मेरे हाथ में स्मार्टफोन आया और कार देखो ऐप बनी, तो वो शायद मैं फर्स्ट सब्सक्राइबर होऊंगा आपकी ऐप का. पहले दिन से मैंने ऐप डाउनलोड कर ली. और उसके पहले जब कोई कार देखनी होती थी, क्योंकि बॉयज़ के लिए ऐसा कहा जाता है कि कार जो है वो ज्वेलरी है सर, तो जब पता करना होता था कि यार थार कितने की आ रही है दिल्ली में, जयपुर से लूँगा तो कितने की आएगी, इनोवा लेनी है तो कितने की आएगी, पहले जाओ शोरूम में पता करो. लेकिन किस तरीके से, किस ब्यूटीफुल तरीके से उसको आपने ऐप में परिवर्तित किया और कितना आसान बना दिया चीज़ों को. तो आज का जो हमारा सेशन है, और इसको मैं स्पेशल, हम लोगों ने स्पेशल सेशन कहा है, इसको नाम दिया गया है डिजिटलाइजिंग कॉर्पोरेट गवर्नेंस शेपिंग द फ्यूचर ऑफ भारत. और सोचिए हम डिजिटलाइजेशन की बात कर रहे हैं और हमारे साथ अमित जैन जी बैठे हैं, जिन्होंने एक नया कॉन्सेप्ट हमारी पूरी कंट्री को दिया. और हम लोग बात कर रहे हैं कॉर्पोरेट गवर्नेंस की, हम लोग बात कर रहे हैं टेक्नोलॉजी की, किस तरीके से हाउ वी कैन यूज़ टेक्नोलॉजी इन कॉर्पोरेट गवर्नेंस. और ये डिस्कशन हो रहा है काशी में. शायद मुझे लगता है कि काशी एक ऐसी नगरी है या एक ऐसा प्लेस है जिसने हमें डिजिटलाइजेशन भी दिया, जिसने हमें टेक्नोलॉजी भी दी, जिसने हमें कॉर्पोरेट गवर्नेंस भी दी. आज की डेट में हम सबको पता है कि सर्जरी, सब लोग मानते हैं कि सर्जरी जो है वो एलोपैथिक प्रैक्टिस का पार्ट है. लेकिन मैं आपको ये बताना चाहूँगा कि वर्ल्ड के पहले जो सर्जन थे, सुश्रुत, जो ऋषि थे जिन्होंने सर्जरी का इजाद किया, तो इस वर्ल्ड को, इस दुनिया को सर्जरी सिखाने वाले जो पहले व्यक्ति थे, जो पहले डॉक्टर आप कहेंगे, वैद्य थे, उनको ऋषि की हमने उपाधि दी, सुश्रुत थे. तो सर्जरी हमें काशी से मिली. तो पहली जो टेक्नोलॉजी है, सर्जरी एक टेक्नोलॉजी ही तो है, तो वो हमें काशी से मिली. कॉर्पोरेट गवर्नेंस की अगर हम बात करें, विल टॉक अबाउट कॉर्पोरेट गवर्नेंस, तो जो सारे शास्त्र हैं उनका शास्त्रार्थ यहाँ से हुआ, उन पे डिस्कशन यहाँ हुआ. और आज से कई सौ साल पहले जब ये सिविलाइजेशन बनी, तब से काशी की महिमा है. तो टेक्नोलॉजी और कॉर्पोरेट गवर्नेंस का दोनों का मिक्सचर और काशी में उसका डिस्कशन, मुझे लगता है कि ये शायद एक बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट है हम सब के लिए. और उससे भी बड़ी बात मैं बोलूँगा कि आज टेक्नोलॉजी और कॉर्पोरेट गवर्नेंस पे बोलने के लिए अमित जी हमारे साथ हैं. अमित जी को मैं इंस्टाग्राम पे बहुत पहले से फॉलो करता हूँ और सच में मैं अमित जी का बहुत बड़ा फ़ैन हूँ. तो ये मेरा सौभाग्य है कि मुझे आज उनके साथ ये सेशन मॉडरेट करने का मौका मिला. अमित जी का एक रील देख रहा था मैं इंस्टा पे, और एक बहुत बड़ी बात उन्होंने बोली, किस तरीके से टेक्नोलॉजी ने हमारी लाइफ को चेंज कर दिया. आज से 20 साल पहले, आज से 30 साल पहले ऐसा हुआ करता था कि बिजनेस में जो एंटरप्रेन्योर होते थे, जर्नली ऐसा होता था कि रिच बिकम रिचर, ये आपने कहा था कि अगर आप रिच हैं तो आप रिच बनते चले जाएंगे। कोई भी ऐसा व्यक्ति जिसका नॉर्मल बैकग्राउंड है, जो आपकी और हमारी तरह मिडिल क्लास से आता है, वो कभी बहुत बड़ा बनने के बारे में शायद सोच ही नहीं सकता, क्योंकि हमारे पास इतने बड़े प्लेटफॉर्म नहीं थे। लेकिन आज के समय में किस तरीके से आप अपने, अगर आपके पास अपना ब्रेन है, आप प्रोफेशनली कैपेबल हैं, और हम सब कंपनी सेक्रेटरीज प्रोफेशनली कैपेबल हैं, तो ब्रेन ही आपकी एक्चुअल कैपिटल है, एक्चुअल वर्थ है। अगर आपके पास ब्रेन है तो आप उसका इस्तेमाल करके किस तरीके से आसमान को छू सकते हैं, किस तरीके से ऊंचाइयों पे पहुंच सकते हैं, उसका एक एग्जांपल है अमित जी। तो बिग राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज फॉर अमित जैन जी। और अमित जी एक मैसेज हमेशा यूथ को देते रहते हैं, मैं उनको सुनता हूं कई जगह सोशल प्लेटफॉर्म्स पे, तो एक ये मैसेज जरूर वो देते हैं कि थिंक बिग, थिंक बिग। और ये मैसेज जैसे ही मुझे सुनाई देता है, मेरे कानों में डॉक्टर अब्दुल कलाम की बात गूंजने लगती है दोबारा से बार बार, क्योंकि ये मेरा सौभाग्य रहा कि क्योंकि मेरे पिताजी एक छोटी सी नौकरी में थे राष्ट्रपति भवन में, और जिस समय हम लोग अपनी स्कूलिंग के आखिरी दौर में थे, तो उस समय डॉक्टर कलाम हमारे देश के राष्ट्रपति बने। डॉक्टर कलाम बच्चों से बहुत प्यार करते थे, और हमेशा कई बार घूमते हुए हमारे स्कूल में आ जाना, इंटरेक्शन करना। तो वो हमेशा ये बोलते थे कि देयर आर 3 मैसेजेस फॉर इंडियन यूथ। फर्स्ट मैसेज इज यू शुड थिंक बिग, सेकेंड मैसेज इज यू शुड डू हार्ड वर्क फॉर योर बिग ड्रीम, एंड थर्ड एंड वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट मैसेज इज यू शुड बी परसिस्टेंस, यू शुड हैव परसीवरेंस फॉर योर ड्रीम। तो परसीवरेंस की बात जब मैं सुनता हूँ तो अमित जैन जी का चेहरा मेरी आंखों के सामने आता है कि किस तरह इस व्यक्ति ने एक गैराज से अपनी कंपनी की शुरुआत करी। और मुझे लगता है कि जो लोग बहुत बड़े बने हैं सर, उन्होंने काम गैराज से शुरू किया है। तो किस तरह इन्होंने गैराज से अपनी कंपनी शुरू करी, और किस तरह उस कंपनी को ऊपर ले जाने के बाद जब 2009 में रिसेशन आया तो बहुत मुश्किल समय देखा, और लोगों ने ये भी कहा कि अब अमित नहीं उठ पाएंगे, और किस तरीके से अमित जी ने फाइट बैक किया, और कितनी ऊंचाइयों पे कार देखो को आज ये लेके गए। ये एक बहुत बड़ा एग्जाम्पल है हम सभी के लिए, कंपनी सेक्रेटरीज के लिए, क्योंकि हम लोग उसी बैकग्राउंड से आते हैं जिससे अमित जी आए हैं। हम लोगों के पास भी वो असेट है, वो वेल्थ है जो अमित जी के पास है, ब्रेन। तो किस तरीके से उसका यूज़ करके, टेक्नोलॉजी का यूज़ करके हम कॉर्पोरेट गवर्नेंस को इंडिया के कल्चर में, इंडिया के बिजनेस में और अच्छे से स्ट्रेंथन कर सकते हैं, और किस तरीके से हम लोग अपनी कंट्री को, जो हमारे सपनों का भारत है, क्योंकि आज हम लोग डिस्कस कर रहे हैं कि इंडिया इन 2047 किस तरीके से हम अपनी एबिलिटीज़ के साथ इंडिया को वहाँ पहुँचा सकते हैं जो इंडिया को आज़ाद कराने के लिए जिन लोगों ने लड़ाई लड़ी, उन्होंने जो ख्वाब देखा कि हमारा भारत 100 साल बाद कहाँ होगा, तो वहाँ ले जाने में हम लोग बहुत बड़ी मदद कर सकते हैं इस टेक्नोलॉजी के कारण। सो थैंक यू वेरी मच, एंड वंस अगेन आई वेलकम अमित जी। थैंक यू वेरी मच सर। सो प्लीज़ नाउ स्टेज इज़ योर्स सर।
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है यहाँ पर आकर, पहला विजिट है मेरा, मैं लाइफ में कभी नहीं आया था यहाँ पर। आज टेंपल भी गया मैंने, आपके यहाँ पर बेड़े पूड़ी भी खाई, कचौड़ी भी खाई, बहुत अच्छा एक अपनापन था शहर में। और हमारे जयपुर से रहता हूँ मैं, तो वहाँ पर भी ओल्ड सिटी है, बिल्कुल वैसी फील थी जब मैं गया आज काशी के मंदिर। और गवर्नेंस का डिस्कशन इस शहर में हो रहा है, तो आई थिंक ये एक बहुत ही हिस्टोरिक टाउन है और बहुत ही प्योर टाउन है। तो आई थिंक इससे बेटर कोई शहर हो ही नहीं सकता था इस टॉपिक को डिस्कस करने का। चालू करते हैं अपन लोग। बेसिकली देखिए, मैं एक स्टार्टअप फाउंडर हूँ, टेक्नोलॉजी का बंदा हूँ, और जो जर्नी मेरी रही है एकदम, IIT दिल्ली गया मैंने, इंजीनियरिंग करी, उसके बाद मैंने जॉब करी, और उसके बाद ये बिज़नेस चालू किया अपने भाई के साथ। तो थोड़ा सा अपने बारे में बता देता हूँ पहले। तो ये प्रैक्टिकली जो नया ईरा है, दिस इज़ नॉट अबाउट कि रिच विल गेट रिचर। पहले होता था कि ये बड़े बिजनेस हाउसेज हैं, ये और बड़े होते जा रहे हैं। अब एजुकेशन इज़ अ बिग लेवलर, एंड आई थिंक दिस इज़ द न्यू ईरा, ये नया भारत है। अगर आप देखोगे तो प्रैक्टिकली इतने सारे नए स्टार्टअप, 100 यूनिकॉर्न बन गए इंडिया में। तो मैं इसको कहता हूँ भारत 2.0। मेरे फादर रिजर्व बैंक ऑफ इंडिया में थे, और हम लोग कंप्लीटली मिडिल क्लास बैकग्राउंड से, और हमारे को ये सिखाया जाता था जब मैं छोटा था कि पढ़ाई करके अच्छी नौकरी मिलती है, तो सपने उतने ही देखने थे कि नौकरी अच्छी लग जाएगी। अब क्या एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप इंडिया में मेन स्ट्रीम बन गई, और ये भारत 2.0। अब मैं शार्क टैंक में भी जाता हूँ तो बहुत छोटे छोटे शहरों से प्रॉफिटेबल 2-3 करोड़ का प्रॉफिट कर रहे हैं, सिग्निफिकेंटली बेटर आउटकम देन अ जॉब, अपने लोकल एरिया में एम्प्लॉयमेंट भी क्रिएट कर रहे हैं, वो मैं देखता हूँ अभी, राइट। तो एक नया इंडिया है जहाँ पर बिजनेस बढ़ रहा है। जस्ट अगर भारत के बारे में बात करें कि ग्रोथ क्या चल रही है, और इसमें आपका बहुत बड़ा रोल है। यहाँ पर जितने भी लोग बैठे हैं, आप बहुत सिग्निफिकेंटली कंट्रीब्यूट कर सकते हो इस ग्रोथ के अंदर। मैं उसको सेकंड पार्ट में कवर करूँगा, बट फर्स्ट पार्ट में लेट्स टॉक अबाउट इंडिया। और मुझे लगता है ये भारत की कुछ साल नहीं, डिकेड नहीं, सेंचुरी भारत की है। इंडिया की करंट इकोनॉमी मोटा मोटी $3.75 ट्रिलियन की है। ये जा रही है 2030 तक 7.5 ट्रिलियन, ऑलमोस्ट डबल हो रही है प्रैक्टिकली, राइट। तो जब इतनी ज़बरदस्त ग्रोथ आती है किसी कंट्री के अंदर, तो अपॉर्चुनिटी बहुत खुल जाती है। तो इससे बेहतर कोई टाइम हो ही नहीं सकता। पहले हम लोग बच्चों को भेजा करते थे, वो अमेरिका जाते थे पढ़ने, कि भाई वहाँ जाके बच्चे पढ़ेंगे, वहाँ नौकरी करेंगे, वहाँ ज़्यादा पैसा कमाएंगे। मेरे टाइम के सारे आईआईटी के बैचमेट मोस्टली यूएस में ही, 95%, 97%। अब मैं मिलता हूँ तो सब लोग यहाँ इंडिया रुके हुए हैं, और वो इसलिए रुके हैं क्योंकि यहाँ अपॉर्चुनिटी वहाँ से भी ज़्यादा है। तो वक्त बदल रहा है, ये भारत 2.0 बहुत ही नया वर्जन ऑफ भारत है। सेकंड क्या हो रहा है यहाँ पर, अगर आप देखोगे तो इंडिया का जो ग्रोथ है बहुत कंपाउंडिंग फैक्टर पे ग्रो कर रहा है। पहला 1 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी बनने में अपने को आज़ादी के बाद 65 साल लगे, 65 ईयर्स। सेकेंड $1 ट्रिलियन, $2 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी बने हम लोग 12 साल बाद उसके। थर्ड ट्रिलियन आया 7 साल में, ये वाला ट्रिलियन आने वाला है 5 में, डिस्पाइट कोविड। तो आप प्रैक्टिकली सोचो कि जो 65 साल की इकोनॉमी थी, अगर वो 12 साल में बनती हो, अगली वाली 7 में, फिर 5 में, और अगला वाला 3 में आएगा उसके बाद, तो यू कैन इमेजिन द अपॉर्चुनिटीज दैट लाई अहेड। तो मेरा मानना ये है कि यहाँ पर जो लोग बैठे हैं वो एक्चुअली, अगर बिजनेस कोई घोड़ा है, एक बार मान लेते हैं ये घोड़ा है, तो आप उसके सारथी हो, आप उसको राइट तरीके से लगाम देते हो तो राइट डायरेक्शन में भागे। जैसे ही अगर घोड़ा गया तो नीचे जाता है। आपने देखा होगा बहुत बड़ी बड़ी कंपनीज भी बैठ जाती हैं क्योंकि गवर्नेंस नहीं होती। आपने देखा होगा कई सारे स्टार्टअप है जो क्वेश्चन में आ चुके हैं, स्कैनर में आ चुके हैं, जिनमें गवर्नेंस नहीं थी। तो गवर्नेंस का जो रोल है वो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। अगर देखा जाए तो अपने पास मोटा मोटी 5,000 लिस्टेड कंपनी है, एनएससी और बीएससी मिला के, और करीब करीब 15 लाख प्राइवेट लिमिटेड कंपनी रजिस्टर्ड है इंडिया के अंदर। तो अगर अपन लोग अपना रोल देखें तो इन सारी कंपनियों का जो आउटकम आने वाला है वो अपने हाथ में होता है। और कहीं ना कहीं डिजिटाइजेशन का बड़ा रोल है, जो मैं अपने आगे वाले पार्ट में कवर करूंगा। बट अगर ये इस्टेब्लिश हो गया कि आज इंडिया एक ऊंचाई पे जा रहा है, तो अपन सबके पास ग्रोथ अपॉर्चुनिटी बहुत ज़्यादा है, और अपन लोग ही सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं इंडिया की फाउंडेशन को, नींव को, जिसके अंदर कंपनियां बन रही हैं या बिगड़ रही हैं। तो अपने ऊपर मॉरल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी भी बहुत है फॉर द कंट्री राइट नाउ। अब आते हैं गुड गवर्नेंस होनी क्यों चाहिए इन द फर्स्ट प्लेस। अब मैं अपना खुद के एग्जाम्पल से समझाता हूँ। मैं स्टार्टअप फाउंडर हूँ। जब मेरी पहली फंडिंग हुई 2013 में हुई, 2007 से 13 हमने चलाया लाइक अ बूटस्ट्रैप बिजनेस। और तब हमारे को इतनी अकल भी नहीं थी, नॉलेज भी नहीं थी, अवेयरनेस भी नहीं थी कंप्लायंसेस की। तो जब हमारी ड्यू डिलिजेंस चालू हुई तो इट वॉज सपोज टू फिनिश इन 2 मंथ्स, कि सब कुछ होएगा, फटाफट हो जाएगा ख़त्म। 6 महीने लगे ड्यू डिलिजेंस कंप्लीट होने में, क्योंकि इतने सारे सीपीज आए, कंडीशन प्रेसिडेंट, इसके पहले आपको ये करना है, हमें पता ही नहीं था। आई विल बी कैंडिड, मतलब हम लोग अननोन थे। बहुत सारे कंप्लायंसेस जो हमें मैनेज करने होते हैं एज अ लार्ज कंपनी, और ऐसा नहीं थी हम लोग छोटी कंपनी थे तब। तो कहीं ना कहीं अपना मार्गदर्शन अगर मेरा किसी ने करा होता तो शायद मुझे पता होता। और वो 6 महीने का जो डिले हुआ, उससे ऑब्वियसली ग्रोथ सफ़र करती है आपकी। तो गवर्नेंस अगर आप रखते हो तो उसके एडवांटेजेस बहुत ज़्यादा है। मेरे को उस दिन रियलाइज हुआ। उसके बाद आई थिंक वी हैव ऑलवेज एज कार्डिको ग्रुप ओवर इन्वेस्टेड ऑन गवर्नेंस, क्योंकि अगर वो वहाँ पर करने की आटी ना तो रिटर्न बहुत कम आता है आगे। और ये बहुत ही नॉमिनल इन्वेस्टमेंट के साथ बहुत एक्सपोनेंशियल रिटर्न है इस गवर्नेंस का। मतलब अगर आप देखोगे मार्केट के अंदर आज की डेट के अंदर बहुत सारी कंपनी है, सेम प्रॉफिट कर रही हैं, सेम ग्रोथ रेट है, पर कुछ लोगों का प्रॉफिट मल्टीपल दुगना मिल रहा है मार्केट कैप के अंदर, वर्सेस कुछ लोगों को आधा मिल रहा है। और फ़र्क केवल एक है कि कौन गुड गवर्नेंस रख के बैठा है, कौन नहीं रख के बैठा है, किस पे मार्केट को भरोसा है, किस पे मार्केट को भरोसा नहीं है। तो इसका अगर आपने मान लो अपने रेवेन्यू का 1-2% डाल दिया गवर्नेंस के अंदर, लेट्स से डिजिटाइजेशन गवर्नेंस में, तो जो आउटकम क्रिएट हो रहा है, अगर आपकी कंपनी की वर्थ मान लो 100 करोड़ का प्रॉफिट है, आप मोटा मोटी लगा लो जो अच्छी गवर्न कंपनी नहीं है उसकी 1500 से 2000 करोड़ की वैल्यू आएगी, 15-20 का मल्टीपल। और सेम ग्रोथ रेट पे दूसरी का आएगा, मैं भी 30 साल है, 4000 करोड़ का वैल्यू। तो 2000 करोड़ का वैल्यू हो रहा है 4000 करोड़, और इन्वेस्टमेंट लगेगा 2%। तो प्रैक्टिकली आपने इन्वेस्ट किया 4-5 करोड़, 20-30 करोड़, और आपने रिटर्न लिया है 2000 करोड़ का, राइट। तो प्रैक्टिकली फाउंडर्स जो हैं उनको ये नॉलेज देना बहुत क्रिटिकल बात है, अवेयरनेस क्रिएट करना बहुत ज़रूरी है कि ये इन्वेस्टमेंट का जो रिटर्न है ना आपके कहीं पर भी नहीं आएगा जो मार्केट कैप में मिलता है आपको वापस। सो वैल्यूएशन इज़ डेफिनेटली वन गिवन टू गुड गवर्न कंपनीज। बहुत सारी कंपनीज हैं जो बहुत अच्छा गवर्नेंस रखती हैं, और वो टिपिकली जो अच्छी कंपनीज होती हैं आप देखोगे उनके रिजल्ट क्वार्टर खत्म होने के 7 दिन 10 दिन 15 दिन में रिलीज़ हो जाते हैं। कई सारी कंपनीज रिलीज़ करती हैं, क्वार्टर खत्म, दूसरा क्वार्टर खत्म हो रहा था उस टाइम पिछले क्वार्टर का रिजल्ट आ रहा होता है, राइट। तो गुड गवर्न कंपनीज हैव डिजिटाइज डेटा बिकॉज ऑफ विच दे आर एफिशिएंट, दे आर एबल टू टेक फास्टर डिसीजन, क्योंकि उनको इनपुट ऑफ डेटा बहुत फास्ट मिल रहा है। तो कोर्स करेक्शन करना है तो उनके लिए बहुत आसान है क्योंकि डेटा डिजिटाइज है। अगर आपको अच्छे इन्वेस्टर चाहिए अपने कंपनी के अंदर, हम लोग बहुत अच्छे इन्वेस्टर लाए, सिको आया, गूगल आया, एक्सिस बैंक, HDFC बैंक, ICICI बैंक टाइप के इन्वेस्टर्स आए। हम लोग अगर अच्छी गवर्नेंस नहीं रखते ना तो इतने अच्छे इन्वेस्टर आते नहीं कभी। तो आपका क्वालिटी ऑफ इन्वेस्टर वैसे ही आएगा जितनी अच्छी गवर्न आप कंपनी बनाओगे। तो क्वालिटी, पैसे का रंग सेम नहीं होता, मैं मानता हूँ। आपको लगता है कि पैसा यहाँ से सेम है, बिल्कुल सेम नहीं है। एक अच्छे क्वालिटी के इन्वेस्टर से आया पैसा इज अ स्टैम्प ऑफ योर ट्रस्ट दैट यू हैव डिस्प्लेड इन मार्केट, एंड मार्केट विल रिवॉर्ड दैट। तो अगर आप पैसा ला रहे हो तो अच्छे इन्वेस्टर से लाओ, उसके लिए अच्छी गवर्नेंस नहीं रखोगे तो आ ही नहीं सकता। दैट वॉज व्हाट आई लर्नड इन माई अर्ली ईयर्स व्हेन आई वॉज डूइंग माई स्टार्टअप। ट्रस्ट अगर आपने ले लिया ना मार्केट का, तो देखो मेरा मानना ये है कि पहले मार्केट का ट्रस्ट जीतो, उसके बाद वैल्यूएशन तो क्या ऑटो पायलट पे चलती है। तो काफ़ी सारे प्रमोटर्स होते हैं जो चाहते हैं उनकी वैल्यूएशन बढ़े, पर गवर्नेंस पे इन्वेस्टमेंट नहीं है। तो रिटर्न ऑन इन्वेस्टमेंट ऑन गवर्नेंस इज स्टीप, लाइक वेरी वेरी स्टीप। तो आप लोग क्योंकि सारी कंपनीज के साथ बैठ के बातें करते हैं, आप उनको गाइड करते हैं, आपका रोल हर कंपनी में इन्वॉल्व है जहाँ पर आप उनको एडवाइस करते हैं। मैं काश मेरे पास ऐसा एडवाइजर होता उस ज़माने में बिटवीन 7 to 13, जब मैं छोटी कंपनी चला रहा था, तो फिर मेरे को काफ़ी सिग्निफिकेंटली डिफरेंट आउटकम शायद होता। ये नॉलेज मेरी इवॉल्व हुई जब बड़े राउंड हुए, पैसों के बड़े राउंड आए, तब मेरे को समझ में आया कि इसका इंपॉर्टेंस क्या है। उसके बाद ये स्ट्रगल खत्म नहीं हुई क्योंकि हम लोगों ने कुछ डिजाइज कर ही नहीं रखा था। फ्रैंकली जब हमने चालू किया था हमारा सारा कोर फोकस था टेक्नोलॉजी बनाओ, कार्स की टेक्नोलॉजी बनाओ जो कंज्यूमर को चाहिए। हमने कभी इस गवर्नेंस साइड पे इन्वेस्टमेंट किया ही नहीं था, 1 रुपये का भी, कि यहाँ पर भी कुछ इन्वेस्टमेंट चाहिए था। या तो टेक फाउंडर मुझे पता ही नहीं था। पर जैसे जैसे हम लोग आगे बढ़े जर्नी में समझ में आने लगा कि यहाँ पर इन्वेस्टमेंट नहीं करेंगे ना तो पूरी फाउंडेशन ही हिल रही है। हर चीज़ में टाइम ज़्यादा लग रहा है। गवर्नमेंट के बहुत सारे एजेंसीज़ हैं जिनके हम कंप्लायंस में खरे नहीं उतर रहे, तो हर चीज़ डिले हो रही है और हर चीज़ में समय भी लग रहा है। तो अपनी जर्नी से मैंने ये सीखा कि यार ये तो मतलब कोर है, मतलब इसको आप कॉम्प्रोमाइज़ कर ही नहीं सकते। मोस्ट ऑफ द फाउंडर्स आर लाइक मी, दे डोंट नो क्यों वो जब ये नहीं कर रहे होते उनका कितना बड़ा नुकसान हो रहा होता है। अब मैं तो क्या दूध का जला छाछ भी फूक के पीता है तो हमने तो हाई स्टैंडर्ड ऑफ गवर्नेंस बना दिए। बट ये गाइडेंस मेरे ख्याल से आपके लिए मैं जो आज मैसेज लाया हूँ कि आप लोग अगर समझाएंगे ना फाउंडर्स को जो कंपनी चला रहे हैं तो बहुत बड़ी हेल्प हो सकती है हम जैसे लोगों की जो अनजान है। ऐसा नहीं कि हमारे लिए इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं है वो, हमें उसकी इंपॉर्टेंस नहीं पता। अगर आप दूसरा समझें तो अगर यहाँ पर जो एलीट क्राउड बैठा है, यहाँ पर केवल 72,000 CS हैं पूरे कंट्री के अंदर आज की डेट में, तो यू आर ऑब्वियसली द मोस्ट क्वालिफाइड लॉट ऑफ दिस कंट्री। 5% का आपका पास रेट होता है, तो बहुत ही कठिन परीक्षा दे के आप यहाँ तक आते हो। और आप लोगों में जो हुनर है वो बहुत कम लोगों में है प्रैक्टिकली। आप लोग धंधे के रेगुलेशंस, उनके कंप्लायंसेस ऑलरेडी समझते हो। तो मुझे तो लगता है कि आप सब में एक एंटरप्रेन्योर है। कई सारे लोगों से मिला, आज मैं यहाँ से मुलाकात हुई तो मैंने देखा काफ़ी सारे लोगों ने अपनी फर्म चला रखी है, कुछ लोगों ने बाइक डीलरशिप्स भी चला रखी हैं, कुछ लोगों ने अलग अलग प्रकार के धंधे कर रखे हैं। तो मेरा बड़ा आश्चर्यचकित था मैं यहाँ पर कि इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में भी ऐसे लोग हैं जो बहुत सारे तरीके के एंटरप्रेन्योर्स हैं CS होने के अलावा। तो इट वॉज अ वेरी प्लेजेंट सरप्राइज। और मुझे लगता है कि अगर आपको बिजनेस करना है तो इससे अच्छा टाइम को इंडिया में था ही नहीं, क्योंकि इंडिया की अगर इकोनॉमी यहाँ से जा रही है 3.75 ट्रिलियन से 7 ट्रिलियन, तो 2 चीज़ इमर्ज करती हैं। एक तो आपके पास किसी भी जगह हाथ डालो आप पैसा बनेगा, अगर आप अच्छा मेहनत से काम करोगे, परसिवरेंस रखोगे, क्योंकि हर सेक्टर बढ़ रहा है, चाहे फूड हो चाहे कोई सा भी उठा लो आप, कार बाइक, डजंट मैटर विच वन, एवरीथिंग इज ग्रोइंग। अगर आप में परसिस्टेंस है तो आप पैसा निकाल के इस कंट्री से बहुत बड़ा आउटकम निकाल सकते हैं। सेकेंड है जो नंबर ऑफ CS अभी अवेलेबल हैं दे विल फॉल शॉर्ट, स्टीपली शॉर्ट। अगर 72,000 एग्जिस्ट करते हैं आज़ादी के इतने सालों बाद तक और इकनॉमी हो रही है डबल, तो आप सोचो कि हमारे को कितने सारे टैलेंट की ज़रूरत है आपके टाइप के, आपके स्किल सेट के, ताकि इंडिया आगे बढ़ पाए। और फॉरेन कैपिटल जो आता है, एफडीआई इन्वेस्टमेंट्स जो आते हैं, अगर आप नोट करोगे तो बहुत स्क्यूड है। ऐसा नहीं है हर कंपनी में आ रहे हैं, वो उन्हीं कंपनीज में आ रहे हैं जिनमें गवर्नेंस का स्टैम्प अच्छा है। तो आप लोग का रोल बढ़ने वाला है, क्योंकि अभी इंडिया में केवल 800 कंपनी हैं जो 1000 करोड़ के ऊपर का रेवेन्यू करती हैं जीएमवी टर्म्स में, और ये मल्टीप्लाई हो रहा है बाय सिग्निफिकेंट नंबर। तो हर कंपनी को एक अच्छे सीएस की ज़रूरत पड़ने वाली है फुल टाइम, और विद अ डिपार्टमेंट लिटरली लाइक वी हैड टू क्रिएट अ फुल डिपार्टमेंट आउट देयर फॉर लीगल एंड कंप्लायंस। तो आप ये मान के चलो कि जॉब अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ बहुत ज़्यादा बढ़ेंगी, बट इट इज़ ऑल्सो कमिंग विद अ चैलेंज विच विल चैलेंज द स्टेटस क्यो। अभी मैक्रो एनवायरनमेंट भी बदल रहा है, तो ऐसा नहीं कि जो पुराने स्किल्स थे अपने पास उसके बेसिस पे हम आगे बढ़ पाएंगे। अगर आप देखो जैसे डिजिटाइजेशन हुआ, बहुत सारी इंडस्ट्रीज बड़ी हुई, तो हर एक जगह कंप्लायंस बदलते गए। पहले रेरा आया अपने रियल एस्टेट में, अब आईटीजीसी आ गया है, तो आप कंप्लायंसेस के नॉर्म्स देखोगे तो कॉम्प्लेक्सिफाई होते जा रहे हैं। तो ऐसा नहीं है कि जो सिस्टम आज से 10 साल पहले था या 20 साल पहले था उससे सिग्निफिकेंटली डिफरेंट कंप्लायंसेस हो चुके हैं। हम लोग खुद एज कार्ड देखो ग्रुप अपना एक कंप्लायंस स्कोर कार्ड बनाते हैं, वो करीब 8 पन्नों का, उसमें 140 पैरामीटर हैं, जिसमें हमारे को मंथली क्वार्टरली रिपोर्ट देनी होती है बोर्ड को कि हमारी सारी कंप्लायंसेस ग्रीन में हैं कि नहीं। तो आप सोचो तो उसके पीछे अब कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी बढ़ती जा रही है, और हमारे पास इतनी कंप्लायंसेस इसलिए हैं क्योंकि सेबी है, फेमा है, आईडीआई है, हमारी एनबीएफसी भी है, आरबीआई कंप्लायंसेस भी हैं, अपार्ट फ्रॉम कंपनी कंप्लायंसेस, टैक्स कंप्लायंसेस जो होती ही हैं, पीएफ एक्सेट्रा, राइट। तो हमारे पास अलग अलग तरीके के नाना प्रकार के अब कंप्लायंसेस आ गए हैं। और मैं जब मिलता हूँ काफ़ी लोगों से तो उनका एक्सपर्टीज इन एवरी डोमेन इज़ नॉट देयर, राइट। मैं खुद इंटरव्यू भी किए हैं बहुत सारे, और जिन लोगों ने ये सारी स्किल्स ली और अलग अलग प्रकार के कंप्लायंसेस लिए, उनका प्रीमियम बहुत हाई हो चुका मार्केट में, वो आपको मिलते ही नहीं, और अगर मिलते हैं तो एग्जॉर्बिटेंट सैलरीज पे। जैसे हमारे यहाँ पर हमारे लीगल हेड बैठे हैं, काफ़ी एग्जॉर्बिटेंट सैलरी पे आए हैं हमारे पास ज़मीर तो मोटा मोटी मतलब मैं ये बोलूँगा कि यहाँ पर उसका प्रीमियम बहुत हाई है। तो अगर आप कुछ कर सकते हैं यहाँ पर तो अपने आप को अपस्किल करिए, क्योंकि मैक्रो बदल रहा है विथ ऑल द न्यू ट्रेंड्स, न्यू कंप्लायंसेस कमिंग इन अराउंड एवरी वर्टिकल। आप लोग का अपस्किल होना बहुत ही क्रिटिकल है। आप अपस्किल हो गए तो हम अपस्किल होंगे एज फाउंडर्स, क्योंकि आप पे हम रिलाय करते हैं कि हमें करना क्या है। अगर आप हमारे मार्गदर्शक हैं कंप्लायंसेस के तो हम आपसे सीखना चाहेंगे रादर।
अमित जी, यहाँ पे आपने गवर्नेंस की बात करी और आपने फंडिंग की भी बात करी।
बिल्कुल,
कि अगर हमें फंडिंग चाहिए तो गवर्नेंस स्ट्रांग होनी चाहिए। तो एक चीज़ मैं यहाँ पे ज़रूर हाईलाइट करना चाहूँगा कि आज के समय में, और ये मुझे लगता है हर कोई जानता है कि आज के समय में अगर आपको फंडिंग चाहिए, आप स्टार्टअप हैं, तो आपको ESG कंप्लायंस पूरी करनी है।
बिल्कुल,
एनवायरमेंटल, सोशल एंड गवर्नेंस। तो मुझे लगता है कि शायद कंपनी सेक्रेटरी इज द बेस्ट प्रोफेशन हु कैन डिस्कस, डेलिबरेट एंड मेक द पॉलिसीज ऑन ESG.
Correct.
They can prepare the framework on ESG. So it is also a new area, new opportunity you can say.
तो अगर उसको कवर करें तो ESG probably is gonna be the mainstream opportunity for all of you, if my view at least, right? अगर आप देखोगे तो ग्लोबली अभी ESG की बात चल रही है। डेवलप्ड नेशंस अपने कार्बन फुटप्रिंट कम करके बैठे हैं, और इंडिया, चाइना, इन पे प्रेशर है कि आप अपने आप को कंप्लाई करो विद ग्लोबल नॉर्म्स। दैट्स वन। एंड ESG इज नॉट जस्ट अबाउट ग्रीन, इट्स ऑल्सो अबाउट इंक्लूजन, इट्स ऑल्सो अबाउट other social impact that you can have at the grassroots level, right? At Cardico Group, we did not realize the importance until last 2 years. And when we picked up Green Capital, there's a fund called Leapfrog from which we picked up money. That's when we got educated. मेरा खुद का भी एजुकेशन हो रहा है, I'll be candid, मुझे सब नहीं आता था। मैं धीरे धीरे सीखा कंप्लायंसेस क्या होते हैं, फिर ESG आया तो वो सीखा। तो मैंने खुद ने बहुत सारे कोर्सेज भी किए ESG को समझने के लिए। उससे मुझे समझ में आया कि यार ये तो बहुत ज़रूरी है। उसके बाद हमने एज कार्डिको ग्रुप 5 गोल्स लिए हमने UNSDC के जो होते हैं, जिनको हम लोग कंप्लाई कर रहे हैं। उसके ऊपर हमारे हर मंथ क्वार्टर चार्टर्स होते हैं जो कि रिपोर्ट्स बन के हम अपने शेयर होल्डर्स को भी देते हैं, राइट। अब उसकी कंप्लायंसेस जो ESG की बात कर रहे हैं वो एक नया ही डोमेन आ चुका है, और ये मान के चलिए जो बिजनेस आज इंडिया में ESG नहीं अडॉप्ट कर रहा वो कम्प्लीटली इनकॉम्पिटिटिव हो जाएगा आने वाले समय में। क्योंकि आप देखो एक्सपोर्ट के अंदर स्टील में ऑलरेडी पेनल्टी लग रही है अगर आपका ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन से प्रोड्यूस नहीं है, ग्रीन एनर्जी से प्रोड्यूस स्टील नहीं है तो, और उसकी पेनल्टी के बाद आप कभी कॉम्पिटिटिव हो ही नहीं सकते मार्केट में।
फंडिंग के साथ साथ एक्सपोर्ट भी चैलेंज,
तो आपका पूरा फंडामेंटल चैलेंज हो रहा है, तो आपको ESG कंप्लायंट तो बनना ही पड़ेगा। दैट ओपन अप अ न्यू एरिया फॉर ऑल ऑफ अस, बिकॉज आप लोग ही स्टैम्प करेंगे कि वो ESG कंप्लायंट है कि नहीं कंपनी। तो अपन को अपस्किल करना पड़ेगा। तो केवल मतलब फिनटेक IDI के नॉर्म्स AB फेमा यहाँ तक अब सीमित नहीं रहा चीज़ें, डोमेन्स बनते जा रहे हैं और स्पेशलाइजेशन भी चाहिए होगी अपने को। तो आज मौका है अपने को कि अपन लोग अपने आप को इवॉल्व करें, री इवॉल्व करें, बिकॉज इंडिया को अब आपकी ज़रूरत और पड़ने वाली है। और जितने भी सेक्टर थोड़े बड़े हो जाएंगे ना, उन पे ऑटोमेटिकली कंप्लायंसेस बढ़ते जाएंगे। अभी बहुत सारे सेक्टर्स ऐसे भी हैं जो छोटे हैं, जैसे गेमिंग इंडस्ट्री थी, अचानक से उस पर कंप्लायंसेस की बात होने लग गई। स्टार्टअप इंडस्ट्री है, टेक, आज तक कोई डेटा की बात नहीं कर रहा था, प्राइवेसी लॉस की बात नहीं कर रहा था, सडनली पूरा चार्टर बना है। प्रैक्टिकली आप देखोगे जो भी इंडस्ट्रीज बड़ी होंगी उस पर कंप्लायंस लगने ही, तो आप ये मान के चलो अभी तो शुरुआत है। जैसे जैसे भारत की इकोनॉमी और बढ़ेगी तो आप लोग की नीड, आप लोग की ज़रूरत बढ़ती ही जा रही है, मतलब मेरे व्यू में तो कम नहीं हो सकती यहाँ से। अब इसके अंदर मेरा मानना ये है कि चलो हमने ये डिस्कस किया, इंडिया आगे बढ़ रहा है, अपना टाइम है, अपने पास या तो जॉब करें या बिजनेस करें, दोनों के मौके हमारे पास बहुत सारे हैं। सेकंड, हमने बात किया कि मैक्रो बदल रहा है तो कंप्लायंसेस और कॉम्प्लेक्स होती जा रही है, इट्स नॉट ईजी टू मैनेज। थर्ड, अब बात करते हैं डिजिटाइजेशन के बारे में कि यार ये डिजिटाइजेशन करनी क्यों है, मतलब व्हाट इज द रियल इंपॉर्टेंस ऑफ डिजिटाइजेशन इन आवर वर्ल्ड। तो मैंने क्या रियलाइज़ किया है कि डिजिटाइजेशन जो है उससे आपका गवर्नेंस फ्रेमवर्क सेटअप होता है। और डिजिटाइजेशन इज़ नॉट कि मेरे को एक एज कंपनी सेक्रेटरी मेरे को करना ही काम। एक्चुअली बिजनेस का जो ओनर होता है उसका प्रायोरिटी नंबर 1 नहीं होगा तो आप कुछ कर भी नहीं पाओगे फ्रैंकली। तो रियलिटी ये कि जब अगर मेरी प्रायोरिटी 1 नहीं थी तो मैंने भी उस पर ध्यान नहीं दिया था। जब मेरी प्रायोरिटी 1 बनी तो मैंने काम करना उस पर चालू किया कि भाई मेरे को इसकी प्रायोरिटी बहुत हाई है बिकॉज ऑफ मैनी रीजन, राइट, जो मैंने आपको अभी बताए। तो आपको है ना फाउंडर का कोच बनना पड़ेगा, मतलब आप अपने आप को एक पीयर मानो एक विद अ बिजनेस होल्ड ओनर, क्योंकि आप जो उसको एडवाइस कर रहे हो उसके हित में ही कर रहे हो, और जो वैल्यू रीप करेगा वो बिजनेस ओनर ही करेगा, और उसका जो इन्वेस्टमेंट टू रिटर्न का रेशियो है बहुत हाई है। तो डिजिटाइज जब हमने किया तो हमने धीरे धीरे करके ओवर लास्ट 10 ईयर्स एकदम गोल्ड स्टैंडर्ड का डिजिटाइजेशन किया। हमारा सारा एम्प्लॉय डेटा, हमारा सारा पेरोल डेटा, हमारा सारा ईसॉप डेटा सब डिजिटाइज है, सारी ट्रांजैक्शन। जब हम लोग प्रोक्योरमेंट करते हैं तो सारा का सारा प्रोक्योरमेंट डिजिटाइज है। अगर हमारी बोर्ड मीटिंग्स आप देखोगे तो सारी की सारी डिजिटाइज है। तो प्रैक्टिकली हमने बोला कि यार हमारे को ना पूरा का पूरा ग्रुप डिजिटाइज करना है। अब इनिशियली अपफ्रंट इन्वेस्टमेंट ठीक ठाक लगा। अच्छी बात यह है कि इस सब के लिए आपको टेक्निकल नॉलेज होने की ज़रूरत नहीं है SCS, आपको बस टूल्स पता होने ज़रूरी हैं, और ये सारे टूल्स मार्केट में बहुत नॉमिनल सब्सक्रिप्शन पर यूज़र कॉस्ट पे मिलते हैं। तो आप लोगों को ये सोचने की ज़रूरत ही नहीं है कि ये मेरे को कोडिंग आती कि नहीं आती, आपके लिए कोई बना के बैठा है। आपके जैसे कोई भाई बंधु उस स्टार्टअप में गया और उसने वो सॉफ्टवेयर बना दिया। तो हमारा कॉन्ट्रैक्ट मैनेजमेंट का अलग सॉफ्टवेयर है, हमारा ईसॉप का अलग सॉफ्टवेयर है, हमारा सैप इम्प्लीमेंटेड, अब ओरेकल पे जा रहे हैं हम लोग। तो हमने सारे के सारे ERP सब कुछ डिजिटाइज किया ओवर अ पीरियड ऑफ लास्ट 10 ईयर्स, और सारा मैनुअल होता था। उससे हुआ क्या, अपफ्रंट इन्वेस्टमेंट ठीक ठाक लगा, ऐसा नहीं कि कम लगा, कुछ करोड़ों में लगा, पर उससे हमारे इतने सारे मैन पावर की कॉस्ट गायब हो गई। जैसे हमारे ट्रैवल के डेस्क पे अराउंड 8 लोग होते थे, अब हमने एक सेल्फ सर्व बना दिया, एक प्लेटफॉर्म दे दिया कि आप इसको डायरेक्टली खुद यूज़ कर लो। और वो हमने नहीं बनाया, हमने भी किसी स्टार्टअप से लिया। तो उसके बाद वो 8 सीट अब एग्जिस्ट ही नहीं करती। तो मेरा अपफ्रंट इन्वेस्टमेंट तो बहुत ही कम था और रिटर्न बहुत हाई है। और कंज्यूमर एक्सपीरियंस जिसे कहते हैं कि जब आप ये डिजिटाइज करते हैं तो एक तरफ है आपका एम्प्लॉय, एक तरफ है आपका बोर्ड, एक तरफ है आपके कस्टमर्स। हर जगह पे जब ट्रांसपेरेंसी आ जाती है ना तो वो एक फाउंडेशन बनती है, नींव बनती है एक ट्रस्टवर्दी बिजनेस की। फॉर एग्जाम्पल हमारे यूज्ड कार का हम बिजनेस करते हैं तो उसके अंदर हम ऑक्शन करते हैं गाड़ियाँ, उसके अंदर ट्रांजैक्शन जब होती है उसमें GST भी लगता है, उसके अंदर बहुत सारी चीज़ें होती हैं। पहले हम लोग ये सारा मंथ के एंड पे आके मैनुअली एक्सेल में डाल के एंटर करते थे, मैनुअल एरर्स भी बहुत होती थी, टैक्स फाइलिंग में भी डिले हो जाती थी, कंप्लायंस भी मिस करते थे। फिर हमने बोला कि जब भी ट्रांजैक्शन होगी रियल टाइम पे ये डेटा हिट करेगा सीधे सैप के अंदर। द डे वी डिड इट द 20 people टीम वॉज नॉट रिक्वायर्ड, दे मूव टू अदर प्रोफाइल। तो पावर ऑफ ऑटोमेशन, पावर ऑफ डिजिटाइजेशन इज क्रेजी। मतलब हम लोग सोचते हैं खर्चा है, मेरे ख्याल से तो ये एक ऐसा खर्चा है जिससे लॉन्ग टर्म में इन्वेस्टर वैल्यू तो बढ़ ही रही है, कंपनी की वैल्यू बढ़ रही है, साथ ही साथ आपका जो एफिशिएंसी और कंज्यूमर एक्सपीरियंस दोनों अच्छे बढ़ रहे हैं। अब इससे फ़ायदा क्या हुआ, मेरा डीलर जो था उसको जब वो लेजर मांगता था अपना, मैं बोलता था देता हूँ सर, पूरा दिन लग के एक बंदा लग के उसका लेजर निकालता था पहले। अब अगर आप देखो तो वो एक बटन दबाता है, उसकी ऐप में रियल टाइम पे आता है कि उसका लेजर के ऐप से डायरेक्टली पुल हो रहे हैं, और डेटा कंप्लायंट भी हो गए क्योंकि डिजिटाइज था। मेरा एक कोर मानना है कि वॉट यू कैन मेजर इज़ वॉट यू कैन इम्प्रूव। अगर डेटा डिजिटल नहीं है तो आप मेजर ही नहीं कर सकते रियल टाइम पे, और जब तक आपको पता लगेगा तब तक पानी बह चुका होगा ब्रिज के नीचे से। तो बेटर ये होगा कि हमें राइट टाइम पे अपनी एरर्स पता लगें। जब डेटा डिजिटाइज हुआ तो उसको एनालाइज करने का मौका मिला पहली बार, जब इतना सारा डेटा हमने पूरी कंपनी का डिजिटाइज किया तब हमारे को समझ में आया कि यार इससे तो बड़े सारे ट्रेंड्स निकल रहे हैं। जब एम्प्लॉय रिमबर्समेंट डिजिटाइज हुए तो हमने देखा हाँ कुछ लोग मिसयूज़ कर रहे हैं सिस्टम का। ऑडिट करना पॉसिबल था पहली बार, बिग डेटा से ट्रेंड निकालना पॉसिबल था आपकी बार। इसके ऊपर AI और ML भी लगने लग रहा है, इस डेटा पे ब्लॉकचेन टेक्नोलॉजी भी लग रही है, राइट। तो प्रैक्टिकली अगर आप मुझसे पूछोगे तो दिस डिजिटाइजेशन हैज सेव्ड अस मल्टीपल क्रोर्स, टेंस ऑफ क्रोर्स पर ईयर बाय जस्ट डिजिटाइजिंग दिस डेटा। हमारे को सारे आउटलायर्स मिलने लग गए हैं। नाउ वी हैव अ ऑडिट डन बाय बिग 4 इंटरनल एंड वी हैव अ एक्सटर्नल ऑडिटर ऑल्सो बिग 4, राइट। और नाउ जब उन्होंने पहली बार ऑडिट चालू करी थी तो दे वर शॉक टू सी कि सारा डेटा एट अ क्लिक अवेलेबल था, जो कि मोस्टली कंपनी में होता ही नहीं क्योंकि आपको मैनुअली जाके ढूंढना पड़ता है। तो मेरी ऑडिट का जो खर्चा है इतना कम हो गया, एक्सटर्नल और इंटरनल बोथ, क्योंकि इतना फास्ट हो जाता है हमारा ऑडिट बिकॉज ऑफ द फैक्ट दैट वी हैव डिजिटाइज द डेटा। तो इसका वैल्यू ऑफ डिजिटाइजेशन का मतलब मैं ओवर एम्फेसाइज कर रहा हूँ आप लोगों को, बट दिस इज द गोल्ड करेंसी। डेटा इज द न्यू ऑयल। आपका जो चीफ ग्रोथ ऑफिसर है अब वो CEO नहीं है कंपनी का, वो डेटा है कंपनी का, क्योंकि डेटा का भी झूठ नहीं बोलता। डेटा एक्यूरेट होता है, पिन पॉइंट होता है, फैक्चुअल होता है, आपको राइट इनसाइट देता है। तो मेरा मानना है कि दिस न्यू ईरा, any company you're working with, first learn the tools that you need to digitize the company, and once you have learned those tools, get that implemented in the company, and in long term this probably you will claim will be the best investment done by your company or the company you're consulting. That's my view. That's a new data, a new oil of the economy.
Yes. So Abid ji, like there are many company secretaries who are into practice, their own practice, they are running their own firms. And many company secretaries are in job, like they are working in various companies. So final, आपकी तरफ से मैं concluding remark ये चाहूँगा कि how they can use the technology in better way, जो एक नया आइडिया कुछ ऐसा कंपनी सेक्रेटरीज के लिए फाइनल मैसेज अमित जी की तरफ से, how they can use technology in their profession, like also because government is already using artificial intelligence, they are already doing big data mining and they are like processing everything through artificial intelligence. So how we can be equipped and use technology in our profession basically?
देखिए आप लोग को सबसे पहले क्या करना चाहिए कि ये सारे स्टार्टअप जितने भी हैं और जितने भी सॉफ्टवेयर बनाने वाले हैं वो अपना लाइसेंस बेचने में लगे हुए हैं सारे, राइट। हम जैसे फाउंडर होते हैं सारे और उनको बिजनेस चाहिए, तो आप सबको बुलाइए, डेमो लीजिए हर तरीके की। सब टूल्स की अगर लिस्ट नहीं है तो हम लोग भी भिजवा सकते हैं आपको, पर आपको आराम से एक ऑनलाइन गूगल सर्च पे भी मिल जाएंगी। पहले अवेयर हो जाएगी क्या क्या एग्जिस्ट करता है ऑलरेडी, अगर अवेयर नहीं है तो सबको बुलाइए, सबका डेमो लीजिए आप। मैं तो जब भी मेरे को सीखना होता है मैं डेमो के लिए बुलाता हूँ लोगों को, मैं उन्हीं से सीखता हूँ कि भाई आप बताओ, क्योंकि हर चीज़ तो मुझे भी पता नहीं होती, राइट। बट आई एम वेरी क्यूरियस टू लर्न कि क्या एग्जिस्ट करता है। तो मैं जितने भी कंप्लायंस टूल हैं खुद डेमो लिए हैं, ओरेकल, सैप जो ERP टूल थे उनके भी खुद डेमो लिए हैं, इक्विटी मैनेजमेंट का, ESOP का, खुद सारे ज़ेन इक्विटी सबके डेमो मैं खुद लेता हूँ। डाविन बॉक्स, HR मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम बहुत सारे हैं, राइट। तो हम लोगों ने सबका डेमो लिया और मैं पर्सनली लेता हूँ क्योंकि मेरे को पता तो रहे कि एग्जिस्ट क्या करता है। तो एज अ फाउंडर आई शुड बी अवेयर। अगर मेरे को अवेयर ही नहीं हुआ तो मैं राइट डिसीजन कैसे लूँगा कभी लाइफ में। तो सबसे पहली एक एडवाइस है कि आप लोग सारे टूल्स के लिए पहले अवेयर होइए और डिजिटाइज क्या क्या कर सकते हैं और कितनी जल्दी कर सकते हैं उसकी कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी समझिए, क्योंकि एक कंपनी में हर सारे टूल फर्स्ट डे पे लगाने ज़रूरी नहीं है, वो इंक्रीमेंटल होता है। स्टार्टअप का एक पेस होता है, अगर अपन लोग उसको स्लो करेंगे तो स्टार्टअप मुरझा जाएगा। तो ऐसा नहीं कि आप ओवर उसको कॉम्प्लिकेट कर दें कि सारे कंप्लायंसेस आज ही पकड़ लो इसको। ये ओवर अ पीरियड ऑफ टाइम लगते हैं और राइट फेज और राइट टाइम पे लगते हैं। आज हमारी कंपनी $1.2 बिलियन की है, तो हम लोगों ने आज सारे कंप्लायंसेस किए, पर जब मैं बिल्कुल छोटा था अगर सारे तब करने पड़ते मेरे इतने पैसे नहीं थे, या मैं कोड लिख के अपना साइट चलाऊंगा या फिर मैं ये सारी चीज़ें करूँगा, राइट। बट समय के साथ जैसे कंपनी इवॉल्व हुई तो राइट टाइम पे राइट इन्वेस्टमेंट करने भी इक्वली इंपॉर्टेंट है। तो मेरा व्यू फर्स्ट एडवाइस इज कि गेट अवेयर एंड कंसल्ट, बी अ कंसल्टेंट, बी अ एडवाइजर टू योर क्लाइंट। आप उसका स्टैम्प वाले नहीं हो, आप एक्चुअली वो हो जो उसको एक्चुअली धंधा चलाने का राइट तरीका बता रहा है, राइट लगाम लगा रहा है ताकि वो गिरे नहीं। और एक फाउंडर के लिए उससे बड़ा कुछ होता नहीं। इतने सारे जो कंपनी फटे हैं वो इसीलिए फटे हैं क्योंकि उनके जो कंपनी सेक्रेटरीज थे उन्होंने स्टैंपिंग करी, उन्होंने एक्चुअली रिस्क कॉल आउट नहीं किया ढंग से, जो कंप्लायंस रिस्क थे। और बहुत सारे कंपनी बड़े बड़े ग्लोबली फेल हो चुके हैं इस चक्कर में, आपको सबके नाम पता होंगे। तो एक एडवाइस ये। सेकंड है, मेरे को लगता है आप लोग है ना एक बहुत ही एलीट ग्रुप का पार्ट हो, जो बहुत ही कम इतने लोग हैं इंडिया में जिनमें इतनी स्किल है। और हार्ड वर्किंग तो आप हो ही, अगर 5% लोग पास होते हैं तो फिर मेहनत तो बहुत करनी पड़ती है एग्ज़ाम के लिए। तो ये मैं कह सकता हूँ आप हार्ड वर्किंग हो, आपने इतनी क्लोजली कंपनी को देखा है तो आपको धंधा भी समझ में आता है क्योंकि आपके पास सारी बैलेंस शीट, सारे कंप्लायंसेस साइन हो जाता है, आपको धंधे के तरीके भी पता है। तो मुझे लगता है आपसे बेटर एंटरप्रेन्योर कौन हो सकता है। मतलब मेरा व्यू है कि एक आपके पास हार्डवर्क, आपके पास नॉलेज ऑफ रनिंग अ कंपनी बाय सीइंग इट फ्रॉम द अदर साइड, तो आप जब कूदोगे ना बिजनेस में, हमसे बेहतर बिजनेस बनाओगे, मेरा व्यू है। क्योंकि आप लोगों के पास हमसे बेटर स्किल है बाय विकेरियसली सीइंग सो मेनी बिजनेसेस। मैं तो एक टाइप का बिजनेस देखा जो खुद ने किया, आपने तो 10-20 बिजनेस देख लेते हो आप अपने प्रोफेशन में, और आपको ये भी पता होता है क्या ठीक नहीं जा रहा, क्या सही जा रहा है। तो अगर आप खुद कूदोगे इस समुंदर में तो सोना लेके निकलोगे मेरे हिसाब से, क्योंकि ये इस टाइम पे इंडिया का टाइम है गाइस, ये आपका टाइम है।
सो फाइनली मतलब हम लोग इस कंक्लूजन की तरफ पहुंचे हैं कि कंपनी सेक्रेटरीज अब डेमो लेना शुरू कर दें।
करेक्ट।
और उस डेमो से बहुत सारी चीज़ें सीख के खुद डेमो देना भी शुरू कर दें। तो
बी क्यूरियस, आई मीन ऑल आई एम सेइंग इज बी क्यूरियस। क्योंकि अगर आपको पता ही नहीं क्या एग्जिस्ट करता है, आप अपने जिसको कंसल्ट कर रहे हो उसको कैसे बताओगे। जस्ट बी वेरी वेरी क्यूरियस। आई एम अ लर्नर, आई स्टिल लर्न एवरी डे।
थैंक यू सो मच अमित जी। और मुझे लगता है कि अमित जी के साथ जब बात करने का मौका मिलता है तो अगर पूरा दिन भी दे दिया जाए तो ऐसा लगता है कि समय का पता ही नहीं चला। सो थैंक यू वेरी मच फ्रॉम बॉटम ऑफ माई हार्ट एंड ऑन बिहाफ ऑफ ऑल द कंपनी सेक्रेटरीज हु आर प्रेजेंट हेयर and who are attending this session through virtual mode. I express my gratitude of thanks to you.
Thanks, pleasure is all mine. Thank you for supporting the whole country to become what it has become. अगर आप लोग नहीं होते तो हम यहाँ तक पहुँच ही नहीं सकते थे।
And one of our past president want to say something to you. So with the permission of president.
ये mic दे दीजिए।
Amit, you can take this one.
Amit ji, you entirely covered. I thought, let me see, you should not cover this, you should not cover that. Then I'll ask you something, what will be your position? I give you the practical example. A dozen or 2 dozen promoters comes to us. Then they say, somebody says, give me immediately. Somebody doesn't have the patience. Somebody doesn't have the money. He wants to go. At what stage you feel you would have gone wrong, you said, no. And I don't want to share the detail. Because for an issuer, they'll ask you all kind of details. You don't want to share some of the detail also. So at what level you think this is a balancing has to be done? And in process, you have replied all those things, but what is the stage where in your case it has happened? And to my president and the entire team, he's given a clue. He's just given a clue. I mean, entire, whatever is available in the market, let the institute should have the detail of that, and in turn we give it to our member practicing and then we become the leader for everything what Amit ji is conveyed. Yeah.
ये कंप्लायंस जो मैंने बताया आपको सारे ना, रिस्क रिवॉर्ड रेशियो होता है फाउंडर के दिमाग में हमेशा, क्योंकि हर बना सोचता है कि ये करूँ, रिस्क कितना है, रिवॉर्ड कितना है, राइट, खर्चा कितना है, वो कितना है। नॉर्मली हम लोग ऐसे सोचते हैं। हम लोग एक्चुअली हर इवॉल्विंग फेज में अलग अलग टाइप के इन्वेस्टमेंट किए, और जब हमें समझ में आया ना कि इसका रिटर्न एक्चुअली छोटा मोटा नहीं है, कंपनी की वैल्यूएशन 1.5 से 2 गुना बढ़ जाती है गुड गवर्न कंपनीज का। उसके बाद तो देयर वाज नो स्टोन अनटर्न फॉर इन्वेस्टिंग, रियलिटी इज दैट। बट मेरी एजुकेशन थोड़ी लेट हुई, मैं ये कहूँगा। अगर मेरे को पहले को एजुकेट कर देता तो मेरे को फ़ायदा पहले मिल सकता था। थैंक यू गाइस, थैंक्स एवरीवन, बहुत अच्छा लगा आप सबसे मिलके। थैंक्स फॉर होस्टिंग मी।
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. The session was advantageous, especially in an era where the world turns into a world of artificial intelligence. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an important release of a publication now. Sir, would request you to continue on the dais, please. I request CS Suresh Pandey, Council Member, and CS Manish Gupta, President ICSI, to facilitate the release of a publication titled Compilation of ROC and RD Orders, MCA, under the Companies Act 2013, at the hands of our learned guest for the session, Mr. Amit Jain, CEO and co-founder, Kardeko Group. This publication focuses on in-depth coverage of the cases adjudicated by the ROC and appeal before the regional director, encompassing various sections of the Companies Act 2013 and its rules. It provides insights on violations of the various sections of the Companies Act and their associated orders, making it an essential reference for professionals interested in corporate governance, legal compliance of the corporate sector in India. would also request CS Manish Gupta, President ICSI, and CS Suresh Pandey, Council Member ICSI, to present the memento to our expert speaker. Let's have a big round, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, sir. So we are continuing our next session, next special session again. So corporate governance is absolutely dynamic. It evolves in direct proportion with stakeholders and regulators' expectations. Moving ahead, I now invite Shri V.V. R. Mohan Reddy, Founder, Chairman, and Board Member, Cyient Limited, and CS Dwarika Nath Chenur, Council Member ICSI, to please come on the dais for our next session on emerging trends in corporate governance. We welcome you, sir.
Good evening to all. Welcome you all to the second special session. The topic that is going to be deliberated is emerging trends in corporate governance. Corporate governance is the framework of rules, practices, and processes by which a company is directed and controlled. It plays a critical role in ensuring the accountability, transparency, and ethical behavior of organizations. It is rightly said that there is no one definition, but corporate governance is without questions vital. Good corporate governance practices are a sine qua non for sustainable business that aims at generating long-term value to all its stakeholders and shareholders and other persons, those involved. Realizing the same, the regulators also enshrined corporate governance framework in the laws administered by the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, SEBI, and other sectoral regulators. The developments in the corporate governance in India and outside have a fairly long and interesting history. There have been numerous developments in this sphere in India in the last 1.5 decades. The world-changing events of the past 3 years, including COVID-19 crisis, have focused businesses to shift priorities and adopt new policies to continue driving profitability. There are also actions on the regulatory front, particularly to guide companies into transformation. Investors have seen the best and the worst during this time. Watching the more agile companies tackle external issues with confidence and the less prepared companies struggle to keep up. Friends, a transparent, ethical, and responsible corporate governance framework essentially emanates from the intrinsic will and passion for good governance ingrained in the business entity. Understanding emerging trends and predicting the future of corporate governance is essential for staying ahead and effectively guiding organizations. In recent years, several emerging trends in corporate governance have gained prominence, reshaping the way companies are managed and overseen. The future of corporate governance presents exciting opportunities and challenges for the board of directors, embracing technology, prioritizing ESG, integration, digital transformation, promoting board diversity, engaging with stakeholders, and enhancing transparency and accountability are key trends shaping the governance landscape. By staying informed and adapting to these trends, board of directors can navigate the changing governance landscape and guide organizations towards sustainable success. Quoting Richard Branson, a renowned British business magnate and commercial astronaut, sustainable corporate governance is not a destination. It is a journey of continuous improvement and adaptation. The above trends in the corporate governance show where your priorities must lead as we move away from the damaging pandemic and future looks like a more collaborative and transparent space. Friends, this special session to be delivered by Shri B.V.R. Mohan Reddy, founder, chairman and board member, Cynate Limited, has been designed to delve into the emerging trends and predictions shaping corporate governance future, offering insights and guidance for board of directors seeking to navigate the evolving governance landscape. Thank you, one and all. Over to Mr. Reddy, please.
So you may use any. So, but before you have a session, we would like to first give you a memento. I request our council member to please give a memento to our guest, Shri B.V.R. Mohan Reddy, founder, chairman, and board member, Cyient Limited. He is a visionary who firmly placed India on global engineering, research, and development services mapped by establishing Cyient in 1991. He received Pradam Shri in 2017 for his contribution to trade and industry. Please, sir.
Well, good evening to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm fully aware that we're running about 2 hours behind schedule. That doesn't augur too well with people like me especially. I'm very, very sorry about it because I guess discipline is something which built us where we are today. And I know some of us have the weakness of talking for too long. But I guess it becomes imperative for the organizers to manage the show. I wouldn't deliberate on that any longer, but move on to the topic of what I wanted to share with you as what I see as the perspectives of emerging trends in corporate governance. My presentation, please? Yeah, wonderful. Thank you. Our chair today talked about the context in which this topic was being introduced. To me, corporate, I just put a couple of slides together on what I think is the background for the whole idea of corporate governance. What are the historical trends globally, what we see in Bharat at this point of time, and what I see as a trend for coming years. If you look at the background of what corporate governance is, it is primarily to do with the oversight of business activities in terms of ensuring compliance and laws and ethics. That's one responsibility that the corporate governance or the boards had. The second one was that they wanted to make sure that there's enough of transparency to the stakeholders. The third one is they also help us, the board, through the corporate governance, help us in terms of corporate strategy, certainly look into compensation issues with the senior management, risk management, and finally hiring some of the critical positions in organizations. This is largely what we all believed was corporate governance to us was and continues to be. And to me, I keep calling it the corporate governance to be a sort of a raft, R-A-F-T. There are 4 elements to it. One is the element of responsibility, accountability, fairness, and transparency. As a raft sails on top of any water, it floats so well, so is corporate governance. If you don't have these 4 pillars or 4 elements that build that raft, I think we are in serious trouble in terms of sinking. So therefore, as practicing company secretaries, I urge all of you to keep these 4 pillars of responsibility in your view. One is responsibility, second is accountability, and fairness and transparency. If you look at the history of what corporate governance is all around the globe, I should be transparent to tell you that I run businesses in 19 countries across the world. We have compliances to adhere to in 19 countries. We have regulators of different kind, shape, size in these 19 countries, and still are sailing all right. I've been heading a publicly traded company for 23 years now, and I've been the CEO of a privately limited companies for as many as 13 years before that. So certainly, this is of great interest to me, because singularly, not because I'm talking to corporate, the company secretaries, reason why companies get better multipliers, better recognition, better brand is because of their governance norms. And you as the company secretaries help us in making sure that happens. So on that count, let me first thank all of you, including my 3 colleagues who are here in the audience today, Sudhindra Putti, Ravi, and Kartika, all of them who help us in making sure we continuously maintain standards which will improve year after year, reflecting, of course, as what my earlier speaker talked about, is your multiples and so on and so forth. So what are we seeing is the global trends at this point of time? You can clearly look at a couple of things from this particular slide. Sorry, it's a large amount of traffic. One is, of course, there is a large amount of deployment of technology that's happening. We talked about digitization in the previous session, but this digitization has to lead into a lot more benefits compared to what they are, and there are more dimensions to what the speaker talked about earlier today. And I'll probably bring those in a moment to you. So that is one trend for sure that we are seeing. That's the deployment of technology, and people are leveraging technology. The second trend I'll call out is the amount of awareness that's there for ESG. That is something which is extremely important, and that is actually, as the example that was given, people are asking, do you have green steel with you at this point of time? And the reason for that is primarily because the customer is asking for that. The awareness level with every one of the consumers is increasing so considerably that you definitely need to have level of awareness and level of implementation, level of execution in ESG to be higher, and you have a very key role to play. That's the second trend that we see. The third trend that I'll call about is about the board composition, board governance, board evaluation, and so on and so forth. These are the trends that we are seeing. Look back into what has happened in India itself the last 10 years. I've still not used the word Bharat. I'll use it in a little bit from now. And what are we seeing is, I think you just now released a compendium of what has happened with the 2013 Companies Act. That's starting, it was a good start point. It probably also is congruent with the new government coming in around that time, or a little later than that. But certainly it helped in terms of trying to everybody comply with the new norms. The awareness levels have increased. Just not the 2013, the Companies Act, Revised Companies Act, but you certainly have seen a fairly large amount of activism coming in from the regulatory bodies, whether it is SEBI, or the listing bodies, whether it is NSE or BSE. All of these are, again, moving towards the same direction as what I said so far. So let me move on and share with you what I believe are the 10 trends that I see in corporate governance in coming years. The first and the foremost is all about embracing technology. I think that is going to be very, very crucial for every one of you to make sure that we get best out of every organization. And if you don't change, the change will overtake you. That's the key challenge you will have. And what we have seen so far is just digitization. But what we think we will see more is amount of value you will derive from this digitized data. And why do I think the value will continue to increase? Is because technology is improving at a relentless pace. Where I'm in my life, I spent about almost 50 years of my life in technology. And where do I see at this point of time is that what we have seen in the last 50 years will likely to happen in the next 2 years. That's the pace at which technology is moving. Computers are becoming cheaper, they're becoming smaller, they're becoming faster. If you look at communication devices, their accessibility, availability is becoming much, much larger. If you look at a deployment of communication devices like 5G technologies at this point of time, applications which are not feasible in the past are now reality. We talked about in the COVID times, therefore, the doctor was online available for consulting. What we are seeing right now is doctors can do an online surgery because the latency on a 5G network is less than 1 millisecond. So which means that the knife that moves on a stylus at one end, thousands of miles apart from a surgeon, the same time, the robotic arm is doing the surgery on the other side of the patient, by taking the instructions from the surgeon. There's no latency at all. So therefore, we also think the third element is these sensors. I'm sure some of you are aware, some of you may not be aware, but even the phone that you have several sensors in them. You turn your phone vertical to the horizontal, it knows how to change the framework of reading. That's a sensor, actually. And your face recognition is a sensor by itself. All of them are there. There are a lot more will happen. These sensors, at one point of time, were looking very ugly-looking devices which were expensive. They're no longer true. You can buy them dime a dozen. God gave us 5 senses: the ability to see, the ability to feel, the ability to hear, smell, and taste. All those 5 senses today in technology, we are equally good as human beings. Honestly, as doctors themselves accept, in vision, the computers are doing much better than the doctors. If you look at an X-ray, a naked eye of a doctor recognizes that there could be a lesion that's there, probably when it actually is materializing. The computer, with the type of explosion that we can do with it, can recognize a year ahead of a common vision. I can go on relentlessly giving examples, but what I'm trying to get down to is that applications becoming more as digitization would happen. It'll be true with every company, and as company secretaries, you should be aware of it. Lastly, what is all these sensors doing, and I'll talk about a little more as we move forward, putting relentless amount of data. Oceans of data, as we call. I think even the earlier speaker talked about the importance of data. But you can get meaning out of the data by running what we call them as algorithms, or that's translating itself into artificial intelligence. So therefore, what you need to do as a first one, as a trend that we are seeing, is that relentless amount of technology progression that will happen, and you have to definitely get aware, and you have to change. You become a part and parcel of this technology evolution which get implemented in companies. The second one is there are also a number of tools that are coming in. You look at board meetings, the way in which they happened in the past and they are happening now, they're so different. Where I am again back in life, I'm an archaic, but I've changed. We used to get board papers which are binders and folders, thick folders, each one of them, annexures running into pages and pages. I don't get them any longer. I actually just get an email message which says board books are updated. We actually in our company use digital boards at this point of time, and there you all the data with you. And then you look at what happened before COVID and what's happening today is people are not physically coming to the board meetings. And I don't have any issues whatsoever because technology is so they're as good as being there. And what was further happening? They're being recorded. You have complete trace of who said when you have an evaluation. When you have enough of information, can you defend it? So therefore, it becomes important for us to see the effectiveness of each member, but evaluate them with a periodicity which I think right now defined as 1 year. And certainly what we see as the other trend is, even in spite of the challenges we had in the COVID era, where there is a certain amount of anti-global, very seriously implied implications on companies. We just came out of one in the US courts of law. And if you hear the story, I don't have the time to tell you the story, you'll say it's so silly. That's the only word that you'll use. Because the judgment is out, I can use the word, I believe. But what did it cost us? It's public information, $3 million of legal fee per quarter. That's what we were running at for a very, very mundane issue. So therefore, as companies become globalized, look at corporate governance from the perspective of globalization. And then you have to continuously look at what the regulatory developments are. In the interest of time, let me move on further and tell you what, and you have to, the last one I have is of governance. And future-proofing does not mean you probably get ready for next 1 year. Every year, you're getting ready for the next year and the next year. That's how the clock will run. And that's how businesses are running, and that's how we built a business. So what is the future right now? As I see it, number one, I think this was talked about a little while earlier too, is leverage the data. To give you a flavor of amount of data that's being created, I don't know how many of you know what this number is, that it's called septillion. You must have heard about megabytes, gigabytes. They're now septillion bytes. That's 1 followed by 28 zeros. So every day, companies create 7.5 septillion bytes of information. Not necessarily all that is being stored at this point of time. We have edge servers which decide which is good data, which is bad data. What's coming back is about, I think, about 2.5, there's one more word, which is followed by 16 zeros. That's what the difference is that's the number of data that's coming up. So you have so much of data, you need to certainly rethink. Leverage the data is one advice I'll give all of you. The second one is keep up with the news and public opinion. With the social media that's all around you, you can't ignore it at all. You can't say, I don't care about it. You don't care about it, you get drowned with it. So therefore, it's important for all of you to say, public opinion is important. I think there's a lot that you can gather from that information. The third one is, you should definitely start triangulating to say, where does your organization stand? Do a SWOT analysis on a periodic basis. The changes are so constant. Every quarter, we think competition is changing. And that's how this world evolves. New startups come by. Certainly, how do we handle them? So therefore, all this is possible when you start using the data to see what are the gaps in an organization by doing the SWOT analysis. And finally, you have to establish informed policies and strategies. We talked about several things today, whether it's board diversity, it's the ESG criteria, the risk rating. I didn't use this word called cyber security. That's yet another new thing that all of you have to learn about. There could be very interesting examples that can come by. We have seen that whenever our board meetings happen, the quarterly results are being declared. The activism on our servers is very high. And the day our board meeting happened for the first quarter, that was in July that we had a board meeting, we had a breach. And I was intrigued about the breach, what happened. So it was basically a C page which came from our subsidiary in Finland, and it froze all our data on our Finnish servers. So we were very curious to find out what is this cybersecurity threat like. The reason is cryptocurrency guys were hijacking computing power. They didn't do anything with our data. They just froze the data, set us apart, take the computing power on the AWS servers, and they were running the cryptocurrency algorithms. That's what the outcome was. So these are the new trends that will come by. Please don't think this is just going to be the future. I'm not talking about like Alvin Toffler did 100 years back or 50 years back. This is real. This is today. So what do we need to do is, therefore, we need to adopt ourselves for these digital technologies. You leverage data analytics, and you implement strong information governance, and that will make sure organizations will prosper. In these times, we have seen if governance is not good, things have been very challenging. You saw the 2008 economic meltdown. That was because of governance. Enron was governance meltdown. Satyam was a governance meltdown. So what is for us is, if you have good governance, you'll bring successful, sustainable companies. Thank you.
Sir, I have only one question on ESG. Environment, social and governance. Of course, this is the buzzword now for the last few years. Yeah. Of course, if a company wants to implement this, there is a lot of investment that has to get into this. However, we will be looking at the benefits in the long run. So how do you think that the companies will be responding for this concept of ESG in the short run as well as the long run? And what could be the role of company secretaries as such in governance part of it?
Good question that you raised. ESG, like many others that we implement, is certainly investment that is involved. But in companies, we invest which gives you return. And I can assure you that will give you multiple returns compared to what the investments are over a period of time. Certainly, yes. There is upfront loading that's required, but I think it has now become an imperative for the society. If this environmental issues go on, the climate change that we're seeing, the carbon emissions that are happening at this point of time, the global warming that you're seeing, are existential issues for the humankind itself. So therefore, I think whether it's environmental or the social or the governance issues, I think it varies from company to company, the size of the company, the type of company, the investments that are required. But I think it is imperative we make those investments, and I assure you that there are returns thereafter. Sir, nothing in my life would work with a tick box approach, I assure you that. I think all of us have to do flawless execution. I built a company from a modest money of 20 lakhs. I'm an entrepreneur too. I'm a first generation entrepreneur. We never went into the tick box approach. 20 lakhs was my equity in 1992. 30 years later, the same 20 lakhs now has a market capitalization of 25,000 crores. That's what it is. What does it? It's to do with governance. It's to do with your trust people have built into you. Your ability to, you have to deliver too. It's not that you tell stories and tick mark them. You'll get caught up very quickly. It'll be, manipulating the spreadsheet as somebody else did in the computer technology company. So therefore, if you do it right, I think rewards, you look at it, are infinite. The return that we gave to our investors who came with the public issue in 1997, Mr. Surendra Putti, our company secretary, and I were talking about it. One of our old investors came in the last few months to, he's a non-resident Indian, to look at all the money he made. And it's certainly, rewarding, gratifying to see what people have made. And that's the reward you get if you do the governance right. So the importance of the company secretaries is very, very high in the current scenario that we are looking at. I talked about a number of things that are changing at this point of time. So the company secretaries have a very important role to play with the boards. And the rational boards or the rational founders respect all of you as equal and making sure that you bring the wisdom in terms of governance into organizations. So we today, if you look at it, our company secretaries as good as us. So because he has his specialization, he knows every rule, every law. There are 3 of them that are there right now. And away from here, there are probably 3 more in a company. But we respect them because, they tell us what's the direction that we need to take. The decision is ours. So therefore, you have a very important role to play in making sure the companies grow, prosper, and get the right multipliers in making sure that there is value for everybody, value for every stakeholder. Thank you very much to the Institute of Company Secretaries for inviting me. I really enjoyed being here. Pardon me for saying that I was running 2 hours late, but we are 2 hours late at this point of time. I think next time I'm sure you'll do better with this feedback, but wish you all the very best in terms of making sure that the breed grows much larger. I think there's more amount of demand for company secretaries. You should also think about becoming entrepreneurs and making sure that you make value for your customers. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful and a very engaging address. With this, we move on for another release. We request you to please be seated. Sir, please be seated. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, organizing small producers for dealing with production and market risk has been an issue of much debate and research. In 2002, the Companies Act was amended to make a space for the producer companies. I request Dwarikanath sir to facilitate the release of the publication titled Handbook on Producer Companies. This handbook will act as a perfect guide for professionals in assimilating the essential dimensions of producer companies, thus fueling their growth, strengthening the agriculture sector, and ensuring sustainability. So this is Handbook on Producer Companies. I now request C.S. Manish Gupta, President ICSI, and C.S. Rupanjana Dey, Council Member ICSI, to please come on the dais and present a memento to our expert speaker, please. I request C.S. Dwarikanath ji to please kindly join. Audience, please, a big round of applause, please. A big round of applause. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on to the first technical session of the day on the sub-theme, Digital Inclusion, a Catalyst for Corporate Innovation and Social Progress. Request you to kindly be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on to the first technical session of the day on the sub-theme, Digital Inclusion, a Catalyst for Corporate Innovation and Social Progress. Let us now invite our learned panelists, Dr. Rajiv Mani, Additional Secretary, Department of Legal Affairs, Ministry of Law and Justice, Government of India, Dr. C.S. Mohapatra, IES retired, IEPF Chair Professor, National Council of Applied Economic Research, NCAER, Shri Yaduvendra Mathur, IAS retired, former Secretary, Niti Aayog, and our moderator, C.S. Praveen Soni, Council Member, and C.S. Mohan Kumar, A, Council Member. Request you all to kindly come out to the dais. Let's have a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. The first technical session on the sub-theme, Digital Inclusion, a Catalyst for Corporate Innovation and Social Progress. Thank you, sirs.
I now request C.S. Praveen Soni to please welcome our guest, Dr. Rajiv Mani, Additional Secretary, Department of Legal Affairs, Ministry of Law and Justice, Government of India, by presenting him a planter.
Dr. Mani is an officer of the Indian Legal Service. He is a group head looking after advisory work of various ministries of the Government of India. He is closely associated in carrying forward the legislative initiatives of strengthening the ease of doing business environment, promoting institutional arbitration, and developing an area ecosystem that facilitates easy resolution of disputes through minimal court intervention. He is also a member of the Governing Board, IBBI, and Additional Secretary in charge of the Law Commission of India.
I now request Mr. C.S.A. Mohan Kumar A. to please welcome our guest, Dr. C.S. Mohapatra, IES retired, IEPFA chairperson, and National Council of Applied Economic Research, by presenting him a planter, please. I'm fumbling.
Dr. Mohapatra retired as a principal advisor in the rank of Secretary to the Government of India. He's an expert in financial sector development and reforms, economic administration, planning and policy, with a 36-year-long career in Government of India, where he served in several senior positions in the Ministry of Finance.
I now request C.S. N.P.S. Chawla, please, to come on the dais and welcome our guest, Shri Yaduvendra Mathur, IAS retired, former Secretary, Niti Aayog, by presenting him a planter.
Sri Mathur retired from the rank of Secretary to the Government of India in 2019. He has 40 years of experience of development and institutional finance at senior-most policy-making levels in India and international business. He was CMD of Export-Import Bank of India 2014-17 and was Secretary to the Government of India at Niti Aayog during 2017-19. In March 2020, he was appointed by the Government of India Ministry of Power as coordinator of Africa International Solar Alliance. He has a bachelor's degree in economics and an MBA in finance. Let us now request C.S. Praveen Soni, moderator for the session, to please take the session ahead. Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, respected panelists, my council colleague, Mohan Bhai, President of the dais, Program Director Shukla ji, all council colleagues, respected friends, professionals, ladies and gentlemen. We are slightly delayed with the session, but yes, we have a good amount of participation there. And to all the participants, those who are listening and viewing this program on a virtual basis. This session is on the digital inclusion. So we are just trying to have the impact and the benefit and analysis for the digital inclusions in the Government of India with the public as in participation. In our increasingly interconnected world, the digital divide separates the haves from the have-not. Digital inclusion is powerful catalyst, corporate innovations, and social progress. In the business landscape, embracing digital inclusion enables companies to tap into talent pool, fostering diversity and fresh perspective. Moreover, inclusion practices led to the development of products and services that cater to a broader range of consumers, enhancing competitiveness and fostering innovations. Government of India has also launched the Digital India program with the vision of transforming India into a digital empowering society and knowledge-based economy by ensuring digital access, digital inclusions, and digital empowerment, and bringing the digital divide. Under the Digital India initiative, the government has undertaken a range of activities and initiatives to initiate digitally transform the nation and improve the governance services and connectivity. Some of the key initiatives of the Digital India includes Aadhaar, BHIM, DigiLocker, UPI, DigiYatra, MyGov, and the Umang. These are the initiatives by the Government of India. And friends, we'll be happy to know that the Arogya Setu initiative was one of the biggest challenging role which has played during the COVID vaccination time. And around 114 million users have downloaded this application. And yes, more than 2/3 of the people have used this, the surrounding, finding the people, those who are infected with the COVID applications. So this is the world's the #1 contact tracing application which has been successfully implemented by the Government of India. Digital inclusion is again a multifaceted endeavor and corporate plays a pivotal role by investing in the initiative that promote digital inclusions both locally and globally. As a digital transformation led to the innovation, we can say that the help of these new digital initiatives, technologies, existing business problems can be solved easily, and the use of this technology can be also be improved. It can also help the organization to stay relevant and competitive. We have seen that every sector of economy is shifting from the traditional method working to the digital. And just take an example of banking sector. The banking sector adopted the various digital tools and techniques in order to provide a comfort and secure environment to the customers. We have recently seen that one of the Golgappa vendor who was generally used to take payment in cash, and now when he is accepting payment into digital mode through UPI, he need not to make his hands free for collecting cash and need not to waste his time. And because of the digital innovation, he keeps serving to his customer and is collecting the payments from digital system only, and he is just hearing, yes, my payment has been received. So this has improved his efficiency and sales also. So this way the digital transformation has improved and associated the people into the business improvement. Friends, due to these innovative developments in the government ecosystem, the digital technologies, the role of company secretaries also witnessing a major transformation, and it is certain that future scenario will be much different from now. The world is focusing on automation, and therefore the company secretaries need to combine their digital skills with the existing skill sets. By bringing technology to the grassroots level, professionals can bring the digital divide. Company secretaries have responsibility to campaign the digital inclusions, advocate for equal access to the technology, and collaborate towards building an inclusive digital that leaves no one behind. For this panel, an apt theme have been chosen: the digital inclusions, a catalyst for corporate innovations and the social progress. We have the kind presence of three eminent speakers with us today to guide us about the significance of digital inclusion of the society as well as the economy. The initiatives of government for making the lives of people better and prosperous, and using the digital inclusions and the opportunity challenges associated with the inclusions. In the ICSI also, friends, we have taken up the digital inclusions and Kranti, while e-agenda management system we have adopted, whereby the agendas are being circulated through e-system. We are avoiding the printing of hard copies and bookish agendas. Then digital evaluation of mark sheet recently innovated, and the brainchild of President Manish Gupta ji, and now mark sheets are being evaluated on digitally basis. It is circulated to the examiners on digitally, and we are reducing time and cost and efforts also. Again, DigiLocker is there, a government of India initiative, but yes, our institute's identity card, mark sheets, all are available on the DigiLocker systems. And similarly, the placement portal launched in 2019, as well as the Geo portal systems. So these are the initiatives from the ICSI also on the digital initiatives. Yes, we are working on the same. President ICSI is the chairman for the IT committee also, and we have thoughts and we have highly initiative ideas which are going to implement. With this note, we'll start with our session, and will the panel, esteemed panelists, and we'll go up with the question answers. Over to you, my council colleague Mohan Bhai. Thank you.
Thank you, Praveen Bhai. Good evening to all the distinguished participants. Because of time constraints, we are directly getting into the panel discussion. My first question is to Dr. Rajiv. Sir, government has taken a lot of initiatives like Aadhaar, BHIM, UPI, DigiLocker, etc. And how do you assess the progress on digital inclusion initiatives so far, sir?
Thank you very much. And I take this opportunity to congratulate the ICSI management, its president, and all the office bearers for organizing this very topical conference on the subject of digital inclusion, which is so important for everyone, and particularly for the profession of company secretaries. As far as your question is concerned regarding the digital inclusion vision of the Government of India is very clear. It starts right from the Antyodaya class to the billionaire club. The mention of Aadhaar, as was made by Shri Praveen Soni ji, nearly 130 crore Indians have this digital identity, which is one of the largest digital identity projects in the world. So we are in fact the leaders in that. Along with that, the JAM Trinity, that is the Jan Dhan bank accounts, the Aadhaar card, and the mobile, it has provided a big platform for digital inclusion of those marginalized sections of the society who could never actually get the benefits which the government has earmarked for them. And particularly in the monitoring of the social welfare schemes, whether it is the DBT or other subsidies which are to be allotted to the concerned sections of the population, their effective monitoring and mapping it with the correct identity of the person who is the recipient of that benefit has all been possible because of this big digital inclusion steps which has been taken by the Government of India over a period of time. And not only that, this is with regard to the various welfare measures, but on the economic front, the digital economy is set to rise to almost $1 trillion by the year 25-26. And that shows the power of technology and particularly the use of digital tools in our governance, which has actually amplified the scope for innovation in our country. As we know that India is the third highest innovation nation in this world after US and China. And our innovation has been further boosted by the efforts to increase digital inclusion at a mass scale. So I think the various measures which have been taken right from the common man, from the marginalized sections to the top club of the country, to include everyone in this revolution of digital inclusion has done wonders. And this is just the beginning. There is still a lot of way to be covered, and there is, I think, a great scope for India becoming one of the digital leaders in the world, overtaking both China and USA in the long run. This is my preliminary views on the question. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I mean, most of the company secretaries are supporting the businesses, corporates, either as employed company secretaries or practicing company secretaries. So, how can the businesses collaborate with the government to advance digital inclusion?
I think the profession of company secretary has got very huge responsibilities vested on its shoulders. The successful running of the company, the governance aspect of the whole corporate governance of the company basically rests on the shoulders of the company secretary. He is to ensure the legal and the other compliances which are necessary for the successful run of the company. And with the digital inclusion, I think one of the most important factors which I think all the corporates also need to hear it loud and clear, that there is a need for, having a clear risk management and about the various cyber security measures, whether it is the digital inclusion and to protect the data, particularly with regard to, the DPDP Act becoming a law in August 23 this year. So the company secretaries need to digitalize their all compliances. In fact, I may share you a very leading phenomenon which has happened with us in the Ministry of Law and Justice. We created a web application by the name of LIMS, Legal Management and Litigation Management and Briefing System. And that has actually helped us map all the cases wherein the government is one of the litigant. As we all know, there are almost 5 crore cases which are pending before various courts and tribunals in the country as on date. And a majority of them are, the government is the litigant. Of course, government includes not only central government, state government, but all the instrumentality agencies of the government, so that figure goes high in that context. And, but a major portion of that also is criminal cases. Now we have been able to map more than 10 lakh cases wherein the Union of India, that is the central government, and the central government is one of the litigants. And as a result, we have been able to ensure that the monitoring of the litigation at our level, at the level of the government, is done effectively in a proactive manner, and no case is left out. And in fact, when we digitize the whole setup with permission of API linkages with the various district courts, high courts, and now we have got the API linkage with the Honorable Supreme Court also. So all the orders which are passed by the various courts, they are easily available through the API on our portal. And we can, each of the secretaries of the Government of India is empowered through his nodal officers. They all have access to it. They can earmark, the important cases which from their perspective are, necessary to be monitored effectively. The contempt cases can be monitored. The high pecuniary value cases can be monitored. And so much, data, visibility is there. Earlier, which was totally absent, and we had to rely on simply paper files. Now, this analysis of the data which has been made possible in the government sector, I think can be more effectively utilized also by the private sector, wherein the private governance can effectively create digital platforms for ensuring all the legal and other compliances which the company secretary has to ensure, and that can effectively underscore the point that these compliances will never be missed off and the transparency of the whole mechanism would be ensured. So I think there is enough scope for, digital inclusion of the corporates, and the corporate, in fact, at the board level has to realize that the digital data, because being data fiduciary, they also have very onerous responsibilities on their shoulder, and that responsibility should ideally not be left to any other officer, but should be catered at the board and the highest level of the management. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mani. Mr. Mohapatra, I would like to come to your question regarding the cyber threat to the security which we are facing nowadays. And the cyber security has become a challenging task, be it for the corporates or be it for the government. So nowadays, more than millions of cyber breach incidents are reported on a daily basis. And cyber security threats can cost to the organization in India, which generally it's accounted to $10 million. So understandably, there is a huge gap between the digital literacy and consumer awareness rights. What measures do you suggest for envisaging the safe digital space for the corporates as well as the government?
Good evening. I think I must congratulate Manish for leading the entire team so beautifully, and thanks for the patience of all the listeners who are waiting till the last to hear the first session. So now coming to cyber security, it's a very important topic, and I have been secretary to the Financial Stability Development Council, where I was additional secretary in Department of Economic Affairs. That time I was closely in touch with CERTAIN. All of you must know the Computer Emergency Response Team of METI. So what I immediately felt was I was coordinating between SEBI, IRDA, PFRDA, and all other financial sector regulators, and implementing policies and financial reforms for 1.5 decades, 15 years, from 2007 till 2021. Then I went on to head the GST Council Secretariat. All along I have felt that the way we are progressing in digitalization, along with the benefits that have been talked about from morning to evening, there are challenges, and challenges are even equally dangerous and bigger than the benefits, and the benefits in no time can turn to be a disadvantageous position, because the way it percolates to give the benefits, the same way it percolates to create a challenge. It doesn't take time. I have seen the data theft happening. I have observed many failures, cyber threats that is happening in the country. So the first step which we did was, I remember around 2016-17 budget announcement, we said that for financial sector, we should also have a CERT-FIN. So we created CERT-FIN, and today I'm happy to say that it is being implemented, and it's in METI. All the financial sector information is coming in a more dedicated manner, and we are able to reach out to the financial sector regulators and try to monitor the threats. But I must say that these things are actually drop in an ocean. If we have to meet the challenge of cybersecurity threats, then it is not only India, but the entire globe is at it. We are still struggling with the manner, with the regulations, with the act and the rules that we frame. How do we keep in touch and keep control and be ahead of those cybersecurity issues that we face? For that, it is not only the government, but also the companies and people themselves, because God helps themselves who help themselves first. So I have seen people, despite all, I have observed in the capital market, wherever you talk about investment, there is a lack of trust, and people are afraid of investing much because they don't know what is going to happen. And today, the digital literacy level, though we claim that literacy level has increased, but in fact, applicability of the literacy level and trying to implement it to your benefit, that gap is too high. We do not know how to really monitor, how to really meet the challenges that we face. Most of the people who have bank accounts do not know how much of money are safe and where the money will go and how quickly they should be reporting to the authorities, and also whether they should not be sharing the OTP, not be sharing the passwords. Today also we see, I've seen in the government, when we do cyber audit, we find a lot of laxity that is still prevalent. We know that we need to take care, strong passwords, and also strong digital literacy levels at an implementation level is very much required. And as the companies innovate, it is very necessary for them to have a high level of digitalization, not only because they need to make their comfort level high, or as Amit told us, that it is beneficial for the company, but it is a part of their strategic thinking for a long term. They need to have the information about their customers, about the stakeholders on their fingertips, and they have to innovate and be ahead, for which digitalization helps a lot. And while doing that, they must be equally clear about what all cyber security measures they are taking. We don't talk about cyber hygiene. We don't talk about cyber insurance. We don't even follow what is happening globally in terms of cyber security threats. We need to have more and more awareness of cyber security threats as much as we talk about digitalization. This is my initial feeling.
So prevention is better than cure. You need to spend more on the cyber security. And again, cyber insurance, our new term which you just tell, I think this is one more required. Mohapatra, I'll come on the question to you. Thereafter, Mr. Mathur, I want to take your view also on the same question. This is like, this is for the users of digital area by the company secretaries. When professional like company secretaries have plethora of opportunities coming on their way, such as representing to the board or consultancy services and all that, what skills or strategies are required by the professional to bring innovations in the boardroom as well as the day-to-day work? Mr. Mohapatra.
Okay, let Jadwendra start. Basically, company secretaries are really the single-handed think tank of the company, I would say. When the board is busy in trying to see how long-term growth will be impacted, how profit will be impacted, it is the company secretary who not only tries to keep a check in terms of the compliance, which is the first level operation of all company secretaries that we are all very much aware, but they have to have a long-term vision in terms of the regulatory regime. And today the regulatory regime changes very fast. And as I just mentioned about cyber security, there are many areas where we keep on changing the rules and regulations in a dynamic scenario. As and when the new issues come up, we keep responding to them. I remember I organized a workshop on data protection bill and how it is going to help investor protection. So the Data Protection Act, rather, the Data Protection Act has so many clauses where the company can really take care and also can make its data safe and have a more responsible behavior, as also more helpful behavior for the stakeholders, and not do what is contrary to law. And for that, it is the company secretary which has to keep a tab in terms of the regulatory regime of the country. It has to keep in touch with the nuances, the customer-centric views that is happening, the new range of customers there that are coming, and the competition that is ahead of the company. All those things have to be taken care by the company secretary. Above everything, I always will point at one thing, that the ethical responsibility, the moral responsibility, and the integrity of the company secretary, that really makes a company. That really takes the company so far as you see the successful companies are.
Thank you. Mr. Mathur, your views on that, and now he come out with the ethical and responsibility for the company secretaries. So your views on this question, please. Yes, same issue. What innovative ideas company secretaries can employ to have the better use of digital transformations?
Okay, so good evening, and good evening. I'd begin by thanking Mr. Gupta, Manish Gupta, but also would like to stretch out my arms in greetings to past President Mr. Nisar Ahmed, with whom I first attended a company secretary program long time ago. You know, so I've been on the boards of companies for a long time, you know, been in the government, and I've been a director also. So what the larger discussion is today about the company in the convention, about ethical issues, and a lot of water has flown since morning. तो मैं वो रिपीट नहीं करना चाहता हूँ. 2-3 चीज कहना चाहता हूँ. एक तो द करेज कि अपनी बात रखने का कॉन्फिडेंस जो कंपनी सेक्रेटरीज में होना चाहिए, वो वही कॉन्फिडेंस है जो IAS में जब हम पास आउट कर रहे थे मसूरी से, तो हमको कहा गया था कि यू विल रीड द कोटेशन ऑफ सरदार पटेल, जो मसूरी की जो हम लोग की एकेडमी है लाल बहादुर शास्त्री, वहाँ पे सरदार पटेल के बस्ट के नीचे लिखा है, जो वो डिबेट्स हुई थी कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंट असेंबली की, और उसका एक एक्सट्रैक्ट है, यू विल नॉट हैव अ फ्री एंड फेयर, यू विल नॉट हैव अ फ्री एंड इंडिपेंडेंट इंडिया इफ यू डू नॉट हैव अ सिविल सर्विस with the freedom to speak out its mind, the freedom to speak out its mind. So जो मैं बात कहना चाह रहा हूँ, the point I'm trying to make is the IAS, IPS and some services are constitutional services. The company secretary is also a creation by the law, by the parliament. It's a high standing degree, that certification you get. Use that, value that. As a company secretary, आप अपनी बात रखिए. मतलब बट मैंने जो एक्सपीरियंस देखा है, कंपनी सेक्रेटरी साहिबान कभी-कभी मैनेजमेंट के सामने अपनी बात नहीं रख पाते. यही होता है हम लोग के साथ IAS में कि हम मंत्री जी के सामने अपनी बात एक तरह से कहते हैं लोग कि रख नहीं पाते. मैं डिसएग्री करता हूँ. आप किसी भी पद पे रहें, आप अपनी बात रिकॉर्ड करिए, लिखिए, पुट अ पेपर, टेबल इट. अगर आप बोल नहीं पा रहे हैं तो एज कंपनी सेक्रेटरी एक अपना व्यू, एक अपना ओपिनियन बनाइए, जाके MD को दे दीजिए. अब इंडिपेंडेंट डायरेक्टर्स आ गए, हम लोग ने चर्चा नहीं करी है. आई एम एन इंडिपेंडेंट डायरेक्टर ऑन 3 लिस्टेड कंपनीज एंड अबाउट 5 अदर अनलिस्टेड कंपनीज. तो मैं इस समय पोस्ट रिटायरमेंट आई एम ऑन 8 कंपनीज एंड आई एम सीइंग द कंडक्ट ऑफ द कंपनी सेक्रेटरी. आई एम एन इंडिपेंडेंट डायरेक्टर. इंडिपेंडेंट डायरेक्टर्स के ऊपर इतनी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी आ रही हैं कि आने वाले टाइम में, ओनली येस्टरडे डे बिफोर, रिजर्व बैंक ऑफ इंडिया ने इंडिपेंडेंट डायरेक्टर्स के ऊपर वापस से एक सर्कुलर जारी हुआ है. सो प्लीज कंपनी सेक्रेटरीज बी केयरफुल. इंडिपेंडेंट डायरेक्टर्स विल मेक योर लाइफ मिजरेबल. द इंडिपेंडेंट डायरेक्टर्स विल स्टार्ट आस्किंग इन द बोर्ड क्वेश्चंस फॉर विच द कंपनी सेक्रेटरी शुड नॉट कट अ सॉरी फिगर. ही और शी मस्ट ensure that the management is fully prepared with all options. It is not compliance only of Companies Act or with legal SEBI. What about the independent directors? They will now ask questions. You know, I could resign from any of the companies as an independent director and bring on record what all happened in the board meeting. I'm sure the listing or the stock price will fall that day. So you have to see the power that you have to see that corporate wealth is enhanced, good governance delivers on the agenda. We have been talking about it. So that was one comment, but that ethicality will really come if the company secretary can be like a doctor. Doctor prescription likhta hai, aap dawai mat khaiye, so it's your problem. But the doctor has done his job. The company secretary should do his or her job. And that is where I think the promoter, abhi pehle wo अमित जैन बहुत अच्छी बात कह रहा था कि उसको पता ही नहीं था उसके टाइम. सो एज कंपनी सेक्रेटरीज यू हैव टू बी वेरी स्किल्ड पीपल. योर स्किल सेट्स हैव टू रियली गो अप. यू नो, इफ देयर आर 70,000 स्टूडेंट्स डूइंग कंपनी सेक्रेटरी, हाउ मेनी? More like 2 lakh students are doing company secretaryship. Are there so many companies opening every year or every second year? So company secretaries का profession जो है उसमें जब तक you will, if you don't bring that needed skills, that needed attitude, and they have to convert. So I know I am on a company where our CEO is a company secretary, but he's an IT wizard. He has, it's an NBFC, he has written the entire loan origination software. He is a company secretary. So company secretaries के skills की कोई limit नहीं है. Please ensure from the institute that you are skilling your students, because the world out there is really asking you to deliver, you know, bright students. आप IIM Ahmedabad के टक्कर का एक syllabus बनाइए. So your company secretary children should be able to compete. Teach them about project management. I was telling Mr. Govil during the intercession, somebody was there. Please, you see a project manager का एक act आने वाला है. Just like the chartered accountants का act आया है, company secretaries का act आ गया, अब project managers का act आ रहा है. The moment that act is passed, you will have project managers institute. They will produce project managers, and they will be recruited by companies. So, before the Project Managers Act comes, you as company secretaries should move into that gap very quickly. Start teaching them project management. So, beat the chartered accountants. Let me tell you, I qualified the IAS with commerce and accounts. So, I'm not a BCom or a company secretary. But accounts का profession ज़्यादा powerful हो गया है. वो chartered accountants आप कुछ कह देंगे तो बैंक भी मान जाएगा, सब मानेंगे. Company secretary की बात कोई नहीं मानता. Company secretary को हमको equip करना पड़ेगा कि he should be the whistleblower. An empowered company secretary is what the country needs, both for corporate innovation as well as for social progress.
Thank you, Mr. Mathur, for your open views. I'd like to defer you and need to convey you that when you communicated that the company, these independent directors are going to make the life of company secretary miserable. But the thing is that in corporate, I have spent my last 17, 18 years in the corporates only. And the moment the independent directors become the real independent, the company secretaries start enjoying the life. Because there is someone at least who is in the board who is asking openly questions to the company secretary, and there he'll use his own strength and professional caliber. If you are in a promoter managed company, he is always at the mercy of the promoter because he is the person signing his ETC or the approvals and the renewals or the bonuses.
But now independent directors के ऊपर बहुत responsibility आ रही है. So वो जो पहले जो चमचे type independent directors थे वो जेल जाएंगे.
So that's the thing actually the government
directors आने चाहिए.
So that's the demand of the corporate, sir. That's the demand of the corporate. And if the independent become the real independent, the company secretary will definitely be show his all feathers and all attitudes and all the qualities that you are looking for them. Thank you. Over to Mohan bhai.
Sir, what role do you think artificial intelligence will play in the corporate innovation and social progress? How do you see this as an opportunity for Indian corporates towards meeting their sustainability goals? Yeah, I mean, you can, for you and for others.
Yes, so, you know, in Niti Aayog, I was a part of the team. We wrote the AI for all. I don't know how many of you read. AI for all is the national document that was first released by Niti Aayog. And the Prime Minister's vision was that artificial intelligence has to deliver for the common man. So that is like one key thing. All corporates, at least at the Government of India level, AI is for the common man. The other comment I have is we talk about digital inclusion, but actually, you know, 42% of India only uses internet. 58% don't have internet. Rural, we may say digital inclusion, but rural areas, they don't have a smartphone. Even if they have a smartphone, they don't have the skills to use it. Even if they have the skills to use it, it is not in a local language. So we have to be aware as company secretaries. We talk about big things like AI and machine learning, but is it impacting the common man? What we should take back from the convention is the company delivering a product and service वो common man के लिए कर रही है, or is it doing for a niche customer? My sense is not many company secretaries are working for the so-called direct grassroots level companies. Start working with grassroots companies. There's so much of data there that can lend itself to AI and things. Let's say agriculture. If we are able to capture grassroots data about what crops are grown, about what is happening in the villages, hotspots are not there in the villages. We talk about IT, we talk about digital inclusion sitting in Varanasi. But God bless this country, the Bharat Net project did not deliver. You see, we have only 20,000-30,000 hotspots. We should have had 20 lakh hotspots. You know, so the point is, it is good to talk about digital inclusion and then machine learning and AI. A lot of AI machine learning is being done by Rolls-Royce for perfecting their engines by having large AI teams working in Bangalore. They are working on AI, but they are perfecting the Rolls-Royce engine. They are not perfecting it for the common man. I want to know कि किस district में राजस्थान के garlic has been oversown. Farmers क्या करते हैं? They all over, but there is no way to track out कि ये कौन सी crop उगा रहा है. You know, so we want AI which carries large data, but from the common man. Not through the banking, use of apps. So AI and company secretaries का एक role हो सकता है. Please pick up those activities where data is generated from the rural areas. A lot of urban data is being picked up. So that was my short point. I know I took
another question, related question to Dr. Rajiv. Sir, is there any areas in which AI is already used by Government of India? We just want to know. Also, I mean, how can corporates use AI better in your view?
Yes, I think the government is very much, alive to the use of AI. While I was coming to Varanasi, I thought I will have an overnight journey. And when you go to IRCTC website, immediately the Disha, chatbot would appear, and so many things. It's so easy to book a ticket, and it answers so many of your questions. Even by the voice command, you can now book a ticket. Similarly, the use of, in our context, the translation of judgments, the National Language Mission, which the Honorable Prime Minister has launched. So now Supreme Court judgments are also available, in 4 or 5 regional languages, and they are going to be in all the languages which are there in the 8th schedule shortly. So this is all because of the use of AI. Now the issue, of course, as what Mathurji mentioned, that the AI has a tremendous potential of its use in the field of agriculture, in the field of climate change, in the cropping patterns, in the field of irrigation, in the field of health, contract tracing, and so many things like we had the benefit of, during the COVID times, how the technology has helped us in containing and winning this pandemic. Similarly, the concept of smart cities. So all these smart cities are operating on a platform whereby the best practices can be emulated, and the smart city mission is being strengthened. So there are numerous areas already where the government is using AI, and there are numerous areas which are still open for the use of AI. But as we all know that these technologies, whether it is the old age technology of the wheel or the fire or the present age modern ICT technologies, they are all double-edged swords. So we should be very careful, and as the previous speaker had mentioned about the chatbot, about how it can actually impact without you knowing that it is totally giving something wrong assessment based on the same similar facts, which actually, so the issue of ethical AI also comes into being, and I think the judgment of the human mind is what is sought to be replaced by the AI, so that should be done very diligently, cautiously, and in sectors which I think are can actually be benefited rather than just for the sake of use of technology. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mani, I just wanted to have your views on one question. Mr. Mathur has already spoken. Then I'll come to you, Mr. Mohapatra, also on the same question. What are your expectations from the professional institutions like ICSI for capacity building for its members and students to take up their role in the digital education and using the digital technology as a catalyst for social innovation?
See, Mathurji has very very rightly laid down the role and functions of the company secretaries. And I think the role and function of an independent director or a company secretary is something which is very akin to what we have heard in our scriptures, wherein it is mentioned that, Sachiv Vaid Guru Teen Jo Priya Bole Hi Bhayas Raj Dharm Tan Teen Ikar Hoi Begahi Nas. तो आपका तो मोटो यही है, सत्यम वदम धर्मम चर. तो company secretary actually is the sole keeper of the company, and of course he may be an employee of the company, but his responsibility is something which is akin to an independent position. He has to actually brief the company independently. As far as the issue of digital inclusion is there, or the digital tools is there, I think now if the companies do not follow the digital protocol, they are going to be a repository of very huge data. And the risk which the company it entails if the data is breached is phenomenal. It will not only lead to loss of your reputation, but also to the loss of your business in that sense. So I think the company secretary at that level needs to be, the capacity building is to be not only in the main domain of law and company affairs to which it is responsible, but also in the use of technology, and the use of technology diligently and with the interest to protect the main purpose. Now, of course, the CSR, corporate social responsibility, is there, provision is there for all the companies, and they're spending a lot of money in that account. So I think if it all can be done independently at the level of the board and with catering to the, sectors which the government has prioritized. The Companies Act, in fact, has been amended to include more areas for that. I think that is something where the company secretary, the private sector, and the government can actually do some beautiful and meaningful work for the benefit of the masses at large.
Correct. Mr. Mohapatra, your views on how ICSI can bring the digital education and technology uses to catalyze the social innovation would be the last question. Thereafter, I'll give it to Mohan Bhai for concluding remarks.
Okay. See, digital inclusion is a thing which talks about inclusivity, and inclusivity is always welcome. If there is a problem in terms of ourselves or we as a team, as India have not achieved the level that Yaduvendra would like to have or I would like to have today, it is our deficiency which we should try to fill it up. Because digital inclusion per se is about including everybody, like our Honorable Prime Minister talks about Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, and followed by that Sabka Vishwas and Sabka Prayas. So I would say that Vishwas, the confidence building amongst the companies, amongst the stakeholders, amongst general public has to be there in what we use. Today, when the person deposits his money in the bank, he should be very confident that there is no cyber threat into it, and his money is not going to vanish the next day. If he is investing in the share market, I have been involved starting from Lehman Brothers 2007 till today, and I know how the market is, and I know why people do not invest. It is again a lack of confidence, maybe complexities, and things like that which makes them to stay away from profitable investments and innovations. So it is our duty to make it simple, to have that confidence building, for which we have to do that prayas, which all of us know that we have to do that effort, and we are nowhere near doing that effort in the entire country. It has to be a really revolutionary movement. I fully agree with Yaduvendra that we have a long way to go, and there are so many concepts to be understood by the old company secretaries, those who have already passed, and the new company secretaries who are coming up. I would expect that the standards should be set so high that they should be able to not only compete, also help companies innovate, help government in terms of advising the government. We have had so many consultative meetings on which I have called ICSI, ICAI and the market people to learn from them about the market. So a time should come where people, to get ideas about how to improve the corporate world, they should invite the company secretaries and the students and try to learn from them. And it will happen only when they stay ahead. They should disseminate information to the public. The training and awareness and certification should be in a much more larger scale than what we have today. I always felt that the financial sector lacks, very strongly it lacks high degree of certification, and the number of certified personnel is much less than we would like it to be. And it is that same issue which is coming up in the cyber security area also. Maybe today we do not have so many ethical hackers as well as people who can easily identify the cyber threats, which will take us at least not only in India but at a global level, at a higher level, and we are already rising high in the minds of the rest of the globe. If we really work on this, if we work on our cyber security field, as also in our company secretary ethical standards, as well as the standards per se in terms of having a handy way of managing the digitalized world which they face, which the companies face, we will even grow bigger in the world eyes, not only benefit India but the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Mohapatra. Friends, due to paucity of time and it's already delayed, and don't want to be a breaker between the dinner and the members and the cultural. so we do have to close the session. Thanks to my esteemed panelists, Mr. Mani, Mr. Mohapatra, Mr. Mathur for being there. Mohol Bhai, please provide the concluding remarks and thanks, please.
We sincerely thank the panelists. We had three extremely distinguished panelists, Dr. Rajiv, Dr. Mohapatra, and Mr. Mathur. I mean, you shared a lot of information through your experience, particularly the advantages of digital technologies for corporates as well as company secretaries, and how digital inclusion holds great potential for corporate innovation, and the interconnectedness of corporate innovation and its profound impact on social progress. We also discussed about various initiatives taken by the Government of India to bridge the digital divide for ensuring that everyone has equal access to education, employment, and essential services. The initiatives taken to digitally transform the nation, such as Digital India Initiative, Ease of Living, Ease of Doing Business, which will help India to take a considerable leap in its economic transformation story by transitioning from data-rich to data-intelligent economy. To conclude, we would like to say that digital inclusion is not just a social responsibility, but a catalyst for transformation. It is a force that can drive us to reach new heights in corporate innovation and create a more equitable, inclusive, and prosperous world for all. I once again thank, on behalf of ICSI, for your time and wonderful insights. Special thanks to our President Manish Bhai for conceptualizing to have such a wonderful program at the spiritual capital Varanasi. Thank you, Manish Bhai.
Thank you, sirs. Thank you, everyone, for bringing your expertise and experience around the table and engaging in such a fruitful, constructive, and open exchanges throughout the session. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. May I now request CS Praveen Soni, Council Member, CS Mohan Kumare, Council Member, to facilitate the release of a publication on the hands of our learned panelists for the session. Also request CS Manish Gupta, President ICSI, to please join the dais for the release of a handbook on limited liability partnership. Ladies and gentlemen, this handbook on LLP is a comprehensive guide that equips the reader with the LLP Act 2008 and its rules. It dwells into crucial aspects like capital contribution, taxation, partners' rights and obligations, profit-sharing ratios, and decision-making processes with important case laws and practical examples. Ladies and gentlemen, releasing the handbook on limited liability partnership. Let's have a big round, ladies and gentlemen.
I now request CS Sandeep Kejriwal ji, Council Member ICSI, to please come on the dais and present a memento to our expert, Dr. Mani. I now request CS Amrita Nautiyal, former Chairperson WIRC of ICSI, to please come on the dais and present a memento. Current Chairperson WIRC, I stand corrected, to please present a memento to our learned panelist, Dr. Mohapatra. I now request CS Dinesh Gupta, former Chairman, Jalandhar Chapter, to please come on the dais and present a memento to our panelist, Shri Mathur. A big round of applause, please. Thank you, everyone. It has been a wonderful day. Thank you, all the dignitaries and the audience for a very wonderful day. This brings an end to the day one of the convention. We shall meet within 45 minutes for the cultural evening right here. Approximately 30 minutes. We have with us Mr. Tarun Sagar and his group who shall mesmerize you with his music and singing. Mr. Tarun Sagar is a Saregama contestant. We also have CS Shikha Agarwal, who shall present before the audience a solo dance. So we meet here within 30 minutes for the cultural evening, and dinner is being served on first and second floor, so the delegates may take their dinner.
सागर बाद है, सब तेरा है।